Good morning, everyone, and welcome along to Portimao for the last 6 hours of the 24 hours of Portimao. Myself, Ben Costanduris, and Joe Bradley with you in the commentary box for the next 2 hours, whilst the sleepy Algarve begins to wake to another scorchio day. See, I didn't need a script.
Prepared script.
Prepared script. We've got a few stories to keep you up to date with. We're going to be monitoring the chat over on our Vision YouTube channel and of course over on Twitter to keep you up to date and to chat about all things Creventic. But the first and the major story really is we've got a battle on our hands. Would you believe there is unfortunately an increasing gap, but a gap of just 9.6 seconds last time it was checked between the leaders, Sven Herberger in the Phoenix Racing Audi and Charles Putman in the CP Racing Mercedes. They are on the same strategy because we've had a couple of Code 60s quite recently, and therefore that is a legitimate tight little battle to get our juices flowing, Joe, this morning.
It really is, and when I sat down here and looked at the timing screen after our break, Ben, it was like, wow, these two are still going at it. Whereas what has happened to the other overall protagonists? Well, the Herbert Motorsport team, their Portimao nightmare continues. We came into the sight of their car being recovered onto the back of a flatbed truck and being brought back, recovered back to the pits. They're currently... Yeah, they may be currently second in the Pro-Am class, down in 11th overall, Daniel Alleman being the driver. We're not quite sure what happened to that Herbert car, but getting back to that lead battle, Ben, that is something that is quite gripping, considering we've got now underneath 6 hours to go, and to think that we've had all of that race beforehand and we're still within 10 seconds. The other classes, for instance, the 992 class, there may be a 4-lap gap. Is it that 4 lap or 5 laps? 5-lap gap between the two cars in the 992 class that are leading it. Both from the same team. It's the Red Ant Racing 903. Ayrton Redaunt is at the wheel of that Porsche. Philippe Vils at the second Red Ant car, 904. Only 5 laps. Now, 5 laps, you might think, well, that's a large margin. It isn't at Portimao. That can go within a blink of an eye. If you get a puncture, a slow lap in, you've lost 2, maybe 3 laps getting the car back to the pits. So it's still all to play for.
Well, the top 3 in the race, the 3 GT3 cars are on the same strategy, and that is the same strategy as our leading 992 car. The second place 992 car, which is the 904, Philip Wills, is on a different strategy. They ignored both of the last 2 Code 60s, and they are due into the pits in about 20 minutes' time.
That's not very considerate from our point of view. It would have been, it's nice, because of those Code 60s just before we come back on, it's aligned everybody onto the same strategy pretty much. The majority of people, other than who you've just mentioned, choosing to use the Code 60 for a top off and a restructure of the run to the flag now.
In the GTX category, there is a 3.5 lap gap between our 2 Lamborghinis, the newer Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo of RD Signs. They've got their older one in the back of the garage, but they are choosing to use the newer one here this weekend. They are ahead of Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, who have cycled through their kind of less experienced drivers. Remember, Lippert have entered this championship for a full season with Kieron Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno and Tyler Cook. They've added Glenn McGee and Anthony McIntosh, who's in the car right now, to that lineup. Those 2 drivers obviously much less experienced than the guys that have done the full season, and so they've just been cycling through those 2. 4.5 laps, as you say, just a puncture or something like that would easily bring them back into play, and we have seen both of those teams with plenty of issues.
TCR completely different though. The gap between first and second in TCR, 23 laps, currently being led by the 159 BBR Cupra. It's got 23 laps on the second car in TCR, which is the Audi RS3, the SE Motorsport, the Hong Kong driver lineup. Tommy Su Lam Koo is at the wheel of the car, and I think it was Sandy who we spoke to on the grid, but we've spoken to Tommy earlier in the week, and it's great to have those drivers here from Hong Kong. 23 laps, again, it seems like a huge margin, and it will be a huge margin if we've only got, 90 minutes to run, but we haven't. We've got 6 hours. And the sun's coming up, Ben. The temperature's already beginning to rise, and if you believe the forecast, and I haven't seen anything to the contrary, it's going to be hotter than yesterday. And yesterday was blisteringly hot and very, very tough on not just the drivers, but certain components within the cars. The 977, for instance, the ID Racing and Rabdan Motorsport Porsche went out very early with an overheating compressor that basically is there to build up the pressure to for the gearbox to select gears. And that just one component can knock you out, and that was because it was overheating. So, you know, it's still going to be, we knew it was going to be a race of attrition, and it's going to be a race of attrition right to the very end of this race.
They are our genuine only proper retirement at the moment.
Yeah.
There are some question marks around other cars. We haven't seen, for instance, the Red Camel's Jordan car for 4 hours and 13 minutes. They had a drive shaft issue in the middle of the night. They also were missing a bit of exhaust, as we've managed to dig around this morning and see that the left bank, we remember, in the middle of the night was shining brightly from around where the wheel was, not from the middle of the car where the exhaust comes out. Actually, there was a pipe missing between the exhaust closest to the wheels and then the central bank. So you had a bit of a lopsided exhaust system, from one bank being shorter than the other. Not sure that would have helped the car, but we haven't seen them in 4.5 hours.
I think that's got to be a factor in them deciding to park the car. They're guaranteed a podium position. You don't have to cross the checkered flag to be classified in the 24-inch series. So that car's on the podium. And yes, once having fixed the drive shaft, they were 26 laps behind the second place 992 class car. They chose to park the car because that missing exhaust, engines, especially racing engines, are tuned to exhaust lengths, exhaust diameters. They're finely tuned. If you take a part off, that affects the way that the airflow into the engine, into the combustion chamber, the way that the exhaust gases escape, the back pressure that's created by that length of exhaust is finely tuned. If they were to have just pounded round, they would have been risking catastrophic failure in the engine. You know, they could have burnt valves, they could have burnt pistons, they could have had all sorts of, it could have had a massive detrimental effect. So I think it's very wise for them to have said, right, let's park the car, let's save what we've got at the moment. There's going to be a big repair bill on that Red Camel's car before they get ready for Barcelona. Let's not add to that with maybe needing a new top-end rebuild on the motor, you know. So very, very wise decision, I think.
We were talking about the TCR class. There is basically only one car that hasn't had an issue in TCR, and that is the 159. That's why they have a 20-lap advantage over, at the moment, the second place TCR car is the AC Motorsport Audi, but they caused a code 60 a few hours ago. Unfortunately, we will not have a pit reporter for the first couple of hours, so I'm afraid we can't get across any of the stories as to what's happened to the various cars. One question mark I do have, and I'm a bit worried about, is the Wolf Power Racing 116 machine, because their last lap was 16.5 minutes. Now, was that last lap a lap on the back of a recovery vehicle? Or was that a shakedown lap where things didn't go right, and therefore they've now spent another half an hour in the pit lane? They did stop at turn 8 to cause a code 60 about an hour ago, but they are back in the pits again. Wolf Power Racing, one of the mainstays of TCR with their Audi RS3. In fact, all of the TCR vehicles that we see in our field, other than the 700 miles or the Setson miles Volkswagen cars and teams that we see often in Creventic. So I'm a bit concerned by that pit visitor. BBR, the 158, that was recovered back to the pits just as we came onto air. So that was the cause of another code 60, the car looking like it was pointing in the right direction. So it was, again, potentially a mechanical issue for the newer Cupra Leon. And we questioned, Joe, why the championship leaders were in the older Cupra and the newer car, the 158, that hasn't entered the full season, got the new car. But the new car has obviously got, you know, niggles.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. We'll catch up on all of the action, let's call it, in the pit, the unneeded, unwanted action in the pit. That's the Herbert car that was recovered just as we came back on air, and also the BBR number 158, that car being recovered back to the pits as well. Already been in the pit garage 29 minutes, or been in the pit lane for 29 minutes. So whatever that issue is, they're still waiting on finding that out. And likewise, the Herbert car, that car's been in the pits for 23 minutes. So we are the BBR car, third in the TCR class, and I'm just looking at 10 laps ahead of the Wolf Power car. Ivos Valles, I'm not sure if you just mentioned that, Ben. Ivos Valles now taking over.
Oh, he's gone back out. That's good news.
Yeah, that's straight back out.
Well, no, it's not straight back out, because it's been half an hour since the last time they went out.
Relative terms.
It's straight out after this last issue.
Yeah, yes,
exactly.
I think it's going to be a race of attrition. And like
but you say that. We said that at the start of the race. We've only lost officially two cars.
What I mean, Ben, is that, you know, in other situations, you might think that there's been a lot of problems that we've seen that in other races you might have thought, let's retire the car.
Yeah.
But in this race, it's worth fixing, going at it, doesn't matter how long it takes, because there's still a chance to be in contention for a podium.
Yes, and that is why I'm a bit disappointed that if you can fix it, why not fix it? And we don't have the red Camels. Now, of course, they did 4.5 hours ago. Was what time in the morning? 4 in the morning?
Yeah.
Fair. If it's 4 in the morning and you've had a difficult time of things, that is the time where you go, oh, God, really? But they've got a car sitting there. They've got a track sitting there. The car is able to go. I wonder, I know that the team have said right now that they're not going to be going out again. I wonder whether, you know, Luke, the younger son, goes, hey, Dad, look, it's sitting there. Come on.
They're not for the reasons I've described.
I'm not going to use a new set of tyres. I'll use an old set of tyres.
Just go. Yeah,
it's going to go round.
Right. If the car was in perfect working order now, having fixed the drive, but it's not. It's missing an exhaust.
Yeah.
So if you're going to put the exhaust back on, then yeah, give it a. You might as well just wait and then prep the car properly for. I mean, you know what? You've got a point actually, Ben, because Barcelona's ages away.
You've got 2 months.
Let's bang a new exhaust on the back, and let's just go round and round.
Or what they could do is it could be a bit like qualifying, and they could sit there, because they're not going to go anywhere. They're not going to pack, well, they might pack the truck, but they might go to the pool, actually. That'd be quite nice. If they see one of the red ant cars has an issue, whether, you know, stop on the circuit or a long pit visit, suddenly, 20 laps is half an hour. So as soon as they see there's an issue with one of the red ant cars, they might be worth, right, let's go back out there now.
That is exactly my point, that you've just hit the nail on the head.
They can go up to second.
That is exactly my point. Doesn't matter what it is with the car, fix it, get back out there, because who's to say that the cars ahead of you aren't going to have a similar fate than what you've just encountered. This is the point.
We've got 6 hours to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a full World Endurance Championship duration to go.
But I do understand that at 4 o'clock in the morning, you'd much rather go to bed. Although I did notice that both Ivo and Rick were sleeping on the garage floor.
Yeah, they've been there. I don't know what.
Why can't they go to the hotel if they're retired?
They're waiting for breakfast to open. Maybe they'll do that now.
Is it worth going to? No, because you sleep in.
It was Hugh Chamberlain who coined the phrase when asked, when's the best time in a 24-hour race for you to retire the car? And he said, before the bars close.
Fair, absolutely.
Yeah.
Other pit visitors, we've covered off the BBR. We don't know what the issue is, but they are most recently in the pits. Quite soon after, we had another Code 60 to recover the Herbert Motorsport 91 machine. 2 Code 60 caused by that car overnight. Unbelievable, really, because normally Herbert Motorsport are the metronomic vehicle of the 24H series. We come here, they are always the favourite, and they just keep going and without issue. But we recovered, just as we were coming out to the commentary box, actually, one of their cars out of the gravel trap. So they've been a spin and into the gravel. That needed a Code 60 to get it back out. But it must have been a spin caused by something else, because that car with Daniel Elman aboard has been in the pits now for half an hour. So I'm thinking either they've done a red Camels and gone, do you know what, we've had so many issues, we're not going to get any further up the field, let's park it. Although, if they do that, they're going to lose a position to Santalok Racing in 40 minutes' time. Or there was something else that caused that spin and gravel visit, because it doesn't take half an hour to change a tyre.
BBR into the pits in the lead of TCR, and they are still going about their business in a very dynamic way. They're not taking things for granted and becoming complacent with keeping the pace up, even though they've got a huge 23-lap lead in that class. So the pit stop there, coming to conclusion with the car let off the jacks and then rolling out, turning right through the garages and into the fueling area. Just to remind everybody of, if you're new to Creventic, at 8:15 in the morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the 24-8 series.
What a time for you to join us.
A little bit different to other endurance racing series that you might have seen. No fueling at the garages, no fueling allowed on the pit apron. We have a separate fueling area, and the cars, having been serviced with tyres and drivers, etc., will then make their way to the fueling area where they will take on what they need. And the refueling equipment is standard service station refueling rigs. Exactly the way that you go to the supermarket or wherever you get your fuel, pump fuel as we call it, and it's exactly that. No quick fill systems, and that's purely to keep the cost down, isn't it? These are cars that really, you don't need to spend all of that money on that, and it works really well. It adds an element of strategy, it adds an element of jeopardy, even in busy times, with only... How many did you say we have here, Ben? Do we have 4 pumps available?
8 pumps.
8 pumps available.
What does a pump come from? What's the square bit called?
I just call that the pump.
Well, the pump's the...
No. The pump is the actual standing.
All right, so there's 4 pumps and 8 nozzles.
That's the word, nozzles. There's the word of the morning, everybody. Nozzle.
Oh, to nozzle.
Fueling nozzles.
Sunday morning's all for nozzling.
Yes, unfortunately we're not at the moment.
No one's
nozzling in.
No nozzling. Morning. Morning, if you are following us on the audio stream, do tweet us at Ben Codsty using the hashtag 24H Portimao. I am monitoring the chat this morning, people, so for all of you guys, always a good little healthy chat going on the YouTube stream, so good morning. Good morning, Angus Kennard, who is very surprised that I'm here. Don't be surprised.
What, you personally here?
I'm only human. I'm surprised I'm here, actually.
I'm surprised. I was surprised to see you this morning in the apartment. It's like, oh, Ben, I haven't got to go in there and shake him.
We never did 24 hours. I think I was good at getting out of bed as well. I'm not a very good morning person, but at least here, the soundproofing limited the amount of car noise into our hotel room, because where I sleep at Le Mans 24 Hours, which is different to where Joe Bradley and the rest of the Radio Le Mans team sleep, I'm in the paddock, basically.
In a caravan?
In a caravan, underneath a speaker. And I'm sure in the olden days of Le Mans, they used to turn off the speakers, but this year, no. Chris McCarthy was still talking in my ear at 3 in the morning. The drone of the car noise...
He was in the caravan with you, mate. He wasn't talking in the PA.
That's why.
He's doing it to annoy you.
Just standing outside.
Yeah.
So at least got a decent night's sleep. Did wake up, classic Constant Juris here, woke up when there was a code 60, going, hang on a second, there's no noise coming from the circuit.
I actually found myself waking up when the car noise went during the several code 60s over our overnight break. I would wake up when the noise went away, and then I would worry, and didn't have the wherewithal to open my phone and find out what's happening. I would just lie there thinking, oh, I wonder if they've red flagged it. I wonder if they... Because remember, a few years ago, I can't remember what year it was, we had a problem in the refueling area, didn't we? And we had to red flag the race, and the red flag was about 4 hours long. Because of that refueling rigs. Was it longer than that? Was it?
Longer than that.
Yeah.
It was just after we went off air at midnight here in Portimao, and our good friend Paul Trustwell, as he always does when he's part of the commentary team, chose to stay up and monitor what was going on circuit. And we came in the morning, and I do always have this little fear of what we miss. When we come back from the circuit, come back in the morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, we've got to update you listeners about what's happened. What have we missed? So we go to Trussers, go, hey Trussers, so what have we missed? Nothing?
Some things never change, because the first thing we did after grabbing a coffee at catering was we bumped into Paul. So Paul, what have we missed? Because Paul's doing the strategy for Red Camels. So after updating us on the Red Camel strategy, Paul keeping a wary eye on the whole field, and you just can't not do it, can he? He's keeping an eye on what everyone's doing, and not just the cars that he's competing against in class. So some things never change. We did get our Paul Truswell update there, and then off he went for breakfast.
We missed nothing because if you weren't aware, in 2018 they had a fuel spill from the tanker in the fueling area. The whole tanker emptied itself in the fueling area, which obviously makes life incredibly dangerous for getting anywhere near that. So they had to wait until the potency of the fuel had gone a little bit before then treating it and soaking it with sand and water. And basically, I think it was 6 hours before we were allowed to use the fuel bowsers, because the other thing was that we didn't have any fuel left because it already emptied itself out of the truck, and it was Saturday night. So where are you going to get a new one from?
It was a very, very tricky situation, wasn't it? A lake of volatile fuel. Yeah, it really was the size of a lake, small pond. The 720.
Talking of fuel issues, this thing was a light at the start of the race. If you don't,
yes,
if you remember.
Yeah,
720
Lamborghini. Yeah, the RD Signs leading the GTX class on 514 laps. It's got 4 laps lead in GTX. The other GTX runner just behind it. I say 4 laps. It sounds a lot. It's not. 4 laps can disappear in the blink of an eye. Yeah, well, it is. Do the maths. Yeah. What was there, like 1 minute 50 odd?
Considering a normal pit stop's about 4.5 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Can disappear. But that car, the car in second place in the GTX class, the Leopard Motorsport Lamborghini, Anthony McIntosh at the wheel of the 710, chasing down. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, it is indeed chasing down. The 710 is lapping last time by 1 minute 51.5. The Adrius Butkevicius driven RD Signs Lambo at 1:53. So the 710 is coming back at the 720. The 710 led the GTX class for quite a while, didn't it? In fact, it was leading GTX when we went for our break at 1 AM, and that's had a turn around. GT4, we haven't mentioned GT4 yet. Ram Racing, great to have Dan Shufflebottom and the Ram team back with the 24H series. They've brought the Mercedes AMG GT4. John Minshaw at the wheel, car number 405. It's currently on 496 laps, and it's got a very healthy lead of, 7 laps on the Audi RS3, not the Audi RS3, yes, the Audi R8, sorry, LMS. The Lion Speed, by Car Collection, Patrick Kolb at the wheel of the 499. So that's a battle worth keeping an eye on there, because again, with the sun coming up, the temperature's going to rise, the cars are getting tired. We're getting towards 5.5 hours remaining, and anything could happen. And the Vortex is off, Ben.
And that's what we need to say, really, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks to the guys at Vortex just for keeping at it.
Yeah, they really are.
When we've got a grid which is depleting slowly, these guys could have packed up and gone home. And they never do. I know they never do, but they could have easily done that. And they haven't. And the car obviously is not an easy thing to keep running. Maybe they should choose some sprint races to do, because at least they could get to the end of those. But they've recovered the car without a code 60 this time, because it was parked in a safe area. So Vortex, as we heard from Philippe Bonnell, a great interview actually with Philippe Bonnell last night, who is one of the mainstays of that team. Very excited about his new Vortex 2.0 that's going to be coming to the series next year. So, and claiming that all of the lessons that they learned over the last couple of years with 1.0 will be put into 2.0. So maybe we'll have a Vortex that doesn't stop every 5 minutes, and that'll be very, very exciting. But let's not do too much on those guys. Thank you for keeping the cars running. Thank you for creating a bit of jeopardy, because, I hate can't believe we're going to sim racing already, but I hate 24-hour race sim racing to commentate on. The reason I hate it is because there's no variables, because there's no
code 60s.
There's no code 60s.
There's no full course cautions.
There's no course cautions, and everyone's so well prepped that they never really fall off.
There are retirements though, Ben.
Yeah, not little faults.
Sorry, I'm thinking the level of esports racing that you commentate on is a different level to the esports that we compete in.
Yes, that's true. Oh no, I don't mind competing in them.
Yeah.
As we were discussing this morning, if we were waking up to get back into a race car, I'd be happy to wake up and I'd be much more awake than I am at the moment. But the variables are what makes 24-hour racing interesting. The code 60s, the safety cars, the car stopping on circuit, and in sim racing it just doesn't happen. Vortex have provided us so many of those punctuation marks across our endurance year when everything else is running reliable and when all the other drivers are within themselves and ticking off the laps. It's the Vortex that has created those unknowns, those code 60s, those things for the teams to react to, and the interest points for us. So actually, I have no bad feelings about even the Vortex stopping.
No, and you know what? The Vortex is kind of out of its... It's out of it. It's sort of... It would have been more suited to the 50s and 60s, where attrition was an even bigger thing. You know, modern-day automobiles are so sound and solid. It's very rare to get a problem. I know we do encounter problems. That's because we're really pushing the mechanics and the mechanicals and everything about a race car. We're pushing them to the edge. But Vortex are from another age, and they continue pushing on and pushing on. And another team that has pushed on and pushed on, the Leicester Racing team, just been in the pits there, the number 110, Mats Olsen. Now, I'm not sure Mats has remained in the car. I think that's going to change. That car's in the fueling area. But that car, 6th in TCR, it's on 429 laps in comparison to, well, that's 7 laps down on the next car in TCR, which is the 700 miles 106 car. But they're still pushing on. They changed the turbocharger last night, before midnight, and the car lost a lot of time in the pits. They weren't deterred. They fixed the car. There's still a chance that car could end up on the podium, because we've still got that attrition question mark hanging over us. And this is perhaps why I love endurance racing so much, because even though here we are, you know, looking at that timing screen and thinking, well, the gap's gone out to 35 seconds now to the leader, which is phenomenal considering, you know, with 5.5 hours to go, the overall lead is still within sight of one another, quite literally.
We've got 2 GT4 cars on the same part of the circuit, almost trying to share the same part of tarmac. This is John Minshaw and Patrick Kolb going at it on circuit. 7 laps bang on between the two of them. And as we have seen throughout the 24-hour race, Patrick Kolb is no stranger to hustling this car. Now, John and I spoke quite at length at his driving style, and then in the interview afterwards complaining about the tyres not lasting. There are things you can do in your driving style to make tyres last more. I would still suggest that Patrick Kolb hasn't got that message, because when we do go on board with him, he's hustling, sliding that car all over the place. Maybe that is the only way to make it work. Maybe it does not go fast unless you are sideways. No way on earth you're going to get the car to the end of the race by doing so.
GT4 spec Audi R8, so it hasn't got as much aero, so you will have to get the car sliding around a lot more than you perhaps have. But then you look at the car ahead of him, John Minshaw, in the Ram Racing Mercedes, and John's not sliding the car around.
No.
He's been very smooth, and he's been, you know, keeping the momentum up into the corner, getting the exit speed right without overdoing the car, without sliding, without spinning up the rear wheels. You're just going to destroy your tyres, and you might be competitive for a point in time, a length of time within your stint, but those tyres are very, very soon going to go off, having been overcooked. And then you're going to start dropping back. Everything you've gained by overdriving, you're going to lose by dint of destroying your tyres early in the stint. And so it's a balancing act, isn't it?
The weird thing is, if you're going to blame the car setup, you know, if Patrick Kolb was driving in a team that was unknown and maybe new to the Audi, and they were struggling, and the car looked like that. That looks like when I first jumped into my Ginetta back in 2012, and the team had no idea how to set it up because it was their first race, and I had no idea to drive it. And it was like that. It was trying to kill you every single corner. But the Audi R8 GT4 car is being run by Car Collection. Lion Speed by Car Collection, but you know, Lion Speed is kind of the branding. It's a Car Collection team that know very well how to set up GT4 and GT3 Audis.
As well as that, Ben, you'll get some, you know, Audi are very, very good with their customer support. So you will get baseline setups that will not try and kill you. They're not going to let you go out in that car. They'll give you advice on caster camber, a setup that is going to be somewhere to start. It might not be an ultimate setup for the likes of Pierre Caffer in a GT4 car, but it's going to be somewhere where you need to be. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that the car is where it is. It's maybe just, Patrick Kolb is very aware that there's only a 7-lap gap between that car ahead of it. So he's wanting to, you know, he's wanting to continue the pressure. If you continue the pressure and start gaining laps back ever so slowly, you are going to put the pressure on the team ahead, because the team ahead know it's not going to take much to lose 7 laps. 7 laps might feel like, you know, night and day. It isn't. It isn't. With 5.5 hours to go, that can disappear.
Well, Kolb is now in the pits, and he looks like he's going to be getting out of that car, handing over it to another. So it looks like maybe the tyres survived that assault. 1 hour and 11 minutes Patrick was in the car, so a 35-lap stint. And actually it was a double stint for the driver, because he did a 35-minute stint before having responded to the penultimate, or not the penultimate, but the code 60, before the last code 60. Which was 17 hours and 12 minutes into the race, so about an hour ago was when they last... Well, no, that's not when they last pitted. Actually, Patrick ended up doing a pit stop in the first one, but not the second one. John Minshaw pitted in both of them, so we won't see the Mercedes in for a while, because they responded to both of the code 60s. Lights on, and the Audi heads back out onto circuit. I've always wanted to drive a GT4, but by riding on board in the Audi, I feel less inclined now. It just looks like a lot of work, and I don't have lots of money. So when I drive a race car, I want to make sure it doesn't go into a gravel trap and cost me more.
No ABS on a GT4, is there? ABS on a GT3?
Yeah. No
ABS on the GT4.
Okay.
The GT4 can actually be a trickier car to drive. Less aero, less grip, no ABS, no driver aids. It's a more conventional, you know, it's barely beyond being a road car, isn't it?
Well, I remember them saying exactly the same thing about the Ginettas, that when I did my season in the GT5, as it was called, they then had a GT4 and a GT3. And when talking to Mike Simpson, who's now become kind of team
customer liaison or something.
He was. Yeah. No, he's now been promoted. He's no longer driving, and he's quite high up. And he's saying, "Oh no, the easiest one to drive is the fastest one."
Yes.
Because it's got the most grip and downforce. The hardest one to drive is the one you've got now, because it's got no power and no downforce. Oh, great! Thanks very much. It was a beast. But and would you believe that TF Sport were my team? But at that point, they'd never touched an Aston Martin in their life, and they were very new into the world of Ginettas. Got to Snetterton. You'll appreciate this one. Got to Snetterton. I went out and did 1 lap and went, God, this is awful. Straight back into the pits. Why are you in the pits? I said, every time I turn in, the back wants to come round. Oh, okay. Well, check everything. Everything's fine. Go out again. Same thing, especially through the long right hand. Richie's
Coram.
Long right hander.
The first turn.
No, the last penultimate turn.
Coram before the tight. Yeah.
It just felt incredibly pointy, horrible corner, and it was going around it really nicely, but like trying to go around it too much. Back in. Sorry guys, can't drive this. What's the matter? Put the caster camber measuring piece of wire,
string,
string, rather than the laser lines. and they discovered that they put a Clio setup on it rather than Ginetta. So of course,
which is a front-wheel drive car.
Clio being a front-wheel drive car, Ginetta being a rear-wheel drive car.
So the rear wheels on a Clio is basically just there to keep the bumper from trailing the ground.
And they have incredible amounts of
oversteer
and caster on the rear wheels to get the thing to turn the corners. I had that through the driven wheels.
Excellent.
No wonder I was struggling.
Yeah. We've all driven cars like that, Ben. We have all driven cars like that. The 710 is into the pits. That's the car that's currently in the second place in GTX. Anthony McIntosh has brought the Labour car in. The 904 is now got Jimmy De Bruyker at the wheel of that car. That car currently second and 8 laps behind the second place team sister car of Red Ant Racing. Ayrton Redon still at the wheel of the 903, currently leading, and is currently 4th overall, which is pretty good going for a 992 Cup car. So 5 hours and 23 minutes still to go. It's all about keeping the car going now. It's all about listening to those noises. Sven Herberger still at the wheel of the leading Phoenix Audi. 544 laps completed. 1 minute 46.4 was his last lap through. Charles Putman, the team owner of CP Racing, at the wheel of the Mercedes on 553 laps. 42 seconds as he clicks by, just coming underneath us there. So the gap between first and second overall, 42.5 seconds. And of course, Charles is, he's a very experienced driver. He's raced in the United States and pretty much all over. Bit of a stalwart team to the 24-8 series and the like. And it's great to see the American team still with us and still plodding on. I mentioned this team earlier in the week, and I called them the CP Racing Stealth Method. And they are still very much in contention. I've been joined by a guest who's not an unfamiliar voice or indeed name, and not unfamiliar to being in the commentary booth, but he's got a different job this weekend, and he's popped in to give us a bit of an update as to the machinations of what's gone on at Red Camel. Good morning, Paul Truswell. How are you?
Morning, Joe. Yeah, I'm a bit sad, really. Never mind.
Yeah, I would imagine, knowing your ethic toward endurance racing, parking the car that's still got an ounce of running in it is a little bit sort of to your chagrin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've told the whole story of what happened, but
I've told a shallow understanding. But this is why I asked you to come in to give us a full sort of brief on what happened with the Red Camel car, because you guys were in contention. You were leading the 992 class for quite a while during yesterday.
Well, we got points for half distance. There are points for half distance.
Yeah.
Right. So we got the championship points for half distance at 2 o'clock in the morning, thanks to a little bit of clever strategy
from the strategist. Who's he?
Well, it wasn't that hard. No, we managed to get the pit stop at the right time, and by having a slightly shorter pit stop than the Red Ants, we were able to get the class win at half distance, which was good. That was one of the things we wanted to achieve, because Red Camel is leading the championship in 992 class. So that was kind of one of the jobs that we wanted to do if possible, which we were very pleased about. But then at that pit stop where we came in to do a slightly shorter pit stop and get the lead of the class, the guys noticed that there was some oil and grease on the inside of the left rear wheel that we'd taken off the car, and that could only have come from the drive shaft. So we were then faced with having to do enough laps to keep the lead of the class.
So you went back out there with a suspect CV joint on the outer part of the drive shaft just to get those points.
Yeah,
that's clever.
Well, without being clever, it was a bit of a risk, but
no, but I mean, a lot of people would have just gone, oh, we've got a problem. It's a 24-hour race.
Yeah.
But you guys were thinking half distance was the first flag to reach.
So we did that, and then we brought him back in, do the drive shaft. I mean, professional teams can change a drive shaft in 20 minutes. What you've got to remember is that the Red Camel team is not a professional team. I mean, one of the things that I've learned so much about, what I've enjoyed being involved with Red Camel, is that they are a team unlike any other. They're a bunch of friends. Would it shock you? I am the highest paid person in the team.
That wouldn't shock me at all, Paul, because you're worth every penny. No, I mean,
they're all there for fun. And so it took a little longer to change the drive shaft. We got back out.
So can I just ask you, before you move on about and continue, so the team dynamic is that these guys aren't professional. Are they professional mechanics?
No.
So you've got plumbers and electricians and postmen and
air conditioning installers.
Air conditioning installers that come together on race weekends and become a race team. They do a great job, though, considering.
Don't they just?
And you know what? When I started racing, one of the big chunks of advice that I got from somebody who I knew, who I used to mechanic for, was never get a qualified mechanic to be your mechanic. And I was quite offended by that, because I was a qualified mechanic. And the reason being is qualified mechanics have this mindset of just getting it out, get it out, because it's fleet management and being a mechanic. Whereas in racing, you've got to be more meticulous. So your air conditioning engineers are probably better at it.
Well, yes, and because all they've ever done is the race scenario, they're also pretty quick at it. So if something needs doing under pressure, under a time deadline, they'll do it under pressure, under a time deadline. And your qualified mechanic may want to do the job properly, and that means not cutting any corners, and if there's something which it says you're supposed to check in the rule book, but it's going to be all, then you skip that step.
Exactly.
But yeah, so the team took a little bit longer to do the drive shaft change. That had nothing to do with me. I was just, in fact, I gave me an opportunity to get a bit of sleep whilst that was going on. We went back out again. By the time we got back out again, we were 26 laps down on the race-leading Red Ant car, and another couple of laps behind. That was the 903. The 904 is not that far behind. But we didn't really stand a chance of catching either of the two Red Ant cars. There was nobody behind us. So the next calculation to do was what was the minimum number of laps we would have to complete in order to be qualified as classified finishers. Even if you don't finish a Creventic race, if you complete 50% of the number of laps that the overall race leader does, then you still get your championship points. So we had to work out how many laps we would need to do that, add a few for safety, and then, quite frankly, there was no point in carrying on. So the team got together, had a meeting, and decided that we would withdraw the car.
So you've done enough to qualify for. So you did the maths and projected out. If you know, I would imagine that calculation was full green to the finish. What's the possible amount of laps your class? Yeah, that's quite an easy calculation.
The overall leader would do.
What influence did that lack of a rear exhaust on the left-hand side of the car have? Because I know that if you've got bits of exhaust missing, it can do all sorts of detrimental damage to the motor.
Yeah, well, it wasn't to the engine, but to the drive shaft, in fact, because the exhaust bits that were missing caused a lot of extra heat to get into the drive shaft. That's what then broke the seals on the drive shaft. So it was the heat from the exhaust that caused the drive shaft to go. You can trace the where am I trying to go? The exhaust damage. You can trace that back, possibly, to damage that was sustained in transit to the circuit. I don't know if you've told people about the problems that
what happened there?
Red Camel had on the way to the circuit. Well, it was a bit like Christmas, but the other way around. You opened up the box when we got the car to the circuit. I wasn't here yet, but when the advanced team opened up the truck to find the car, there was damage. and a lot of the damage was done around the left-hand side of the car, at the rear of the car, and we suspect that that might have been some damage to the exhaust that we didn't see at the time.
Had something fallen on it or something, or
who knows?
Oh, we don't know. So,
no.
So you open the box. There's no apparent reason, but you've got damage to a rear wing. I think you
damage
said.
to the whole of the rear wing. The whole of the left side had scrapes down it, so the car was obviously moved within the truck. So the left-hand side was damaged. We had really just damage to the rear, the wings, not the wings that go on the back of the car, but the side wings,
the
wheel arches. To the rear wing, to the rear bumper. And so that was kind of, you open the truck and you just want to get on with preparing the car for the race, and you end up actually having to repair it rather than prepare it.
And I would imagine sourcing parts.
Yes.
Do you keep a spare rear wing?
Well, no, we found, the team obviously based in Holland, there is a rear wing spare that one of the team brought over with him in his checked luggage.
What sort of bag has he got? Didn't put that in the overhead, did he?
It didn't fit into... One of the guys is a keen snowboarder, so we tried to get it into the snowboard bag. Didn't fit into the snowboard bag, but a bag was found, which was the appropriate amount.
Ski bag, probably.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So various bits were brought. We also then had a drama with the ABS, which stopped working at the beginning, or before we even fired the car up. Just routine checks revealed that the ABS didn't work. So there was an awful lot of work that the team put in before we even turned the wheel at the beginning of first qualifying.
So you've put it away now, and I suppose all eyes are on prepping the car for the next round at Barcelona, which you've got plenty of time to do. Was that a little bit of thinking as well of saving the car? Because I mean, it's pound notes, isn't it? When you drive a car around a track, you're throwing pound notes at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or euros at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, we think the car. I mean, things could only get worse with the car. So you say we've got a lot of time between now and Barcelona, but there's plumbing jobs that need doing in Holland. There's air conditioning units that need installing. People have got jobs to do.
Yeah.
A lot of the team are flying back tonight, which they're actually quite happy with because they can do a full day's work on Monday now.
Yeah. Brilliant. I've got you here, right? So you're my captive now, Paul. I want to ask you a question. We've got a new fuel regulation that has come into being here in Portimao for the first time. Now, the fuel regulation is that what the old regulation was that under Code 60, as the Code 60 came out, if you had already came into the pits and were being serviced at the garage with tyres and driver, etc., if you came in under green, you would then be able to get a full fuel allocation, even though it's gone Code 60 whilst you're on the pit apron. That's changed now. It's when you come into the fueling area, if you're at Code 60, you're only allowed 50% fuel. So it takes away that element of preempting a Code 60. What's your thoughts on that as a strategist?
In a way, it's fairer for everybody. There was a time, I mean, there still is the case where there's an incident on the circuit, you think, this could go Code 60, we need to prepare. Rule of thumb is that if we get a Code 60, you want to come into the pit lane, get some fuel, because you'll be, even though you can only get half a tank of fuel, you're still getting the fuel at a cheap rate. You're not having to watch while everybody else goes around pretty fast while you're getting your fuel put in. All the rest are going around pretty slow while you're getting your fuel put in. So the rule of thumb is, if we get a Code 60, we come in to refuel. If we can get a full tank whilst we're refueling, even better. So quite a lot of people look quite closely at every incident and say, is this going to turn into a Code 60? Now, it can still happen, of course, that you commit yourself to the pit lane, you're halfway up the pit lane, and then it goes Code 60, and by the time you get to the pump and start the process of refueling, you only get your 50%. The reason for the rule change, I absolutely understand, is Creventic will install what they can police. And what Creventic now has is what Ola Dorleman proudly refers to as the most sophisticated refueling pumps in the world, on the planet. But seriously, the pumps themselves, you register yourself with the tag that says that belongs to this car. So as you go up to the pump,
a bit like how you would like contactless credit card.
yeah, a bit like that. It's more like the tag that people use, that shopkeepers use on the till, but it's a little tag that you put in there that registers who you are. The system at that point says, okay, that car, according to the regulations here, is allowed 110 litres of fuel. Right, we are green, okay, so you can have 110 litres of fuel. The refuelling attendant can squeeze the pistol as much as he likes, but he will only ever get 110 litres of fuel out. Same thing happens if it's a code 60 period. At the moment when you register your tag, it'll say, this car is only allowed 100 litres, but because we're code 60, it's only allowed 50. Therefore, the refuelling attendant can only get 50 litres in. And again, the analogy is when you do your prepayment for your fuel at the supermarket, and it only gives you 100 quid worth of fuel. These days, all of a sudden, that's not enough to fill the tank. And it's the same principle. You can squeeze the trigger as much as you like, but you can't get more than the allocated amount.
I think Ola's got a point there. That is very, very clever. So those pumps, those fueling rigs, are connected to the timing system. And that, you know,
they know whether
the
we're in code 60
tag,
or not.
Yeah, that is really clever. A little point you mentioned there, when you're at the pump and it's only going to give you £99 worth of fuel, it goes really slowly in the last couple of quid. Do they do the same? Because that must be very frustrating when you're trying to fuel as quickly as possible. And then as you get towards the end of the allocation, it slows down and trickles in.
And another way that Creventic apply BOP, for example, for the Pro 992 teams, which was 3 out of the 4 this weekend, they only get 80% of the refueling rate. So the rate the fuel actually goes in is only 80% of what it would be for a 992 AM car. And again, that's controlled by the system, knowing which car it is that you've registered.
That's very clever. What do you prefer then? You've worked as a team strategist under the old fueling reg, where you could, if you were clever, and it all came down to track position, didn't it? Because if you preempted a code, if you saw a car pulling up on the track side, you preempted that code 60, and you could gain a little. That's taken that away now, hasn't it?
Yes, but not completely, because as I say, you can still get caught being in the pit lane, so you've gone past the pit lane entry, but until you've registered for the fueling point, then again it can turn code 60 at that point.
Here at Portimao, the fueling is after the pits.
Yes.
So you come to the pits first, and then you go to refueling. There are other tracks where it's refueling first.
There are.
Mugello comes to mind. So that tracks like that, where it's fueling first, then the pit garage, that's where you can perhaps reinvent and go back to the old regulation and try and gain a little bit.
I mean, they won't go back to the old regulation because these new pumps...
No, I just mean circumnavigate the current reg.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that, I mean, all the teams, even a very amateur team like Red Camel, I hope they won't mind me calling them an amateur team, but as I say, they've got a lot of amateur people involved. But you have to stay on the ball. You have to know what is going on the circuit. As I say, if there's a yellow flag, the team has to know what they're going to do. If we get a code 60, the team has to know what we're going to do. Are we going to come in and fuel only? Are we going to come in and maybe change just 2 tyres? Are we going to do a driver change? And the driver, therefore, has to be reasonably ready to get into the car. Now, this weekend it's been so hot that it's pretty unreasonable to say to your driver, actually, can you put your overalls on, have them all zipped up, have your hands device on, ready to get into the car, because any time in the next 45 minutes I may require you to get in the car. Well, that's not a reasonable thing, but you do have to be ready for a period of about 45 minutes, just in case there's a code 60.
So what have you found then? The drivers are there, they've got their overalls around their waist, they're trying to stay cool.
And then as soon as there's a yellow flag, they'll start to zip it up. And then we watch the car who's spun or something get going again, and he'll stand down.
Right.
But it's not just the driver, it's the team. If we're going to be changing tyres, it's the refueling guy. He's got to be down at the refueling area. So everybody has to be prepared all the time.
So, Paul, you've been doing this strategizing. I remember you and I having a great time at the Spa 25 Hours Fun Cup about 3 years ago, working for the race team. You're also a commentator, a part of our team. I'm going to put you on the spot here. What's your preference then?
I'm not going to answer the question.
Because I too could be asked that question.
Indeed. I mean, the thing is, doing one job actually helps you do the other job.
Yeah.
And that works both ways around. Whether you're commentating or whether you're working in the garage, doesn't matter whether you're a strategist or whether you're the guy running the team or whether you're even one of the mechanics. But, you know, understanding what goes on, understanding how the team works and what are the decisions that you're going through, that helps enormously if you're commentating, if you've done it. Similarly, if you've commentated and then you're looking at a team strategy, you'll know actually it's not just my strategy I have to be aware of. I have to be aware of a few other cars as well. So the skills that you build up doing one job stand you in very good stead for the skills that you need in the other job. So I'm having a ball at the moment because I'm doing a bit of both. I did the Hockenheim race for the commentary team for Radio Le Mans.com, Radio Show Limited, and then I was at Le Mans a few weeks ago doing the commentary. I'm back here this weekend doing work with a team. And it's great because, as I say, I think working on both helps me do both.
You're living the dream. Trust us, is living the dream. Yeah, absolutely. What are you guys doing now? Are you going back to the hotel? What are you?
Waiting.
Just to give the viewers and listeners a bit of an insight.
We haven't got a hotel.
What do you mean you haven't got a hotel?
We didn't book a hotel for Saturday night.
Oh, see,
of course
that's why they were asleep in the garage. They'd saved the money on a hotel room so you guys can check in at 2 p.m. this afternoon then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So we retired the car at about 3:30 this morning. We looked at our watches, we packed up the garage. We then realised it was 4:30 and that breakfast didn't start to be served until 8. So we waited.
Then you fought for the airbeds in the garages.
Yes.
Paul, we really appreciate you popping in and giving us that insight as to not just about the Red Camels though, but about how teams go about their business. I'm going to let you go, mate, and I really appreciate that. Feel free to pop into if you can't check into your hotel. There's always room at the inn here.
Yes.
For a little bit of insight from Trusses and a little bit of thought.
It's a bit noisy up here, though.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about you sleeping, mate. I was thinking about you. Because Hindhoff will be back, and I'm sure he'll love to see you and have a bit of a chat and stuff. Paul Truswell there from Red Camel Jordans. He's here this weekend as the team strategist. I'm just going to shake his hand. Bad luck, mate. I'm sure you're going to be there to fight another day. We're just coming up to about a minute and a half away from the top of another hour, Ben, and we've now got 5 hours of this race remaining. No major changes in the order. We've had a few pit stops with the main contenders. We've still got the number 18 Phoenix leading the race from the CP Racing Mercedes. 992 class still being led by the 903, who's just been literally coming out of the pits as I speak. Yannick Redant at the wheel now of the Redant Racing 903. Jimmy De Bruyker at the wheel of the 904 in second. That is still at 6 laps gap there, so no changes there, and not likely to see any changes if those cars continue to circulate in the manner they are.
I think the main concern for me is I was hoping to see both Herbert and the BBR 158 back on circuit by the time Trussell had finished, because really they were recovered off the circuit but should have been okay to go back out, but they're both still in the pits. It's now an hour and 11 and an hour and 19 for the two cars, and we really said that we thought there was just the 2 retirements from the race so far, the Red Camels and the ID Racing, but maybe we're going to have to add either Herbert or BBR to that list. We will get pit reports next hour, in an hour's time, and we'll catch up if we can with those cars. But to say, Red Camel definitely out, ID Racing definitely out. Truss is going to tell me something. Oh, so Trusses is also telling us that the BBR car was recovered into the pits, but went straight to the back of the garage, and that is a little concern. The 159 is still running. That's the leader of the championship in TCR, but with 10 Thai drivers coming across for our Creventic rounds, they bring a good following. I'm sure many of the watchers on our YouTube stream are from Asia, either to follow the Hong Kong team running with AC Motorsport, or indeed our Malaysian friends in Vipanisa, both who haven't raced for 2 years because of the pandemic. And of course, many more Thai drivers having the opportunity to be brought over to come and race in Creventic, thanks to BBR and Hotel Lambaris, which is strewn across the car, which is a hotel in Thailand. I did actually Google it when I was in Hungary. Hungary? Didn't go to Hungary. We went to Hockenheim.
You went to Hockenheim. Same letter, same capital letter at the front. There's the leader in the penalty box. So Sven Herberger bringing the car into the pits, and we see the penalty box is a pit in. And that looked like a pretty quick one, that. Maybe 10 or 20 seconds. I haven't got the penalty screen actually, Ben. So now
we don't have that.
Now the car makes its way to its pit box. Sven Herberger due to get out of the car. I'm not sure who that is about to get in. Is that Michael Doppelmayr?
No, maybe actually. Remember, they've lost Elia Earhart. Oh, did we cover
what's the
that?
story there?
We didn't cover that, did we?
No.
No, so just as we went off air last night, I noticed there was a message saying that Elia Earhart had injured his wrist and had...
Doing what? Do we know?
I didn't ask.
What I meant is from the driving.
Not sure. Not sure. It was a tweet from the 24H Series championship, and they were wishing him well, but he had left the circuit. So that has left the team slightly short-handed, which actually means that they are going to have to rely more on Michael Doppelmayr than perhaps they would have usually done so. It does mean that Doppelmayr, it just leaves Doppelmayr, Herberger and Kaffer as the drivers in that team. Now, we've seen Sven Herberger put a decent chunk of time over Charles Putman at the lead of the race. The gap of 1 minute 18 seconds. They're both in the pits now at the same time. But with Doppelmayr getting aboard that Audi, if they do swap the drive around in CP Racing, which I don't think they did, it looks like they even double stinted those tyres in the background, because the Audi is still in the pit box and is going to lose a position in the pits here, Joe. Oh, not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite. It's nose to tail. So they've got the Phoenix Audi just ahead of Charles Putman in the Mercedes, but
slow motion battle into the fueling area. The leaders, nose to tail. Who will make it first to the pump? It's the Phoenix Audi just getting to the pump ahead of the CP Mercedes, or is it? There they are, nose to tail, Ben.
It's an interesting one though, because Michael Doppelmayr has got himself brand new boots. The Mercedes has not got new boots. And therefore, Mercedes is going to be slightly compromised in terms of grip, but whilst we're in the cooler conditions, double stinting is maybe possible. But surely CP Racing would be expecting Charles Putman to be the faster of the two drivers.
Well, remember that that might not be Charles Putman in that car now.
No, they didn't change tyres whilst you were watching your phone.
Ah, right. I was doing research.
So
they just came in for fuel.
Oh no, hang on, they stopped. They stopped to the pit box.
Yeah,
they must have done.
Because what happens? On timing screens.
I wasn't watching.
Have the driver that's brought the car in. It's not until they leave the fueling and then go back out onto track that we see who the next drivers are. So we know Sven Herberger got out because we saw that.
Yeah, and we know that it's Michael Doppelmayr because it can't be Elia Earhart.
Yeah, it can't be, and it certainly wasn't Pierre Kaffer.
No.
So Michael Doppelmayr, who's the AM driver in that number 18. Who's Michael Doppelmayr going to be pitted against at the front of this field? It's the overall lead we're talking about, and there is Jochen Krumbach in the third place, Volkswagen team Monschau Racing Ferrari, who is 2 laps down off this lead battle, and Jochen he's on his out lap, showing in third place there. He will be wanting to gain ground and maybe get that deficit down to 1 lap over the next course of this stint. And then it's just simply picking away at that lead. The 2 leaders still in the fueling, so just waiting for that to change. So CP Racing handing the car over, we presume Charles Putman handing the car over to one of his teammates. It's not going to be Joe Foster. It could well be Charles Espinlaub in the rotation. I know it's not Joe Foster, because when we arrived here an hour ago, Joe Foster was heading back to the hotel, having just got out of the car pretty much, and he was off for a shower and a freshen up, and probably a little nap as well. So it's going to be Shane or Charles Putman. We'll wait and see how that timing screen updates. Update on TCR, we've still got the 159 leading 523 laps. That car very solid, with a 24 lap gap now to the second place TCR car, which still is the AC Motorsport Audi. That car's now got Sean Thong at the wheel of that. That's number 188. It's currently 13th overall.
Dong, da, dong, dong, dong.
Thong, da, thong, thong, thong.
That's a song. It's young, probably too young for you.
No, I did. It is Michael Doppelmayr. Good spot, Ben. He's on his
I mean, it
outback
wasn't.
now.
It was a process of elimination.
I know, mate. Still well done, though.
No, but less well done for not seeing the change of tyres on the Mercedes. Also, Mercedes quite a bit longer in the fuel bay. So Charles Espinlaub is aboard that car, but they did spend longer fueling than the Audi. So let's assume then that the Mercedes did change tyres and I just didn't see it.
Right. No disrespect to Michael Doppelmayr, but he has not got the pace of a Charles Espinlaub. So we are going to see the overall lead change in this next 50-odd minutes or so.
Woo-hoo.
And we'll monitor the gap as the cars begin to circulate. Just going through turn 5 there is the CP Racing car, chasing down Michael Doppelmayr. As Charles, fully aware of the situation, no doubt. And considering, Ben, that we are 19 hours in and we've still got this literally nose-to-tail battle for overall honours, it really does just bring home and reiterate, you know, and slam home the thought of it's never over until it's over. We've still got a lot of racing left, and we're going to see quite a bit of racing here. Espinlaub just getting those tyres up to optimum, and the car sliding around a bit there. That's cold tyres there. The car, bit of a tussle going on there behind the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes, and that's purely to do with the tyres just coming up to pressure, coming up to temperature. That rubber doesn't really work until it's where it needs to be. There's Doppelmayr across the line now. 569 laps completed. We'll monitor the gap to Espinlaub. It's 9.3 seconds. And
yeah, so it was 1:19 when they came into the pits. The Audi lost a minute in the pits, and they both serviced the car in the same way.
Well, it was nose to tail into the fueling area, wasn't it?
But they came in with because Sven Herberger had got a minute over Charles Putman. So in the pits, they lost a minute, Phoenix Racing, for no apparent reason other than presumably just getting Doppelmayr in comfortable and ready to go. So a little bit slow in the pits. That hasn't helped Doppelmayr one bit in staying ahead of Espinlaub. Awesome pictures from our drone. If you are able to jump onto the YouTube stream, then do so, because we've got some great imagery this morning from our drone pilots and all the cameramen back out on circuit. We had last night, obviously, due to the incredibly long day, we did start to have a few cameramen take their breaks, and so we were lacking a little bit of coverage around the circuit, but we're back up to full speed now. Yeah,
we should have drone cam all the way pretty much to the finish now, I would have thought.
I think we had drone cam late into the night as well.
It just adds a different perspective, doesn't it? I mean, the camera gets to places where, you know, you can't really put a cameraman in. It just gives you a different angle on looking at the action, and
That was an and comma.
Bradley sneezes. Yeah, just you know the way that the drone captures the angles.
There's a
through the corners
science to
is just
this.
phenomenal.
There's a science to this, Bradders.
Down to 2.6.
We, when sitting in a grandstand or around a circuit or any given point, what the camera shows you is what you see with your human eye. If a camera shows you something that you cannot see with a human eye, or get into that position, that's when it's cool. So, you know, an onboard...
It's giving you a bird's eye.
It's giving you a bird's eye from a drone, or if you've got a tiny little camera that you can stick somewhere, that gives you a unique perspective. That's when cameras are at their best. Oh, it's side by side for the lead already through turn 5.
Doppelmayr got held up there, didn't he?
Oh, Espen Laub into the lead of the race. On track, genuine fight for the lead of the race, and now the mission for Espen Laub is to get as big a gap as possible, like Sven Herberger did for Phoenix on the last stint. Sven Herberger must have been so frustrated to see all of that work. 1 minute and 18 seconds he put over Putman in the last stint. All done in the pits. Oh, we got code 60.
I was just about to say, Michael Doppelmayr knows his limits, and Michael Doppelmayr knows he's a very clever man. He's not a stupid driver, and he will know that it's utterly pointless trying to hang on to that Phoenix Racing, that CP Racing Mercedes. He's gonna continue doing his job, and then bring the car in when his job is done. He's not going to chase down that CP Racing and risk going off.
Doppelmayr didn't lose 1.5 minutes in 2 laps, though. That's my point. My point is that Doppelmayr could have had more of a comfort zone thanks to what Herberger had done in the previous stint. But it was all lost in the pits. It wasn't lost on circuit. He only had a couple of seconds advantage. So they've really kind of handed one end of the stick and the other end of the stick to CP Racing right now. Turn 12 is where we've got a yellow flag, and gosh, no, we're on board with a different car. I wonder how many people are going to come into the pits on this.
Yeah, because as we've just described, we've just had the leaders into the pits for driver changes, and they've got what, like 1 lap, 2 laps they've used 2 laps of fuel. So I think that's going to be a waste of time, because they fueled under green, so they'll have gotten a full fuel allocation. Espen Laub continues by.
I think we might see the leader in TCR 159 BBR come into the pits. That would be a good assumption. They've been out there for an hour. 904. I would say 904 will come into the pits because they've been out 45 minutes. They won't, because they're Red Ant, and they could do another half a stint, so they'll ignore this one as they have done previously.
Jose Garcia has brought the Lion Speed car collection Audi in, GT4 second place car.
Right, we're hunting for the reason. Give me a reason. We're hunting at turn 12 for the yellow flag. I don't see even the yellow flag over there, let alone anyone stationary.
There's the number 106 in the penalty box. That's a car that's a little bit down the order, isn't it?
Yeah, sets on miles, yeah.
5th in TCR.
So their 10-second penalty becomes 20 seconds under code 60. So they have to sit in the penalty box for 20 seconds before then getting a service. We're not going to see we've got about half the field in the pits right now. We're not going to see everybody come in because quite a few did just do their stops. Why have we got a code 60 though? That's what I want to know. Vortex potentially was out on circuit in the final. Oh, no, can't be. Is it just that? There's a little bit of bodywork in the gravel trap. Can't be that. That's obviously all that the TV cameras can find right now as to why we have a yellow flag in the gravel trap with 4 hours and 45 minutes remaining. No. Well done, drone, for picking it up.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's basically on the floor.
He's just hovering in the gravel trap.
What is it, Bradders? What is it, Bradders?
It's a piece of bodywork.
It does show how steep the hill is there, though, on the exit of turn 12.
Yeah, doesn't it?
When we were down there. Where's the rest of the car, though, drone?
If that piece of debris was on the track, I would appreciate. Yeah, we're gonna stop and stall the race until we can get it back. We can get that debris cleared, I should say.
Great stuff from the drone now, showing how steep this circuit is. You can never really tell from a TV camera just how steep all the ups and downs are. And with the flying so close to the ground, suddenly you get the perception of the hills, thanks to 0221, our production partner for all of this. There's another bit of car.
Where are all these bits off?
There's another bit of car in the background as well.
This could have been something. It is that piece of debris in the gravel trap.
Oh, look at this.
Something on track.
Sensible Marshall. Sensible Marshall's looking at the end of the curb there. I thought he was going to go round the gravel, so he didn't have to run through the gravel. He's. I mean, they were miles away from anything there. That is actually turn 12, isn't it?
That might be just a bit of... we've got a... No, that's a frozen picture. Yeah. We've fouled at that a few times, haven't we?
0122, stop trying to trick us.
That might have just been a little bit of maintenance going on. We saw the marshal coming out and brushing the gravel away from the curb whilst we're under code 60. It may be that...
Are we literally under code 60 because race control have come out of breakfast and gone, we need a little bit of a tidy up, boys? Maybe that's the case.
Might be. There isn't anything massively apparent on the track.
No.
We've got bits of detritus and debris and bits of rubber pickup that have been collected by the marshals, and I'm not sure whether this is cause or effect.
Yellow flag is in also, by the way, at turn 12, where we were with our drone earlier.
Right, so there was a yellow flag for that debris in the gravel trap.
Can't have been. Look at the handful of rubber this marshal's got.
That's incredible. Yeah, he's showing the Auto 2 drone.
Oh, what a shame that the drone just broke up at that moment. It was huge. Double the size of his fist in bits of rubber.
It's like the size of a football, isn't it?
He's going to take that home with him, and that can go on the mantelpiece. His wife will be frightfully pleased. For years, I had a piece of Formula One rubber in my bedroom. Clean it multiple occasions, tried to throw it in the bin.
At the end of the 1982 British Grand Prix, I went to the Goodyear tyre truck and asked them for a tyre, and there was one with massive blisters, and the tyre guy says, "That's Rosberg's." Now he started on pole, or he was on the pole. His engine wouldn't fire, so when they finally got it away, he had to join at the back of the field, and from being on pole position, he's now at the back. Keke Rosberg got really fired up. It was the Williams FW8. And in so driving through the field with the red mist down, he completely and utterly destroyed his left front, which was blistered.
Wow.
Big chunks of rubber missing from it. And I have that tyre.
Cool.
I still have that tyre.
It's great.
I haven't got any certification.
No.
Just the story behind it.
But it's great that you've got a tyre that shows a story.
From 1982.
Because so many of the tyres are just black and round, and
that's the year my partner was born.
That's another story.
happy birthday for the other day, Samantha.
You can't keep wishing her a happy birthday weeks after the event.
It was only the other day. It was only Friday. It's only Sunday, mate.
Yeah, you haven't seen it
And
since.
I didn't wish her a happy birthday.
She won't be listening.
Of course she would.
No chance.
She was out at the Cubics Festival last night. She'll be well in bed.
No chance.
Or still out, probably. Still at the festival.
Don't think the wife is watching this morning, but good morning, wife and child, if you are. Almost certainly not. Never listen, never support me.
I'm sorry, people. We still haven't fathomed out exactly why there is a code 60. We're just making assumptions. I'm going to send somebody official a message.
Whilst we do so, I want to read you a poem. Because the BBR team is still a bit of a mystery to all of us. BBR stands for Billionaire Boys Racing. 10 Thai drivers racing here in Creventic as we go back to green flag racing. So we're back to clean track. And on side of the car is Hotel Labaris, not Lambaris. Hotel Labaris is in Koh Yai, which is an island off Thailand. And when you go onto the Hotel Labaris website, by the way, this is a hotel like you've never ever seen in your life. It says, "Greetings from the mighty of all the wanderers, who owns himself a place of never-ending journey. a land full of adventurous and wonder. Here for you, my mysterious coffer. No harm shall cause of opening it. Let's witness the magic together. Laid inside, what I have left for fearless visitors, the invitation to taste the secret saviour. As this early bright touch, the land of unfathomable.
Don't. Not finished, haven't I?
Of all things, there's the map of the misty land laid to the part you should visit and the part you might want to stay away. Be careful, for all that you see could be alluring. Neverland, fantasy, imagery. Are you awake or are you just dreaming?
Is that leaflet what you get handed at the gates of heaven?
That's the welcome you get on their website.
Is that the welcome, is it?
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, the hotel looks absolutely insane. So if you do find yourself in Koh Yai, and you are a fan of...
Is that in Thailand, I think?
It is, yeah. And you find yourself looking for a hotel, maybe if you say you know the Creventic series, the King Minotaur, who apparently owns the hotel, obviously don't ask for King Minotaur because it's not his name. He might, come in. Don't know how much it is per room.
Well, especially it would prove that their marketing within the 24H series is working on the doors and the bodywork of the BBR cars. There's our new leader then, Charles Espenlaub, and he's coming up to put another lap on the Jochen Krumbach Ferrari. Currently on a lap down, the Ferrari's going to go back to being 2 laps down, and Espenlaub struggling to get by Krumbach in the Ferrari, knowing full well that the leader is behind him and not wanting to add to that deficit on the leader. Espenlaub beginning to get a little bit frustrated there, kicking up a bit of dust there, using all of the track and more on the outside there, getting towards the final stages of the lap, into the final turn. Across the brow, drops away very, very steeply, very fast entry onto the pit straight, and then you go up the hill onto the start-finish plateau towards turn 1, which then drops down very steeply in the braking area for turn 1. It's a fast right-hand king, followed by another very fast king into turn 3, which is a right-hand hairpin, very, very, one of the slowest corners on the track, and then immediately you fire up the hill, blind brow through turn 4 onto the back straight towards another equally slow hairpin at turn 5, down the hill, plunges downhill. All of our braking areas steeply downhill, which just adds to the effort that's needed to slow the car down. There's Espenlaub still behind the Rockenspiegel team Monschau Ferrari, about to put that car 2 laps down. Jochen Krumbach doing a great job though, Ben. He's not wanting to relinquish that another lap for them to rebuild on.
Good morning, all of you joining us across Twitter, hashtag 24H Portimao, at Ben Consti and at Bradders 03.
Bradders at Bradders 3078, at Bradders 3078.
3078. And of course, we are monitoring the chat. Hello to, what did I say, Angus Kennard, that made you say really, Ben, wow, and laugh? I don't remember being that funny, but and it wasn't the poem.
I found the Clio setup on a Ginetta very funny, but I'm a bit of a geek.
Do you remember Tom Ferrier when you did that to me? Actually, it probably wasn't Tom. It was more like Piers Maserati or Danny Buxton.
It's easy, John.
Hello to Gabrielle Gerard. Talking French on our stream. Erwin also says hello to Gabrielle Girard. Now, I reckon Gabrielle has got a relation in that car, because there is Marc Girard in the Sets on Miles team. We haven't spoken to many of those French drivers yet, so mission in the last 4 hours. There's a lot of interviews to do in the last 4 hours to cover off the field.
Yeah.
Bradders.
We're in car with Dominic Ang in the 165 Viper Nisa Racing Cupra. Through turn 4, uphill, over the brow. Car uses all of the road and more, and then we're on a back straight. This is running parallel with the start-finish straight. Paddock to the right-hand side of the driver, then downhill sweep. Really does sweep downhill very, very steeply. hairpin left, and then immediately you're climbing again up towards turn 6, over the brow, sweeping left now, getting ready to brake through the entry into the next section of corners. Clip the apex there. Now this is a corner where you have to slow the car down. It's virtually a hairpin, and then when you come off here, where does the world go? Oh, we're on a roller coaster down the hill. It really is steep. You need steps to get back up there. And then once you've hit the bottom, you go through a left-hand sweep, and it's climbing again. Getting towards the final stages again, Ben. And then downhill again. And then once we hit the bottom of the hill, we immediately climb up. This is the left-hander. That goes into a tight left hairpin, which follows a relatively short straight towards a 180-degree open hairpin. It's kind of a sweeping hairpin that leads towards the final corner, and you want to maximise your speed out, because the final corner is basically a right-hand king over a brow. Here we go, turning left now, over the brow, and you really get a feeling of descending down the hill onto the start-finish straight, up the little rise onto the start-finish plateau, and that completes another lap for the 116 Golf GTI TCR, Dominic Ang.
Good morning to Led Brondi from Lithuania, to GTS from Germany. We had Favre from Richmond, USA, who says, I've never heard of Portimao. Well, you've not been following Formula One then, because even they came here for a couple of years. Yes, the track is ridiculous. I mean, I have to say, if it had a few more bumps and it was a bit less arid, you could put this in America and it would be very, it has that same feel to it. It's only in a European vein because it's so well coiffured, if you like. If this was just laid out in the hills around the area, the track would look exactly the same as this. It just wouldn't be quite as smart. But it is very much, as you can see from our drone shots, if you are following our video coverage, it is a complex that they built.
It matches the topography of the surrounding area, though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And as we were discussing last night, it was a local architect who built the circuit. So very much keeping in vein with the local area.
He's used the natural contours of the hillsides.
Yes and no, because as you know, wandering around here, there is certain parts of the track that have certainly been built up. For instance, the rise and fall into turn 5, which is the back of our paddock, definitely would have been different. I think that probably would not have gone up and down.
You think so?
If they, because there's a massive, great retaining wall to hold that area up.
Yeah.
I think it would have come down to paddock level, stayed at paddock level, and then gone to a hairpin. But yeah, we've had DTM here in Portimao, MotoGP, World Superbikes, A1 GP, not Asian Le Mans, of course not. European Le Mans Series run here in October as well. They ran a 24-hour historic race a few years ago. They'll be running a 24-hour C1 race in a couple of weeks.
They have a very good historic festival around October time. I'm not sure when the date for that is today. And of course, they've had the Portuguese Grand Prix here, haven't they?
Yes, exactly. Formula One for the last couple of years, which is basically what they intended when they built it back in 2008. And then after a couple of years, the private investors ran out of money and it got taken over by the local government.
I think it was Hindhoff who said that it was built as Formula One Grade A, Grade 1, FIA Grade 1 circuit as a test facility.
With the hope of bringing Formula
One.
One.
Test facility with the hope of, being winter testing here because of the climate. However, in came the test ban with just the 2 weeks of pre-season testing at Barcelona being brought in.
Yeah, I think there was definitely an ambition at the start just a mosquito
Bradley
being murdered.
Mosquito nil.
I think there was a lot of ambition to get Formula One here in the early days. And the very first event that ran here was World Superbikes, their final round. Broke ground in February, World Superbikes raced here in November. That's quite impressive.
It really is impressive.
Yeah.
However, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a grandstand opposite the pits.
No, it's quite a facility, isn't it, that grandstand?
It really is.
I wonder how often it's filled.
Well, for the big races you've just mentioned, MotoGP, Portuguese Grand Prix, there wasn't a seat in the house. Everybody came from afar because they've really been looking back. Rob reminds us that LMS 1000 Ks back in the day went from day to night, started really late and went to midnight, didn't it?
And didn't WEC race here last year? I have a feeling that we had...
WEC? We didn't have a WEC race here.
No?
I'm pretty sure we didn't.
Okay.
European Le Mans series.
I feel like there was an 8-hour here. I feel like we might have had like a weird reserve. Other people saying hello, including Boeing 737, which is not, I'm sure it's not a plane that is able to watch YouTube. He's in Antarctica watching this.
Oh, fabulous.
What else to do?
Yeah, just sort of trying to feel the heat from the Algarve up there. Complete contrast in climates.
I do love the fact that you guys can watch from around the world. Really, really cool. Got people from Sweden, obviously fans from Thailand trying to follow the Thai teams. I'm surprised we haven't got the Bakarud Army, the Bakarud Blues, following Andreas Bakarud. He's got a huge following. He is in the 499 car right now on another mission.
Totally different driving discipline for Andreas this weekend. That GT4 Audi R8 is a different beast to his normal rallycross day job.
Oh,
what are you giggling at?
Somebody's just quoted one of your sentences from the lap of the Nisa. This is the corner where you have to slow the car down.
Yeah.
That came out of your mouth.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
Well, you have to. If
Brilliant.
you kept the car going at the same speed, you wouldn't make the corner.
Thank you, Flagstand. I'm going to be quoting that for a long time. See, actually, when he's talking, I'm not even really listening, but now.
What do you mean?
Oh, dear. What else do we have?
You don't necessarily, just because it's a corner, doesn't mean you have to slow the car down.
You are right. There is an argument to say that there are other corners on this circuit where you will be increasing your speed.
Well, the final turn's an acceleration zone, so you don't want to slow the car down. Just because it's a corner doesn't mean you have to slow the car down.
Yeah, Flagstand.
Yeah. Move this way for more driver coaching tips and ideas.
Thank you. WEC ran here last June. I was. My ridiculous, not very paying attention mind was right.
Yeah, I'm just finding out that the LMS race that ran here in the early days of Portimao, there was a very, very small crowd, but there was a power issue, which meant they couldn't, or indeed wouldn't, run the air con in the press room.
Oh yes, I remember the early days. Yeah.
Goodness.
Same thing with WTCC. When I think they, being French, obviously, they complained about that, and so we had to be in a tent because they thought that was better. So we had a tent in the paddock area because the press room wasn't ready because it didn't have air conditioning. So I know, we'll just put a tent in the paddock. That'll be better for all the journalists.
Oh my goodness. With aircon?
No, well,
right.
Probably like a fan.
With the sides open,
Yeah,
so the wind blew through.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
warm wind.
Yeah.
The hot wind. The very hot, stifling wind for our viewer in the Antarctic.
Any Dutch teams still in the race? I'm sure there's some Dutch drivers out there.
I'll just have a scan.
There's not many Dutch teams generally, though.
Well, the Red Camel team, we know is.
That's it.
And I think that's it, yeah. Got a Belgian team who's running at the front of the 992 class, Red Ant Racing, currently 1-2.
That is like saying, any South Korean teams in the championship? No, but there's some North Koreans. Good friends, aren't they? No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I just have compared Holland and Belgium with South and North Korea. Not quite the same.
Not quite the same. England and Scotland on a match day.
Yeah, England and Scotland.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, Nick Sudik says a tent for the press area. Oh my lord! When I did the Silkway Rally for a few years, we had our press tent was our press area was a tent, and on one particular venue, we were just positioned off a runway, had a huge thunderstorm, and the press tent filled up with about a foot of water. So not only we had all the power cables running along the floor to all the individual pop-out tables.
Yeah.
All the camera equipment, all your computers, everything covered and protected by the rain from our tent. But you couldn't go anywhere unless you took your socks and shoes off and waded through the water. We had to wait about half an hour to move before some of the water disappeared. Oh no, there's plenty of stories where that came from.
It is different now. It's a very modern and well catered for facility. We have air conditioning. If only you get air conditioning in the pit lane, I'm out there soon, and I can just see that again. Clear blue skies.
Are you going straight out now once John arrives?
No, I'm Di's in the pits.
Because Di's got two very important missions. She's going to have to find out what's going on with Herbert and whether they've retired, because they still haven't come out after an hour and 50 minutes. Same applies to 158 BBR. I know there's some Thai fans that are desperate to know what's going on. We think they've got engine issues, but Trustwell reckons when he came and visited us a few moments ago that they are out with that new competition. It's been 2 hours in the pit, so that could mean we have 4 retirements. One car that has come out after another 5-hour visit is the Team ACP BMW M4 back out on circuit for 421. Wim Spanoy, who seems to be hogging all the driving in that car, they've now done 230 laps, so actually they must have done quite a lot in the night.
Yeah, they lost a lot of. I mean, they'd done 6 laps at the start of this race. They were in after 6 laps, and they remained there for literally hours, wasn't it? It was literally hours where they got to the bottom, and they very early on in that fix job, let's call it. It was described to me as all of the sensors were showing a problem. That's usually a sensor issue. They've changed all the sensors. They were still showing all of the sensors showing a problem. So then you have to delve deeper, and it was really a tricky situation to get that car running. But again, they've just shown that they've come here. They only done 6 laps, so yeah, might as well spend the time trying to find a problem and fix the problem, and then get back out there and enjoy this beautiful circuit.
Next thing to watch out for on circuit, Jochen Krumbach, WTM Racing Ferrari, 38 seconds behind Phoenix Racing. Michael Doppelmayr is only halfway through his stint. I think Phoenix might drop down to 3rd here. And that's probably the lowest that car has been since the start of the race. That is remarkable how in the night the strategy is really neutralised the field actually and brought those top 3 together. They are a country mile ahead of the rest of the field. They have got something like 25 laps on the 2 Red Ant 992s. Different class, of course. The top 3 are tight now.
And all credit to Jochen Krumbach, who fought off the advance of Charles Espinlaub to put the Ferrari a further lap down. That would have been 2 laps down to the leading SP Racing Mercedes. He staved off that challenge to do that from Espinlaub, and he's remained at the 1 lap mark. And now we've got Krumbach about to come through, virtually on the tail of the Doppelmayr Audi. Did you say, Ben?
Yeah, so 1 minute and 10 seconds between Espinlaub and Doppelmayr now at the head of the field. So a minute gap established by Espinlaub in this stint, in half an hour of this stint as well. They've still got another half an hour of the stint to go unless we get a code 60. And then 32 seconds between Doppelmayr and Krumbach for second. So the code 60, we had minutes between and laps between those 3 cars, but as it's all played out during the night and going into various code 60s, which has basically put them on the same strategy, we should say that Krumbach pitted. They pitted just before the code 60, but they did also pit in the code 60. So they are in a better position fuel-wise than the 2 cars ahead of them.
And they're pretty much equal on time, 32 minutes, 31 minutes for the Krumbach Ferrari. The other thing is just give people an idea of how Doppelmayr is dropping back towards the Ferrari. Espinlaub's last time through, 146 dead. Doppelmayr's time, 152.1. Krumbach's time, 146.2. That's why Krumbach is eating into that Doppelmayr gap.
Yeah. And how much, what we really need now, we need to do some maths, because how much time do they need Doppelmayr to do in the car? He only needs to do 2 hours, but losing Elia Earhart as the 4th driver in that car is going to mean that at some point they're going to have to use Doppelmayr again, because Kaffer and Herberger will run out of drive time, or is there not actually that rule?
You can only do a maximum of 2 hours, and then you've got to have a 2-hour rest. So he needs to do another 20 minutes, and then we're in the 4-hour window for those 2 drivers
to cover the rest of the race.
Yeah.
But do they have to do? Kaffer can't do more than half the race, though, can he? There's a 50%. The pro driver cannot do more than a certain amount of the race.
Diana can find. I mean, the team might not want to give that away of how they're going to address that.
No, but that's a rule. That's
Yes,
a
yeah.
You know, you can't have a pro.
I was going to say we've got Diana in the pits in 20 minutes or so.
It depends on they are in pro-am.
If she was to ask that question, they may not want to answer that.
No, we need to look at the regs.
Yeah.
We need to have a dig. I know that those rules are somewhere about, because it's a pro-am entry. It follows a different spec to the pro entry. Maybe this is it. Maybe Doppelmayer's only stint left, and then they'll leave it to Herberger and Kaffer to do the rest of the work. In which case, it could be very, very spicy for those guys, for the three actually, because they're all basically on the same lap. My memory, it makes sense, right? If you're a pro-am entry, you can't just then get the pro to do all the race.
Yes.
Is it half?
That's why. That's why. That's what makes this such an interest. That's what makes it such a complex.
Used to be worse,
strategy.
actually, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, because you had different pit stop lengths depending on the different classes, if you remember. So if you're a pro-am, your pit stop had to be, you had a different fuel rate, and if you're pro,
you had different fuel allocations.
Yeah, well, there's different fuel allocations anyway, but there was all kinds of extra things to be worried about. We say goodbye to Bradders, who will go and get himself another coffee before getting down to pit lane. There's a huge amount of interviews that these pit reporters have got to do to tick off the boxes.
You are a hard taskmaster.
Hello, John Hindhaugh. Straight in there, boom.
You're a hard taskmaster.
The two big.
I ticked off a few. I ticked off a few last night.
Yeah, I see.
And we got some team managers as well. I made note of those.
We've got two big stories to go and cover, though, for Diana to do once she gets her shoes on. And that's 158.
No, Diana is our Sandy Shaw. She quite likes to before your time, Ben. You won't understand the cultural reference.
What?
She likes to perform in bare feet.
Oh, Joss Stone does that as well. That's my.
Yeah, that's right. That would be your.
Oh, I love Joss Stone.
So, problem for earlier on.
This is a few hours ago now.
Yeah, this was another one of the leading cars, wasn't it, Ben?
Well, this was the leading
TCR.
car,
Was that leading its class at the time?
Yeah.
The TCR. Is that the 154? Yes, it is.
158.
158. Sorry.
Yeah. So when Bradders and I came in this morning, that was being delivered back to the pits.
Oof.
But it's steamy. That's what we're seeing, and maybe a little bit of flame as well in the back of the engine. There's an extinguisher that was let off on the engine. Oh dear. Okay, so that isn't going anywhere. As soon as you put extinguisher on the engine, yeah. Okay. I think that's a retirement for BBR then, isn't it? And the driver's body language suggests such. Very, very steamy from the left side of the engine, but an extinguisher put on the right side, and then the driver having to do. Oh dear. So that's the car that the 159 team took victory in Hockenheim with, but then the 159 team have switched to the other older car, allowed the 158, the newer drivers, to use, but it's not working.
Have you ever, sorry Ben, have you ever had to clean extinguishant from anything? It is horrible. Horrible.
Oh no, here's an interesting one.
Everywhere.
CP Racing on track, catching WTM. So we might be putting
another lap.
We might be putting, no, not another lap, a lap.
Oh right.
Only a lap.
And what happened to Red Camels overnight?
They're out. They.
I saw. I didn't really want to speak to them at breakfast this morning because they looked a bit downcast.
Yeah. So the heat build up from the bit of exhaust that was missing, hence why we were seeing that red glow.
So that was a pretty decent guess by me last night.
Yeah. There was a piece. The connecting two parts of the exhaust, the kinked piece was missing.
Yeah.
That heated up the drive shaft, which meant drive shaft failure. By the time they'd replaced it, they were 20 minutes down, and they decided to not put any further strain on the vehicle or the drivers.
And Herbeth have been in the pits for a while. They were at breakfast earlier on as well. What's happened to the 91 car?
Well, no, that's a mystery because that happened as we came in. Code 60 was to recover them out of the gravel trap.
Oh, right.
But they haven't gone back out again. So it might well be a similar story there. They've lost so much time that they can't be bothered is the wrong way of putting it, but just, you know, they've had too many issues to make it worthwhile continuing.
Then they're not going to get any better or any worse than where they are.
I think they could have got better because they were
Well, they're
they were
second
fighting
in
with
class, aren't
Santolog. They've dropped to third behind Santolog.
Oh, okay.
But they were second in class, yeah. So I think we haven't fully confirmed and covered those two retirements, but I think they are the other two to add to the 909 and the 977 that we retired earlier on in the race, which does mean we've just got two cars in 992.
Ah, that's a shame.
Red Ant Racing 903 and 904.
What a shame.
And they are separated by 5.5 laps. And so with CP Racing nearly about to put a lap on WTM Racing, and WTM Racing about to pass Phoenix Racing, we're going to have all three of our GT3 cars on the same bit of tarmac.
Excellent.
Quite soon. And that means that Espenlaub in this stint would have put a whole lap on Phoenix. That's going to be very difficult for Phoenix to claw back come the end of the race.
And I heard you talking about this earlier on, and for those just joining us at just before 10 o'clock in the morning here in Portugal and in the UK, Elliot Earhart banged his hand in the door last night and broke his hand and had to go to hospital, so not available to drive for the rest of the race. So that is why the guys are down to just the three drivers, and given that I think they had front-loaded with Pierre Caffer, and certainly he was doing a lot of the early darkness running. He did pretty much his full 2 hours, just as we were finishing up at 1 o'clock this morning, and he was ready to get out the car. In fact, he was getting out of the car as we wrapped up at just before 1. So through your pit wall, you can have a look at who's done what, can't you?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if there is an easier way of doing it than I was about to do, but I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way and get my calculator out.
Oh, okay.
Although I'm probably going to get it wrong.
So the Evo version of the Audi, with that distinctive 4-cylinder engine note. The 116 is the Evo version, the 188 is the first version, and the 188 just over the top of the rise. Now,
5.5 hours for Pierre Caffer aboard that car. That's not as much as I thought it would be, yeah.
Wow, well, 2 of that, as I say, was in that stint from 11 o'clock till 1 o'clock last night. 11 o'clock Saturday night to 1 o'clock this morning, should I say. Well, that surprises me as well, Ben, if I'm
but remember, they have got,
honest.
you know, actually, I think the driver that's done the more running is Herberger.
Very interesting. This is where the team managers start to really have to work, isn't it? Because it's all about how much time, not going over your 2 hours, plus you've got to have half your stint length as a rest period.
6 hours and 15 minutes Herberger's done.
Wow.
So he actually has done more than Pierre Caffer. Doppelmayr, this is Doppelmayr's second only stint, isn't it? So Doppelmayr was in about 4 hours into the race and did a 54-minute stint. And, oh no, he then did another one.
Yes, he did.
In the middle of the night, from 11 hours into the race. So that was another 55 minutes. So actually, he's going to do more. He is going to do more than he would usually do because this is his third stint. So he's done his allocated 2 hours, and it'll be more like 3 hours.
It's all about getting the right rest periods for the other guys and then splitting it up towards the end of the race. Good morning to Kirsty Collin in Dumfries in Scotland. God's country up there. Having what looks like to be a very black, strong cup of coffee in a Ridgeo Shore Limited mug. Thank you for joining us this morning. I hope the weather up there is as nice as it is here. The 4th straight day of zero cloud during daytime. There was a little bit as Diana and I were signing off and driving back to the accommodation last night. There was just a tiny little bit of almost like muslin cloud across the moon last night, the 3/4 moon, which was very bright indeed.
Waxing gibbous moon.
The waxing gibbous moon, yes, absolutely. Which was very bright yesterday evening. And our debrief, we could
debrief.
We had a debrief last night.
Well done.
Yes. We couldn't actually sit on the balcony for the debrief because if we'd done that, we couldn't hear each other talking for the level and out of the engine. So we had to take that indoors.
Yeah, we didn't do a debrief, Brothers and I. Very late.
It also must have been a code 60 about 4 o'clock this morning.
Did you wake up for that as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were saying that just a moment ago.
Yeah.
Classics. Always happens at Le Mans. Only wake up when the track goes quiet. It is very weird. Very weird. What are you showing me? That's your photo of your...
That was our debrief.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Espenlaub and Krumbach are now on the same bit of track. Krumbach is ahead of Doppelmayr. So down to 3rd position for Phoenix, up to 2nd for Wochenspiel, or WTM Racing, as they are known in this particular class. Mercedes, Ferrari, Audi is our top 3. But I think more crucially, Espenlaub putting a lap on Krumbach, which we're waiting to confirm. But surely it is. Has it happened? Does our tracking show it happened? Thanks to our guys in the production office, who obviously are also reading the chat, because what's his name? Gabriel Jarre was desperate to see the Sets on Miles Volkswagen. Oh, sorry, we're not showing it. I thought we were showing it. We're showing the Less Drop Racing Volkswagen, which is the blue one. He wants to see the green one.
Well, and they were in the pits again just before we knocked off last night. So good to see Mark Schirard back in.
Doppelmayr into the pits. Pierre Caffer's going to get aboard that car and start to... Well, he needs to get a lap back. 46 minutes. That's a short stint from Doppelmayr. How is he looking? How is he feeling as he gets out of the car? It's a nice time of the day, actually, to be driving because it's not too hot. Good time for him to do a stint.
He looks all right.
Doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like he might... He's slightly limping on his right leg there, and we've had a couple of drivers doing that. I think that depends whether you're a right foot or a left foot braker. Yeah. Shane Lewis jumped out the car late yesterday evening when he was on the end of his 2-hour stint. He did a full stint and then a sort of not a half stint, but a 3/4 stint, and he really absolutely had the hammer down. Both he and Caffer did the car's fastest laps of the race. Oh, push start for the Phoenix Audi, and well, that's interesting. So is that a starter motor issue or a clutch issue for that car? Something else for Di to add to her list. Yeah, but Wayne came out. Shane came out and he'd had to wind the brake bias back a little bit because they were worried about brake wear, and therefore he was having to be a bit more. Use the brakes a little bit more, and he had a little bit of a cramp, he said, when he got out. So Michael has done another sterling work. Remember, that's the car where they're down to 3 drivers now. Broken hand for Elliot Earhart. Now, that's not good news for this team here, but it's awful news for Elliot because I presume he's got a Spa 24-hour drive coming up.
Yeah. Let's get the entry list out. He would usually... I've seen him in GT2. Let's have a look at the Spa 24-hour entry list. Phoenix will be there, but generally Phoenix have some pretty strong Audi Works drivers.
He was racing, I'm pretty certain he was racing at Spa 24 last year or the year before, because he was having a battle with the WRT car at one stage.
Only 62 cars to go through. Lucas Legre, Nicolas Bart, 2 drivers we've got at Santalok will be doing that race in Spa at the end of the month.
See, Jorda's got a McLaren in that as well, haven't they? With
they do,
Rob Bell.
Run for a few years now. Tamat Safin-Tirakel will be driving.
Oh, really?
At Spa, yeah.
RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us.
Well, if you know better than us. Neil Verhagen, Max Hesse and Daniel Harper for Rover Racing. We've also got those 3 boys here, so they're another crew that will be doing their 3rd 24-hour start at Spa, because they did the Nürburgring 24 hours. Maybe they even have done more than that. Not so many 24-hour races on offer at the start of the year. Obviously, the Dubai 24 hours.
Dubai and Daytona.
And Daytona, yeah.
No off-season now for endurance racing, really, when you consider that in a normal year we'd have Petit Le Mans, then we added in November last year the 24 hours of Sebring. That was due to happen this year, but the global logistics issues that we all hear about so much on the news has, I'm afraid, claimed that Creventic not able with any degree of certainty to say to the teams that they could get the assurances required from the transport companies that the cars would get there and get back, and so have made, I think, a very sensible, difficult but sensible decision at this distance to say, look, we're going to put that one on hold. We're not abandoning the US. We'll be back there. I hear there's been very sensible discussions with IMSA, who are a partner for that event, and indeed for with Sebring itself, Sebring International Raceway. It's a shame. It was just starting to get a bit of a buzz about that first race last year. We were all looking forward to being down in Central Florida in the Highlands. It's called the Highlands region of Florida this November. But Creventic working very hard indeed to find a replacement event for that. All sorts of places have been mooted. I'm not going to go through them because I don't want anybody to think that we know something that we don't, because we don't.
Bradders and I were going to have a great chat. We were having a great chat about tracks before we went on air.
Yeah.
And we went, we should stop this because we're going to save these words for on air.
Yeah, and then you forgot.
And so much happened that we completely forgot, including Trustwell stealing about half an hour.
Oh, really?
That was brilliant. I had a lovely little extra nap in the corner whilst Trussers came and told us about the woes of the Camel.
So he's got nothing to do now, so he'll be bored. So he'll be back. Oh, excellent. We can lunchtime, round about lunchtime, 12:30, something like that. Just leave him there, and then we can all disappear. We'll ask him one question and then leave. It's great. Yeah, I don't want to mention any of the places that we were, and it's pure speculation on our behalf, and it wouldn't be fair because it would. I don't want anybody to think that we know something that we don't. We know very little at the best of times, but in this case, we know absolutely nothing. Creventic have been exceedingly busy in trying to fill that. They've told us that as soon as they know, they'll let us know, and then we can let you know. They're very open and transparent about it. They would like to put another event in at the end of the year.
The earlier that they tell the world, the longer they have to get
Correct.
the entry in as much as possible. And if there is the need for any organisation in terms of, well, there is always the need for the logistics side of things. So the quicker the better from that point of view, and the more chance we'll get a better grid.
And it's going to still be about logistics, or, you know, could it be mainland Europe? Could it be a little bit further, but not too far?
Does it have to be outside Europe to
No, it doesn't.
to tick the continent's box?
No, I don't think it does.
No.
I honestly don't think it does. We've had 2 years of World Championships being granted exemption from having to be in more than 2 or 3 continents. Let's go down to the pit lane. Actually, we'll wait and we'll wait for just a moment, because we've just gone past just coming up
to the hour mark,
to 10 o'clock. So that gives us an opportunity to remind you that we're live from Portimao. Ben's going to take a wee break for a cup of coffee. We'll get Bradders back in alongside me, and then we'll go down to Dinah Binks in the pits.
Having a little bit of fun down here at the moment, aren't we? I'm really this high. Charles, we've got 4 hours or so to go during the race. It's been a long night, so if I could just take you back to give us a summary of how you feel it's gone so far.
Well, it's been a good race for us. We feel pretty fortunate to be where we are actually right now. Still 4 hours to go, as you know, and things change a lot in the last 4 hours. The hard part of the day is yet to come. We'll have the heat. You know, everyone tries to just kind of hang on for the night. And of course, we were struggling for position the whole night, as was the 18 car, you know, trying to flipping back and forth on the pit stop. So I think we're still about where we were in that position. It just sort of depends on who gets the code 60s and where we are. They have a little pace on us. They're a little bit quicker. But if things work out right, we're both in the mix. Right now, what we're watching is the Ferrari coming up behind us. They're doing really fast times. And so it's from my standpoint, it's really a three-way race right now for those top 3 positions, unless somebody really screws something up.
During this sort of first part of this race, we can only look back at what's happened. There's been so many different calls that have had to happen because of the excessive heat that made you change maybe slight strategies to manage the tyres better. Was there anything that's caught you out, or were you sort of really very much ahead of the game?
Well, we thought we had really prepared our car for the heat. And the code 60, halfway, there was a couple of tire failures early on a couple of the other cars. We took advantage, came in under one of those. And we noticed our tires were not doing really good either, so we kind of gave driver orders, you know, let's stay off the curbs a bit, let's take care of the tires on acceleration and do what we can through the heat of the day. But really I think that peak time really happens about that 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So yesterday when the race started, that was the worst period that we had for about 3 or 4 hours. I think we'll see a little of that again here right at the end of the race, just as everyone's trying to go at 110% to get to that checkered flag. So it should be entertaining and interesting.
Well, for the moment, Charles, thank you so much. But you're looking very fresh this morning.
Well, thank you. Always fun to have you guys here. We appreciate everything you do and sharing the media for the folks back home.
Perfect. Well, we love having you here. Thank you, Charles, and thanks for your time. John, I'm just going to wander up the pit lane now just to find out what other stories are happening, and I'll get back to you, but it's definitely starting to heat up again.
The one that we want you to drop in on, if you can, is the number 91 Herbeth Motorsport car. That went into the gravel about 2 hours ago, and we've not seen it. 2 hours and 16 minutes it's been in the pit, and Daniel Alleman put that car into the gravel, and whether that was cause or effect of its problems. We're into the last 4 hours of the Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao, and it's CP Racing just ahead of WTM in second. AMG GT3 from Ferrari 488 GT3, new Ferrari GT3 car. Being seen now, of course, the 296, isn't it? 2.9 V6. The Phoenix Racing car battling with one hand tied behind its back, literally as well as metaphorically, because Elia Earhart has broken his hand, got it shut into a door at a driver change. had to go to hospital, and it's been found that he's got some broken bones in there. 4th place and 5th place are the 992 first and second. It's 903 from 904 Red Ant Racing's 2 992 Cup cars. Then the first of the GTX cars, that's the 720 Lamborghini from the 710. RD Signs from Leiper. GT4 leader is now up into the top 8 in GT. That's Ram Racing. The Lion Speed car behind them. They had their problems during the night. They've dropped some 8 laps away from the Ram Racing AMG GT4. Santalog, then the BMW, 3rd place in its group, but still clocking up the laps for that brand new GT4 concept, not at the moment running as a homologated car. That's why it's in GTX before it's confirmed the specification and goes to its customers. Herbert in the pit lane, we'll get a report on for you in a moment. Vortex is still, no, Vortex is in the pit lane as well. Hasn't been out for, no, where's that one? Actually, that's only just come into the pit lane, so I thought that car was running around. And then it's Red Camel. You heard the story about that broken exhaust on the left-hand side, overheated the drive shaft, and that gave up on them. Team ACP have had their issues, but Wim Spinoy, they've now completed 243 laps. In the first 6 hours, they did 6. So an idea at least of what they can do. And as far as the TCEs are concerned, it's BBR first for the Monlau competition, number 159, ahead of the 188 ACC Motorsport Audi. Cooper from Audi in third, Wolf Power Racing, the Swiss flag team, Hop Suisse. Then the Set Sonk Miles 106, then Lestrup, then Viper Nisa at Lestrup, back up to 5th now. Remember, they were last by a long way before. Then Viper Nisa, the 158 with that engine fire or whatever it was this morning, has dropped out of contention. That's how they stand with 3 hours and 53 minutes to go. Joe Bradley, good morning again.
Good morning, mate. Yeah, we mentioned that Team ACP, and having got around the issues and the problems with the car, why wouldn't you then take it out on track? You're not just going to fix it just because you are behind so many laps.
So we are into the last 4 hours. Weather will not be an issue in terms of wet weather. The heat starting to rise on the track and in competition-wise here at Portimao. Let's head straight down to Diana Binks in the pit lane, who has wandered up the pit lane to where normally, Di, you'd be able to see the Porsche of the number 91 Herbert Precourt car, but why can't you see it at the moment?
The garage doors are shut, and I have jumped up because I'm not quite tall enough to see in the window. And the both cars are, the spare car and the race cars inside, so they've clearly retired, and Seb's going to sort of point the camera in there. I think, as you said, obviously they'd had lots of issues, and they did their best because they worked incredibly hard to get that car back on track. When they had that first incident at the sort of start of the race, they had all the parts ready when they eventually got the car back, and the team were ready, waiting to jump on it as soon as it arrived. So it's a shame to see the garage doors shut at this point.
Well, that's. I wonder if Seb can stick the camera through and have a look.
He just did.
Sorry, I was looking at
cars, the spare car. They've had a very un-Herbert Motorsport weekend.
They've had an un-Herbert season so far.
You're absolutely right.
We expect to see that car running like clockwork, being immaculate in terms of strategy, and bothering the front of the field and the top of the timing screen. And
coming here, I thought surely their look was going to change. Surely. you know, you could only have so much bad luck, and yet it kind of didn't, has it? It's very early on in the race, wasn't it? I think it started with a puncture.
It was one of the early punctures when I think it was Alfred Renard was at the wheel, and it happened again towards the end of the lap. Must have been where the damage happened, so I'm not sure where they were picking up the damage, and it was another one of those left rears, of which we had about 7 or 8 quite early on.
But he didn't get it back to the pits. He had to be recovered on the back of a flatbed.
He got it to turn 5 and then realised he was doing too much damage and tried to get it behind the wall at turn 5 at the runoff down the hill at the Torre VIP hairpin, but he couldn't make the turn. And then the problem there was they couldn't push it round there either. They had to get the flatbed in to crane it up and over and round the corner. It was actually a really nice piece of recovery by the guys that got there. They had to put the full 4 legs out because they were stretching the crane so far. And it was being very carefully guided by the marshals and the recovery crew. And then when it got back to the pits, he'd already talked to them because he'd had a look under the car. They knew what they had to replace on the left rear. So they actually got it turned around pretty quickly.
I think it was just the time in that recovery. I mean,
20 laps they lost.
Any recovery's just eating into your race time, and it's frustrating.
20 laps, which was a little over half an hour at 145, 150 a lap. They got, in the next 4 hours, they got 2 laps back. They were down to 18 laps, and they were about to go back down to 17 laps. Now, were they going to be at the sharp end of the field again? No, and they'd got up the second in class. That was, I think, probably the best they were going to get, because effectively the car they were chasing for the class win is the Pierre Caffer and the rest of the team from Phoenix Racing, and they weren't going to get 17 laps back on those guys, but they would have gone up the overall into probably somewhere. I think they probably could have been 4th. Ahead of the 2 Red Ant Racing Porsches.
Yeah, I mean, the lap difference in lap time-wise, and the way that they were coming back, and the way that you're able to come back in a GT3 car against things like GT4s and Porsche Cup cars, yeah, very much so. However, they would have needed a clean run pretty much for the next 22 hours.
Yeah, and Daniel Ellerman ending up with the back wheels in the gravel and having to be recovered again. Now, with all fairness to Daniel, that car hasn't come out since, which tends to suggest to me that being in the gravel might have been the effect of something else happening, and something else caused him to be there.
Did you just point at a car on an access road there?
No, I thought there were spectators in the grandstands, just different coloured seats. We did have some spectators yesterday. There's a Hardy few sitting up underneath the...
yes, keeping out the heat.
Keeping out the heat, keeping out the direct sunshine.
Be nice and breezy up there. There'll be a very cooling breeze up there in the shade in the top of the grandstand. Like we were just talking, John, you were here in the early days of Portimao when it was first built. And they broke ground in February, and it was operational for the World Superbike Championship in November. But we...
opened in October 2008. Yes, 2008. Yeah. Let's go down to Diana.
I'm at Phoenix Racing. Team manager Tom Moser is. I was just having a chat with him about the situation, but I wanted you to sort of give us your view of how you sort of would describe the race for you so far.
Yeah, the race is good for us so far. There's a lot of driving time for Michael. Doppelmayr is happy with the car and had a lot of fun, so that's the most important for us. And for sure, also the other drivers are happy. We are also happy that Elias is back from the hospital and everything is fine with the fingers, only a bit scratched. So everybody is happy, and we keep fighting until the end.
So what's now happening with your driver times in the car? How have you had to change your strategy for the drivers to sort of make sure you don't exceed driver limits?
Yeah, we had to change a bit because of Elia. So now Sven Herberger have to do a lot of more driving time. We have now 10 hours in total. And Pierre is limited to 8 hours. So we can only do this 8 hours, and the rest will do now Sven. We have 2.5 hours for Michael. He is finished now, and Elia have 3.5 hours. He cannot drive anymore with the hand, and that's it.
You seem remarkably calm. You're obviously just going with the flow of what's happening here as a team, but you must be happy that your strategy's working.
Yes, we are really happy. Yeah.
It's getting hotter again as well, isn't it? So there's been so much going on in this heat, but you know the car, the performance of the car is to your satisfaction.
Yes, the performance of the car is really good in the hot temperature. We are really happy that we have no punctures like the other teams. We tested a lot of kilometers in the last week here, so we are good prepared for the race, and yes, that's a good thing for us.
Thank you.
Well done, Dyke. That's answered a lot of questions. Pierre Caffer, who, when Ben and I were talking about it just before 10 o'clock, so some 15 minutes ago, had done 5.5 hours. So he's done another 15 minutes on top of that. So he's getting down to the last couple of hours. He'll do one more 2-hour stint after, maybe he won't. He's only been in there 19 minutes, so he's taken over. So he's only got about 2.5 hours from when he started this stint, Joe, and then the rest has got to be done by Sven Herberger and or Michael Doppelmayr.
Well, the team boss just said there that Michael Doppelmayer's job's done.
Right.
He's done what he's needed to do.
So what they've got to do now is work out the rest periods between Pierre and Sven, because Sven can't do more than 2 hours. So,
well, luckily for them, there's only 3 hours 43 minutes left. So that window is narrowing.
Okay, so if Pierre does 2 hours now, he got in 19 minutes ago. So let's call that 20 minutes.
It's just short of the 2 hours, though. I don't think you push Pierre. I think you get him out the next one, because
and then
the longer you're in the car, the longer the rest period has to be.
Correct.
So if you shorten that rest period,
that's a good point.
You are going to pit stop. You're going to lose more time. If you leave him in for the 2 hours, you've got to keep him out for 2 hours.
No,
and then
1 hour.
You've got to keep him out for 1 hour.
Yeah.
So that's doable, but you're eating into the 2.5 hours time. We're 2 hours 15 we've got left for Pierre.
So put your Sven was in last though, wasn't he?
Yes,
Sven Herberger was in last. So
no, Michael Doppelmayr was.
Oh yes, okay. That's why Michael did the extra stint.
That's right.
So that Sven's got his rest time in.
Yes.
So now you can put Sven in for a stint here. So
I would finish with Pierre.
Right. So you've got about 45 minutes left of Pierre, which is going to take you to 3 hours. Then you'll put Sven in for an hour, and then you'll put Pierre in for the last 2 hours.
The problem they've got in regaining the lost ground is that the first 3 cars are lapping in the 146s.
Yeah.
It's tense here, tense there.
Last night,
tense there.
After you and Ben had gone last night, the pace at the front of the field with Shane Lewis and Pierre Caffer was absolute. They were, not together battling on track. Sometimes there was about between 40 and 30 seconds between them, depending on where they were in their runs, or a couple of laps if they'd just pitted. But they were trading tense. Pierre put the car's fastest lap in, the 43.9. He put that in after midnight, getting on towards 1 o'clock in the morning. Shane was cracking on down in the 44s, and I think might have put the 44.3 in around then as well. It was brilliant to watch those guys, and they both did pretty much their full 2 hours in the car. So a full fuel load, new set of tyres, and then push for 40 odd minutes. It was brilliant to watch. Let's catch up with some of the other cars that are out on the circuit and still running, and it's into the TCR and TCE ranks. Sorry, Di, my brain stopped working there. Missed a gear. Yasmin Preissig with Diana.
Yes, at Wolf Power Racing. Yasmin, you've just got out of the car after an hour and a half stint. Just give us a summary of how you see the race go team so far.
Yeah, we had a lot of bad luck with the car. There was damaged something, and then we have to repair it and fixed it. But we had some problems, so we lost a lot of time and lots of laps. And now we are P3. Maybe we can go up to P2, but it's start. Now it's getting hotter again outside. Yeah, it's very difficult.
You've obviously revisited your strategy as to what you need to do to try and make up the time.
Yeah, the strategy is luck. We need luck now, and that now everything is going well with the car, and maybe it's possible to get P2, but it would be very, very close.
How much is the circuit changing from the start into the night to now?
In the night it was a little bit colder, about 24 degrees I think, so it was a little bit easier to drive, also to manage the tires. And now it's, I don't know, 10 in the morning or 11, and it's still heating. So yeah, it's very difficult outside now, and I hope we come to the finish line. Yeah.
Will you get back in the car, or is that you done for this race?
I don't know yet, but I think I'm finished now.
Yasmin, thank you so much. You go and get a rest.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Starting to get the warmer temperatures coming through now. Dana Binks with Yasmin Preissig in the pit lane. At RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch. Just make sure that we've had another raft of track infringement penalties. I don't normally just read the numbers. Some of them won't matter because Herbeth were nicked again at 7 o'clock this morning, but they're not running at the moment. Cars that are still running, the Setzont Miles machine, the 106. Oh no, they've just served that. Okay, fine. It will surprise nobody to know that there are 20 seconds of penalties in two separate infringements for the number 499 Lion Speed car. I really want somebody to go back through race control and find out how many minutes they have been standing still, because they have to be
in the penalty box.
Yeah, the most the biggest offender on that. So the 106 has got at least 10 seconds.
It's actually in the pit box now.
Ah, excellent. See, mentioned it. In it comes.
Yeah.
We have that power. 499, in fact, has 30 seconds outstanding at the moment for the Lion Speed car. I actually think that the 106 has got 20 seconds outstanding. So that they've just... I'll wait to see those go yellow on my screen, and yeah, both of those have been served. Brilliant. And then the 165, ninth offence for the number 165 car. And that's the Viper Nisa Racing. That again is track limits. And the other one's the 421. Team ACP going fast enough to actually do track limits now, so they'll be delighted about that. That was their sixth offence.
Dreaming of infringing track limits.
We dreamt of that earlier on in the first 6 hours. The Setzont Miles car, the 700 miles car. We haven't got down to why a French team calls themselves 700 miles.
We've discussed it. Ben and I discussed this.
What are the 700 miles
You know
from?
how we find French words sexy and kind of trendy, and maybe the word miles, when the French say it, has kind of got that sort of echo. Like the word Scuderia just means team in Italian. L'équipe is team in French, but it's very...
Squadra.
It's squadra. You know, Squadra Corsa.
Race team.
You know, but it sounds much better, doesn't it? Squadra Corsa. And maybe miles in French is kind of a bit sexy.
Virage.
Virage
means a corner.
Yes. Vuelta más rápida.
Ah, yeah. Do you know what?
You're going to tell the story now, aren't you?
I am going to tell a story
Yes.
about somebody I knew who kept saying, "Who's this Vuelta más rápida?" whose name keeps coming up on the screen.
He must
he's
be
going
good.
really quick. Fastest lap, if you didn't know.
Yeah, she was lovely though.
Well, I found out what black and white flag was in the Porsche race.
Yeah, we've worked that out, haven't
in
we?
Portuguese. Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, I've forgotten now. I knew you were going to ask me.
But I think
If I
that's
see
the
it
reason
again, I'll
why.
know it. Okay.
Steps on miles.
Yes, but why 700 miles? 700 miles from what? Rather than, 1,000 kilometres.
Well, I'll keep that one in my pocket. Actually,
I wonder if that's 1,000 kilometres. It's 700 miles, 1,000 kilometres. It won't be far off, will it?
Well, 1,500 kilometres, 1,500 metres is a mile.
No, it's not.
So do them.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It kind of is.
No,
generally,
it kind of isn't.
It is.
Absolutely isn't.
What is it then?
Hang on, let me do 700 miles in kilometres first.
All right, talk amongst yourselves, everybody.
It's all right.
Oh, what's going on here? Charles Espinal getting a pat on the back for a great stint there. It'll be Shane Lewis getting back in, according to my rotor in my head.
So 700 miles is 1126.5408 kilometres, so it's not that. And what did you say?
How many
1 mile.
Kilometres is a mile?
1 mile
1.6.
is 1,609 kilometres.
Right.
Because you always used to talk about the metric mile, right, which was 3 3/4 laps of the track. That would be 1,500 metres, but that isn't the metric mile at all. 1,600
That's probably where I'm
metres.
getting that from then.
Yeah, it's
It's a rough guide.
athletics.
It's a rough guide. You ran athletics?
I ran track.
You when? In another
When I was
life?
at school.
What? You sort of reincarnated life?
I represent.
School. What do you mean you ran? You far too bulky. You played football and rugby and stuff, but I've never ever seen you as a runner, Hindhoff.
I ran 4.8.
You've only ever run away from people, mate.
Ran 4.8
Who were
and
chasing you?
1,500 metres and cross country, and I
Did you really?
I represented the region. I'll have
Did
you
you?
know.
Really?
Yep.
I know we weren't in the same year.
No, you were a year above me.
Yeah.
I represented the region in an age group 1 older than myself.
I would have lost money on that.
Ran at Gateshead.
Lost money on that.
Did you really not know that?
I really didn't know that. No, I didn't really pay much attention to
The younger lads
young
at school.
boys of the year below me at school.
Shall we move on from
Yeah,
that?
well, quickly. WTM Ferrari in the pits.
Saving
Currently
you there.
chasing down the CP Mercedes ahead of it. So the CP Racing leading Mercedes pretty much on the same sort of pit strategy as the second place Ferrari. Meanwhile, Pierre Caffer continues to close the gap towards the 2 leading cars, or is currently trying to and maintaining that, coming down very, very slightly. It ebbs and flows considerably. The Ferrari, I've just flicked a mosquito away from my face and hit me mic. The Ferrari just pulling off the pit apron now, heading towards fueling. The CP Racing Mercedes already in fueling, and that car will leave, maintaining that gap at just under the 2 minutes mark. That's on the track as we've come into the pits. The number 903, Sam de Jonge, at the wheel of the leading Red Ant Racing 992 class leader, and that car has already been in the pits a short while ago. Some fashion accessory dogs appearing in the pit lane.
What?
You missed that, Hindhoff.
Right.
A little chihuahua in the arms of somebody in the pit lane.
Chia hua hua.
Yeah, not a fan of chihuahuas. They're not really People are, though. Every man or woman to their dog. There's Sam de Jonge, who's continuing, and their job in Red Ant is just basically to keep the focus. They don't need to be pushing, do they? They can be driving at 7, 8 tenths, looking after the tyres, looking after the car, looking after the gear changes, the brakes. They can now, sort of in true sort of endurance racing style, in a race of attrition, just drive the car with every mechanical sympathetic bone in their body.
I've just been likened to a whippet in my school days. I did chase a lot of rabbits, in fairness.
I've never heard them called rabbits before.
I ran after everything. I ran to and from school.
Ran from everything?
Well, I ran to and from school. I ran cross country.
Oh, we all had to run cross country, mate. We were all made to, forced to.
How we all haven't turned up with pneumoconiosis because we had to run up and down the old pit heap at the back of the school. That's a true story.
It is a true story.
Do you have to do that?
Absolutely, mate. Mr. Branthwaite, God rest his soul. He absolute breathing in the sulphur.
Right, let's. Never mind Tom Brown's school days with Bradders and myself. Let's go down to Di for a little update from the pit lane. Di, where have you made your way down to now?
Well, the conversation earlier about the 700 miles, you wanted me to find out the relevance to the team name. And obviously, as you know, French team, there's only one person that speaks English there, so it's just taken us a little while to find out. But the relevance to it is there's a track in America, the Indianapolis Police State, and they named it after that because it's a 700-mile circuit. Now, I don't know of any circuit out there. So you might be better equipped on that than me, John, but that's as much information as I can get from you.
Okay, let's see if we can... there must be some kind of road race or something. Thank you.
No worries.
Good stuff. Indianapolis 700. Okay. Let's see if we can find out. No, that's not that. Well, if you know then to what they are referring, at RSL_studio, please. If you'd like to let us know.
The 499 into the pits, John.
Now let's see if it's
second place in GT4.
Soaked up any of the hour that it's got. Yeah, all 30 seconds of its outstanding penalties were soaked up on the way in.
Good lad. We also got the leading TCR car in. That's the BBR 159. The Cupra just coming in on schedule. Another class leader with a massive lead and just nursing the car to the finish.
Pierre Caffer's gone back into second place over the WTM car, which is in fuel at the moment. And if you are just joining us, the battle at the front of the field is very much the battle of the race at the moment. 3 GT3 class leaders, the GT3 AM car, Shane Lewis back at the wheel of CP Racing. Pierre Caffer goes through and is reflected on the timing screen now as in second. Daniel Kylevitz has just taken out the WTM racing car from its pits. So they are all within a lap of each other. Remember, Elia Earhart, hand injury last night. He won't drive anymore. Pierre Caffer can only do 8 hours of the race. Pierre can only do 8 hours of the race. And at the moment, he is well inside that. He's 35 minutes into this stint. We think he'll get out at the end of this in single stint. Then Sven Herberger will get back in for possibly the sharp end of his 2 hours. He's got, for just over an hour to get it down to the last 2 hours, inside the last 2 hours, for Pierre to be able to take it to the end. So that is a real battle at the front of the field between those 3 cars. Let's pick up on class leading TCR in the TCE category. BBR, what a season they're having, Diana. And she's down there at the pit garage now.
I am a team manager, David Simon, and yes, they are having a great season, and the race so far is going well. Are you satisfied with how it's running for you and the strategy plan that you've put in place?
Yeah, I'm half satisfied because one of the 2 cars is unfortunately retired when we were P2. Yeah, the 158 is retired. So this is not nice for sure for the customers, for the drivers, etc. But in the sister car, 159, we are leading the race. We are in a quite comfortable situation with 22 laps of advantage. So we are just trying to go lap by lap and just use the time and try to arrive to the end. It's getting so warm. It's getting really hard for the mechanics, for them all the cars. So we are just trying to stay out of troubles and try to complete the race.
I didn't quite hear what you said about the 158. You said it retired. What actually happened?
We are not sure. We have a leak of fuel somewhere in the engine system. And that creates, sorry, because it's the guy talking in the radio. So the car was leaking fuel somewhere, and that created a fire on the front side of the car. And the damage was too big because it was all the ECUs, all the electronics, everything was burned, let's say. So then we are lucky that the marshals did a very quick job and they can put the fire extinguisher, etc. But unfortunately, we cannot repair it.
What's the feedback from the drivers in the 159?
they are happy, they are comfortable, they like how we prepare the race, how we manage all the strategy, and now it's just a matter, as I said, of continue rolling out and staying out of troubles and just finishing the race.
David, thanks for the update.
Thank you very much. Bye.
I feel like I should be a football commentator. I'm talking about so many penalties at the moment. New penalty for the number 26. Again, this is all track limits. Oliver Estevez for Santalok Racing. 10-second time penalty. 6th offence at turn 4. Turn 1 for the Team ACP BMW. The 4-2-1 car. In fact, 2 track limits offences for Olivier Estevez in the number 26 Santalok car. Turn 1 and turn 4. And there's one more that's just popped in. It's the 499.
No
Believe
way.
it or not.
No.
They've just served 30 seconds. And they've just had another one. Literally
What's
4
that
minutes
for?
ago. Track infringements.
No.
At turn 1.
It's a really loose car, that. It slides around a lot.
And in fact, the Team ACP have got 2 offences for turn 1, so they've got 20 seconds as well.
And talking of penalties, by the way, was the Sunderland game abandoned for lack of floodlights last night?
Yeah, it didn't go back out.
They
went back out for the second half, and the Albufeira Municipal Stadium had a complete power failure. They abandoned it, and literally minutes after they abandoned it, the floodlights came back on.
Oh.
But anyway, it's 1-0 to the Sunderland.
Yeah. We've won our first game of the year.
Yeah.
Onwards and upwards.
No. We've played 2 non-league teams over the week, over the earlier part of the last weekend.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, Gateshead and somebody else. But I don't think we're...
I saw Newcastle beating Gateshead 5-1 in a friendly.
That wasn't that friendly.
Playing Roma on Tuesday night. Anybody?
No. Tuesday, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. You are kidding me.
No, that's what I was saying to you last night about perfect preparation for a November night in Coventry.
That is ridiculous. So we may not have a team to start the season. They'll all be dead from dehydration. Did they realise how hot it is?
Jose coming home to Portugal.
I mean, I know it's unlimited subs and stuff. Sorry to digress about football, but it is important.
It is down the road from us.
And Albufeira is literally 20 kilometres.
We passed it on the way here.
I know we did. I know. Bad planning, Heinrich.
Don't blame me. Blame the football club.
Yeah, our plans were already sorted, weren't they, before they planned that game?
If only they could have had it between 1 o'clock this morning and 8 o'clock this morning, that game. That'd have been
would
perfect.
have been more healthier for the players. I can't believe they're playing that at 11 o'clock. I thought they were playing in the evening.
No, I'm pretty certain it's 11 a.m.
My goodness.
So, back to the motor racing.
3 hours 22 remaining, 22 minutes from the top of another hour. And we really are getting towards the stages of this race, especially in the conditions. We heard David Simon from BBR mention, the mechanics and the crew are, feeling the heat now. I just remember that feeling. You're so tired. You've been up all night. You've been working up all day and all night. And then when the sun comes up and the temperature begins to rise, you've really got no energy to cope with it.
Well, also, it's the mental thing. And as it's getting hotter, we're seeing more mistakes. More mistakes with track limits. The leading 992 Cup car, the 903 Red Ant Racing car, Sam de Jong behind the wheel, speeding under code 60. And that... All of the speeding penalties, either pit lane or code 60, they are all pro rata to how much you're over. So he's got an 8-second time penalty next time he comes in. Now, he's got plenty on that. But you've got to think to yourself that, tired anyway because you've been racing nearly 21 hours. In fact, 21 hours pretty much. It's getting warmer. People's eyes are tired, it's getting brighter, and the energy levels and the concentration levels are starting to fall. So you've got to try and cut down any silly mistakes. In the pit lane now, the BMW with its camouflage M Funcionada anniversary livery. Max Hesse getting out of that car.
Climbing up the order, John, up to 12th.
Yeah, they did
third
lead
GTX.
They
Yeah,
did
they were
lead
leading
GTX for a while, and then they did have 1 or 2 little issues.
Interesting. We've had manufacturers test drive their cars, their new concept cars, under race conditions here in the 24H series before. And Mercedes comes to mind, and I don't know what the venue was, and I don't know how long ago
Mercedes
it was.
did one at Barcelona.
Right. But they went about their race as a test drive, and they would go out, do some laps, come in. They would even completely change the braking systems, or try a new this or a new that. Whereas the BMW M Motorsport team have gone about this as a race.
But if you also remember the Mercedes, they had some of their customers there, and they actually let the customers from other cars jump in the car.
That has happened with this car earlier in the week. They had a test session where they...
Yeah, but not in a race.
Not in the race, no, but Charlie Putman tried the Mercedes GT3, the new GT3, within the race. So he was signed on for both cars.
Exactly right.
And the series, they're not going to be pedantic about that.
It was very clever, because they were trying to get orders for it, and pretty much everybody transferred from the old car to the new car once they'd driven the car.
Yeah, because the Krolls did the same thing, didn't
exactly
they?
Right.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Michael Kroll.
It was Audi that debuted their Evo car that we're seeing here in the hands of Phoenix. They debuted that at Barcelona because we were having a good look at the back of the car and the new aero on that car. Remember that? We've had BMW themselves. I think BMW with the original M4 GT3 had that out of competition almost a full year before it went to their customers and had the homologation finalised. That would have been a Dubai debut. We've seen VW in the past do touring cars at Nürburgring. Seem to remember them with a new version of a Scirocco or something like that we're going to do a race series with.
It wasn't a Scirocco, was it?
Then
not the Golf GTI.
It might have been the Golf,
like the TCR model.
Yeah, might be right. I like that. I think it's it shows a bit of bravery. Well, it shows a bit of confidence in your product.
It also shows, John, like you can pound round and round on a test day, and then you put the same thing, same track, same deal. You pound round in a race environment, and it's different. It's just different. You add the competition element into it, and the team have been going about their pit stops in a very dynamic way, the way that they would go around it if every second depended on it.
Well, I think you have to do that.
You have to do that as well, yes, because I don't know specifically whether they're testing new hubs, but does the wheel change happen at the right speed?
Well, also, all of these new cars are manufacturer-built racing cars, so they are built by the racing department of BMW, Audi. AMG is the racing department of Mercedes-Benz. And
so they don't know how to do a pit stop any other way, you mean?
No. Well, no. That's actually probably a very good point. but also, they are building up a knowledge base. Somebody will be filming it, watching it, talking it, and they'll be writing notes so that when you buy one of these cars, whether it's a GT4 nowadays or a GT3, you get handed a dossier for the car, and it will include things like, right, pit stop, this is what you do, if this happens you might have to do this, there's a little flange on the gibbon pin that might have to be pulled out, whatever it is, all of that goes into it. So when you get your new Porsche GT3, or Porsche are doing it now with the new 992 GT3, so they're testing. We've not seen that car in competition. We probably won't see that car in competition before the customers get it, but they are hammering that car around Spa, around their own test track, around various places, including the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They're almost trying to break things.
They are, absolutely.
And I'm thinking that BMW, we saw them stop and do some repairs during the night. Now, I don't know if they were actually needed, or whether somebody said, right, we're going to practice doing a right front upright change here in race conditions.
Yes.
Whilst everything is hot.
Yes.
And we're all tired, and we've got sand in our eyes.
Yes.
And we've
How
just
easy is it? How hard is it?
We've just woken Dave up because he's been asleep for an hour.
Yeah.
Right, so that sort of stuff, and that's what they'll be doing, building the knowledge base. 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. Let's go down to the GTX battle and to the front of the field with the two Lamborghinis who are scrapping things out. Here's Diana.
Jean-Francois, very much a battle in the GTX class during this race. First of all, just summarise how the race has gone for you and the team so far.
I mean, not at all. It's endurance racing, so not bad, but not great. We've had a few issues. We had a small fire at refueling. We had a few punctures, and we've been battling a fuel cutoff issue. Car's been cutting off, so losing power. So it's you know, we have short shifts, so that's why our pace is a little bit off. So we've been yo-yoing with the RD sign Lamborghini. We're in P2 right now in GTX, P7 overall. Managing, chasing. At this point, you know, we can't pick up the pace much more. So unless something goes wrong with the other Lambo right now, we're P2. So
do you feel there's nothing more you can do to take the lead? You're just managing everything at this stage.
She doesn't have any more to give. Yeah, no, we're basically the car's at the limit, and we just want to make sure we finish. So we don't want to beat on her too much. And then it's only going to get harder with the heat. This stint was a double. We're going to try a double again, but then I don't think it's going to be very hard to do so. You know, look at me. I drank my entire drink bottle in an hour, basically, which was hot like soup. And so second hour, no water, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. It's not even the hottest point of the day yet. So, and the tires, you know, the tires are also getting, track is getting greasier and greasier.
But it's an endurance race, isn't it? So until we see that flag, you have to keep going.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's just, you know, that's why we race. It's endurance racing, right? It's managing the equipment, managing the drivers. It's an endurance event. And, so though, you know, modern day endurance events are pretty much 24-hour sprint races nowadays, but we're not quite in sprint mode. We're just a hair off. So.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And only 6 laps, or just on 10 minutes behind the leader in class. So, Kerong Lee at the wheel at the moment of their Lamborghini Super Trofeo for Leipzig Motorsport, trying to chase down Nicola Michelon. And at the moment, just holding on to the lead at the moment. Well, they just eking out that last lap, but Kerong did have some traffic there, and he's at the start of his stint.
Nicola is one of our drivers we haven't spoken to yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's quite a list of them. And Jean-Francois Bruno now interviewed for the second, maybe third time. 2 drivers in that team yet to be interviewed.
Right.
Plenty of to
Glenn
do.
McGee's been interviewed.
Why
for
did
sure.
Glenn not get ticked if you did Glenn McGee? Dear me.
Every time when you were speaking to Glenn McGee, I could only think of Mark McGee, who used to play football for Newcastle. So, so 3 hours 12 minutes to go, and very finely balanced at the front of the field with just 75 seconds between first and second. Shane Lewis and Pierre Caffer battling it out as if they were wheel to wheel. Traffic playing its part. 2.5 gained last time by Pierre Caffer, but that was because it was more because it was a slow lap by the CP Racing 85, and I say that with absolutely no criticism to Shane Lewis at all. He just caught traffic, and losing in 1.5 seconds or sometimes 3 seconds round here, if you catch a little group of cars that are battling, is quite easily, can be quite easily the case, Ben. And that's, it doesn't matter how good you are at this stage of the race, particularly. It's those calculations that's going on. We were talking about mental fatigue. Those calculations that go on lap to lap, corner to corner, about risk versus reward. And at this part of the race, particularly for anybody who's leading their class or is in a good position in the overall, those calculations have got to come very, very quickly.
I think you've got to drive to your own race and keep focusing on that as a goal, rather than paying too much attention to the gaps, because that's where you'll then be adding unwanted pressure on your shoulders, and mistakes, over driving, things like that will happen. The tough thing about today is all of these drivers cannot drive their cars to the 100% that the car is able to do. It is from a psychological point of view, from a physical point of view, and then from a mechanical and tyre point of view. You've got to bring the level down to 85, 90. You've got to set targets for yourself and drive to those targets. If you start looking at other cars and going, oh, Kaffer's catching me, I better push harder, then the target goes out the window, you damage the car, you maybe overuse the tyres, you start making mistakes because you're tired, and it all falls apart. Much, much better to only really do that much closer to the end of the race. We've got over 3 hours still remaining. Shane Lewis isn't going to be in that car for the rest of the race. Neither is Pierre Caffer. There is still potential for change after these stints are over. We're going to presumably Herberger finish the race for Phoenix.
No, I don't think so.
You think they'll get Herberger and then Caffer back in?
That extra stint from Doppelmayr gives Herberger the opportunity to get back in the car.
Sure.
After this stint by Caffer, because he'll have had his rest period. Yeah. I think he'll do one stint and take it just inside the 2 hours, and then Pierre will finish off the last 2 hours.
So Pierre will be able to get back in after just an hour, will he? He won't have to rest for 2?
No, you have to rest for half of the time that you were in the car.
Driven, okay. Yeah, so he would have to rest for 45 if he does a double on this one, or an hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Pierre will leave himself with about 2 hours of his time to do, or just under 2 hours of his time to do, and therefore I think you see Sven take it to about an hour and 50, an hour and 45, and then put Pierre in to go full beans to the end. But that's only me. I could have A, calculated things wrong, B, we don't know the situation down the team, or C, and which is more likely, I could just be talking nonsense, which frankly would not be a headline grabber, would it?
It is interesting though with Creventic, because there are so many rules to get your head around. There are masters of the Creventic series that have got their heads around it. The Phoenix, the Herbert, they understand how to get the best out of this race. I wonder how much that is a barrier to entry for teams coming in, and not drivers coming in, because drivers will want to do it, and of course if drivers want to do it, teams will want to do it, but to actually get the best out of one of these races, you really need to understand the nuances, and it's
nuances
a big old...
is a perfect word.
Did I say it right though?
No, you did. No, you did, absolutely. I remember talking to Barnwell Motorsport, Mark Lemsky, and they had a cracking battle at Barcelona 24, which is our next race, of course, which from memory is 8th, 9th and 10th, or 9th, 10th and 11th of September. It's that weekend. And they had a cracking battle at the front of the field 3 years ago, as in, by the way, comes the leading GTX car. This is Nicola Michelon. So we can get a word with them after this.
Yeah.
And then you'll be happy, you can take another one off. And Lemsky said to me, one of the things he liked was A, because it's such a great and friendly paddock, B, because it's run professionally, and it has been known as the FIA Endurance Series. Championship.
Don't want to get anywhere near the FIA.
Well, it was multi-continental. But C, he really liked the way that you had to think through to find the places that you could find advantages. So sit with the rule book, sit with the supplementary regulations, and work through with your team where the advantages are for your car, for your driver lineup, etc.
I understand what he's saying, but how much time do teams these days have to be able to do that, especially when they're dipping in and out in the middle of the season? When every weekend they are either setting up or setting down cars for the next weekend, or getting to the event.
Ben,
you know what it's like for us.
It's a business for them,
and
it only works when the cars are racing. It's like aircraft; they're only any use when they're flying with passengers on it. So, you know, the routes might not look sensible, but it's a business, and a GT3 car could be in 4 different weekends, could be in 4 different series with 4 different sets of regulations, and 4 different BOPs actually as well. So I think they just have to get their heads around it. I think that's part of the challenge. I don't think there's anything here that is particularly egregious in terms of once you've read it, you go, yeah, that makes sense. I see what they're trying to do with that.
Oh yeah, it all does.
And then at that point, I think it makes it easier to make those decisions. We're going to tick off someone else off your list. Have you got the pen of excitement there?
I have.
Yeah, he's got the biro of excitement, and Diana is down at RD Signs in the Lamborghini and has the outgoing driver.
Nicola, you've just jumped out, had a quick drink. How would you summarise that stint out there on track and the battle in the class?
The circuit over the night was pretty fast, so can get a very good pace. I started a couple of hours ago, and the track was still pretty fast, but then temperature rose, and speed increased for sure. Overall, it's okay. As long as you avoid the curbs, you don't create damage to your tires. How many hours to go?
3 hours, 3.
So let's see if we can maintain our 6 laps lead in the class. But well, if cars has no problems, I think we can be quite in good position at the end of the race.
What about the brakes? Do you think you might need to do a brake change before the end, or you will?
No.
You won't?
We go to the end. We already replaced twice the rear brakes, and once in the middle of the race, the front brakes we can go to the end of the race, no problems. Important
now to have the consistency.
Important now is not to make mistakes. We don't have to be fast. We just have to save fuel, avoid collisions, and save tires and brakes. So we are sure that we go to the end with no issues.
How exciting is this circuit to race on?
I think second to Spa in Europe at least.
Tell me about the new car. You're in the Evo car. What can you tell me about the new car?
Basically, the biggest difference, as long as I can feel, is on the brakes. I think the ABS has been improved a little bit, but for the rest, the car is more or less the same, a part of the body kit, but overall the car is the same as before.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm glad there is a difference, because that's the second driver that said, yeah, there's not much difference between the two. We've had to buy a new car. It's a lot of spenny. It looks better. It looks really cool.
Well, it looks really aggressive, doesn't it? It's if Bruce Wayne went racing, that's what he would have.
And actually, the more we see that in comparison to the Leipert one, the more you realise the difference. Of course, that's the one they're using now in the Super Trofeo this year.
Correct.
So the one we've got for Leipert is the outgoing version, which effectively is now, well, it's not useless because they can use it in this championship, but there's 30-odd cars that need to be used elsewhere from the European Super Trofeo.
Is there not an upgrade kit? I think there's an upgrade kit.
Well, maybe you strip it and just put the new bits on it.
The bodywork is all interchangeable, and I presume the ABS systems can be swapped out.
Yeah,
and things like that. It's a GT3 light car. It's quicker in a straight line than the Huracan GT3 because it has a lot less downforce on it, so it's quite slippery through the air. But that's one of the things they have addressed on this car. I talked to the guys in the States with the Super Trofeo series over there that runs on the IMSA package. Particularly the back, there's more adjustment on the back. Much the same actually as Porsche have done with the Carrera Cup car. There's far more adjustment to the rear wing, and that's meant they've made some changes to the front aero. Same with the Lamborghini.
Nice.
And one Lamborghini, two Lamborghini. So the balance, the aerodynamic balance, they've moved the centre of pressure of the car a little bit, okay, which is given the car a flatter stance through the corners, without really trimming that much of the speed of it. It's always on our IMSA weekends. It's right up there with the fastest cars.
Oh yeah.
Even the prototypes through the speed traps. They are phenomenally quick. But I mean, what, the 600 horsepower
they reward the grunt and go, which for a gentleman driver that doesn't necessarily carry the apex speed of a professional driver, that grunt and go helps you still be
Get
competitive.
The lap time. And they're all 2-driver races in the States, and there's the opportunity to be 2-driver race. You can't stay in and do the whole race yourself. The racing is phenomenal. They sound great. They're quite often on first thing in the morning, and the sound of those engines cracking through an early morning dawn, it seems, at 8 o'clock in the morning sometimes those cars are out on track. It's a heck of an alarm clock, I'll tell you that, for anybody who's camping trackside. But I mean, you can say that about the 4-litre flat 6s in the 992s and the Porsche class as well. Very, very good take-up for the new car. Chris Ward is the man who looks after them in the States, and he's been really impressed. I'm getting on for 30 cars in the States.
Talking of alarm clocks, I fear that you might have an alarm clock tomorrow morning.
Really?
Quite a bright and early noisy one.
Good. I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, it might make you quite excited, but there is. Mr. Bradley's going to confirm it for me, but there's a truck in Garage 1 here which is not participating in this race, and there is no class for it in this race.
That's because it's 2 wheels.
No, it's got 4 wheels.
Really?
It's got 4 wheels, but it doesn't have a roof. I don't know what we're allowed to say or not.
You can tell me.
But basically, it's pretty incognito. The truck itself is white. There's no logos on it at all. But the cab.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Have you been spying already, Joe?
No, of course I haven't. I don't want to be kicked out. there was a small logo. It's a little Kiwi sign, isn't it?
It's like a crest.
Oh,
crest.
Yeah. So like a McLaren.
Orange.
An orange crest, much like the moon.
It's an F1 car.
It's an F1 car.
It's a 4. I don't know what year. It's a Formula 1 McLaren.
It can't be a current one.
Can't be a current car.
Can it not?
Without a test.
No.
Couldn't be a filming day.
It could be a filming day, but they'd have to stay under 100 miles an hour. Still be noisy though.
100
kilometers.
kilometers.
Car, though, can't they can drive a 6-year-old car.
It's quite inaccessible for us because it is in garage number 1, which is past the fuel Bowsers. But various people in Reddit getting quite excited by it because it doesn't seem to be. It's obviously not being piloted by a current Formula 1 driver because the current Formula 1 drivers are kind of busy in Austria right now.
Yeah, but there won't be tomorrow.
There's a massive rumour.
Tomorrow.
There's a massive rumour.
You on still? Go on then.
There's a massive rumour that Colton Herter is due a test in this McLaren. Not for McLaren.
Yeah.
I don't know when that's
promised. It was promised by Zach, wasn't it?
Yes. So that might. I mean, we're just putting two and two together there.
I'm waiting for you to get a picture of the side pod, Joe.
Well,
not the side pod, the headrest, where the name would be.
We'll see.
James Gent, just catching up. He's just rejoined us this morning. For those who missed it, do we know why the 158 BBR TCR is in the garage? That was an engine bay fire. The 116 Wolf Power has fallen quite a few laps behind AC Motorsport.
Yeah, they were 2 times code 60.
Reasons. Yeah.
So they fell out of 2nd position initially, but then they've gone back up to 2nd. No, they haven't because they're now behind AC. But,
that's what I just said. Yeah,
but AC also
flat tyre for Lestrup in the pit lane, right front. First time we've seen a picture for not the first right front, but
we had a right rear last night. That is unusual.
Temperature starting to rise again. Yeah. Temperature's rising. Barometer's getting low. Actually, quite the other way. Barometer's getting very high.
So AC Motorsport back ahead of Wolf Power Racing, but they too had issues last night and were a cause of a code 60 during our night hours. So the only TCR car that has had no issues, touch wood, and luckily the tables are made of wood, 159.
The Vortex is in.
Yes, Joe, go ahead.
The Vortex has just come in, much to the surprise of the team.
Oh no.
I suspect it might be because the radio's not working.
Well, if it was much to the surprise of the team, it's like Lionel Amarouche. It was in the car at the beginning when it had all of its issues. I'm not saying that there's any connection there, by the way, before anybody picks me up on it. Be so careful what you say now, haven't you?
Everyone's listening.
That's very fair point. They're getting if they weren't expecting the car in, they're getting complacent down at Vortex because they are the hardest working crew.
They're all having a sleep.
Right, it's going up on the jacks. They've had a look.
Jolly Dax, are we on the Jolly Dax?
We are getting the Jolly Dax. It's a kind of a DIY Jolly.
I don't think those jacks are very jolly.
It's a plank of wood with, some wheelie bin caster wheels.
Yeah.
It's got 6 wheelie bin caster wheels and a plank of wood. And that slot under the front. There's slots under the front, just behind the front wheels.
It's like an epic skateboard.
Oh, actually, there's one either side.
Yeah.
Slots between the wheels on the right, and the one slots behind the left. Now the jacks come down onto the Jolly Dax, the homemade Jolly Dax. I mean,
they're quite spiffy, actually. I quite like that.
Yeah, they are. And it works the same way.
I bet they're a lot cheaper than the ones you buy from the.
Well, they normally go around the jacks, don't you? You have 4.
Yeah. I bet that doesn't have hydraulic jacks, though, does it?
It did, yeah.
Does
you
it
heard it, yeah, you heard it going down.
No, that was the
air jacks. Yeah,
it's got air jacks.
Oh wow.
Actually, when you look underneath the back of this car where the engine's mounted, because it's the mid-engine sports car, and it's quite a prototype in its design. It's quite a sophisticated little piece of kit. It's well put together, ish.
Do you think that? Do you think, Joe, that putting them in Garage 13 was perhaps stretching luck a little too far?
Noticed that.
I'm not sure if they're tridecaphobic.
Got the attention levels up in the pit lane, haven't they?
Well, yeah, no. Well, they've had a pretty.
They're in 13th
what are they?
as well. Look at this, Seb. Garage 13. Hang on, wait for the. There it is.
13th in. They are 13th in.
Overall.
13th in their GT, in the GT part of the race.
Right. Well, yeah, 13th in GT.
Yeah.
So they're 13th. And the
Vision
Garage
was
13.
the word I was looking for.
All the odds have been stacked against them.
Yeah.
All the odds.
Well, you say that, but the saying, a lot of people quote that saying wrong. They say unlucky for some, number 13. The saying is lucky for some, 13.
Well, the number 13 is not unlucky in Japan and China and places like that. Isn't the number 8?
No, very, very fortuitous. The number 8. 8, 88 and 888.
The driver's out of the car, by the way. But
that was Lionel Amarouche getting out.
Lionel Amarouche has got out. It is marvellous Martini racing overall. I love those overalls. I'd never fit in them.
Yeah, but you just put them on the wall next to your iRacing setup, wouldn't you? All right, Joe, we'll let you keep an eye. We'll let you keep an eye on that as the leader has second place car come into the pit lane, the Phoenix car. And Pierre Caffer, as we thought he would, is getting out.
Due? Yep, 1 hour and 10 minutes, so
Perfect.
bang on 40 laps.
So that takes it under 3 hours. So whoever goes now, if they do another hour and 10 minutes, then Pierre can take it to the end, which is kind of what we said. Now, Joe is hustling down there, and I use that word.
He's strolling. There's no hustle going on there.
There's an air of a promenading down to pit out there. Plain black helmet, Joe, was the car, the driver that got in that car.
Yeah, it's Herberger, though.
I think that's Herberger getting back in.
Both Doppelmayr and Herberger have the same overalls and helmet, but they're just different physiques.
Right, yeah, okay. So Sven Herberger back in. So out at the front of Red Ant, the Red Ant Racing class, which it is really now, the 992 class, Sam de Jonge. In the red number 903, Gavin Pickering behind the wheel of the 904. There's 6 laps between those two. Bradders has turned up at the Phoenix pit. Just doing a bit of investigating there.
Yeah, Pierre's still got his helmet on. He's just got out the car. We suspected that this might be the tactic now regarding driver rotation, and we'll be able to finish.
I reckon they've worked that perfectly, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think so.
Joe,
maximise their options is how I would.
Correct, because you want to get Pierre as close to his 8-hour maximum as possible, and the 2 hours will do that.
For your information, you have not spoken to Doppelmayr or Herberger in that car.
We've spoken to Doppelmayr.
Herberger. And
well, who wasn't ticking the boxes then? But somebody's been sabotaging you two.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've spoken to Sven Herberger. No question.
I thought we'd spoken to Michael as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I did speak to Michael.
That was on the grid. It wasn't in the race. Yeah.
He's quite a shy guy. He likes to keep a low profile.
Yeah, because the team said that's his first interview ever when you talk to him on the grid. That's absolutely right.
That was post-qualifying.
Oh, I'll tell you what.
Oh, yes, it was post-qualifying. Yeah, that was Friday. Yeah, good call.
Let's talk to Elliot Earhart.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, okay.
Elliot, how are you? How are you? Just step this way. Got Seb here with my camera. You're all right. Your work is done now. You're recuperating. So, just show the viewers the hand.
Yeah.
This is really unfortunate.
Yeah. But I'm lucky. I was in the hospital in the night, and everything is fine. And yeah, it's okay. We had a small problem at the pit. The door was not possible to open. I had my finger there, and then that's it. But everything is fine. Thanks to all guys who helped me. And yeah, we drove one stint in the night also, but now I have to take care.
Is it broken?
No, it's not broken.
Does it hurt?
It's open.
It hurt? Yes. This is face of a brave man. This has really mixed up the tactics for the Phoenix team.
Yeah, it was hard for my teammates, because they have drive a lot. Also Sven and Pierre. Pierre, it's just allowed to drive 8 hours, and he's on the limit. Yeah, he have one stint, and the other stints was driven by Sven and Michael. And I did only, I think, 3.5 hours or something like that. Yeah, but I will be back in Barcelona, and then.
That's the main thing. That was my next question. Thank you, Elliot. I'll leave you to recuperate.
Yeah, good to see him back in the pit lane. You can see and hear actually that he's in a bit of pain there. So it sounds to me that was more like a cut than a break. He said,
yeah, he said
it was open.
He didn't say it's not broken, it's open.
Yes. Yeah. Ow.
But there's a lot of cast around it, so I think it must be needing to stay in one place. Yeah. I suppose with a finger though, you're constantly moving it, aren't you? So if you have an open gash, horrible word, then if you hold it in one position, it seals better than if you keep moving it. You know, when on a boat, for instance, you just put glue all over it to seal it.
It's skin glue, isn't it, that you put on?
Well, I just use WD-40.
Super glue.
Super glue, yeah.
Not sure you're supposed to do that.
No, I know, but when super glue is all you got,
okay.
It's good.
Can I show the
just 1 second, Joe.
Oh no!
The glamour of motor racing, guys. This is what I wanted to show everybody. Come and work in motorsport, they said. It's really glamorous.
Whose garage was that?
Races.
Whose garage is that?
This is the Wolf Power Racing garage.
Right. And mechanics literally on the floor with nothing between them and the floor. Oh, no, hang on. We've got one of the setup blocks being used as a pillow there at one spot.
And also, the guy in the bib, in the fluorescent bib, has a fan at the top of his head, and it's blowing cool air.
Excellent.
But like I say, come and work in motor racing. You visit exotic places like the Algarve, and you're able to sleep on a garage floor covered in dirt. Fantastic. That's how much energy and effort it takes, everybody.
Well, and Wolf Power, I mean, they've had their problems, but they're by no means the most troubled car in the race. Just go back to Elliot Earhart. Back in the old days, his left hand, all he would have been doing is having to hold that on the steering wheel. He would have been changing gear with his right. But the problem is you've got to flick down through the paddles.
Yeah, but even if you didn't, I think if it's that painful and it's that open, then you don't want to be even holding it on a steering wheel. And in the old days, it wouldn't have power steering, so...
That is fair.
That would be the right struggle. We saw one of those scenes, just going back to our garage mechanics, we saw one of those scenes, quite a few of those scenes, early on at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and I had a chat with the cameraman. And I said, Guillaume, it was only a couple of hours into the race. I think it was even in qualifying. It was at the Corvette garage.
Yeah.
I said, they weren't all asleep, were they? And he grinned at me because Guillaume is the cameraman that sets up these very silly shots in the world of WTCR, in the world of Le Mans, even Le Mans Virtual, and he gets people to do things. We've seen him hand oranges to people whilst on screen. All of those Corvette sleeping shots early on in the race, they were all set up by him. He managed to get the whole garage to lie down and pretend to be asleep, to play dead whilst he filmed them. Of course, when it came to Sunday morning, there was a few more real shots of the same situation, and that one definitely looked like, it just looked like they'd just gone bing, sleep, and that guy had passed out on his back, arms wide.
Reminds me of Drop the Dead Donkey, Damien and Drop the Dead Donkey, who always used to do the setup stuff in the satire. At RSL _studio, please, if you'd like to get in touch. We're 2 3/4 hours away from a checkered flag, the old American Le Mans Series distance. Back of this race broken for most of the teams. And I reckon we have got 18 of the 23 starters still running.
God, WD-40 in a car would be really horrible, wouldn't it?
Stop.
Ouch.
I went straight past that. Here comes the 904. This is the darker coloured car, and the black with the blue livery from Red Ant Racing, and this is the second place car. Gavin Pickering is already out, and he's... Now, I'm not all fair with all of those helmets.
Have we spoken to Gavin yet?
No, we haven't.
Oh, that's going to be a good one.
We'll tick that one off. First thing we need to know is who jumped into it.
Poor little Gavin's name on the window is not even in the same text as the other three Belgians.
Not the same font, no.
It's been added on the bottom, and it's
look. His name's on the. I don't care whether my name's on the car. Am I sitting behind the steering wheel? Let's have a word with him. Gavin Pickering just out of that 904 second in 992 to its teammate.
Literally just out because he's still out of breath. How are you doing, Gav?
Yeah, a bit fresh. It's been a great race. You know, the Red Ant guys done brilliant. Just unbelievably hot. So really pleased to get around. Yeah.
So what are you guys doing now? I mean, it's yours to lose, they would say. You're racing against yourselves. It's that time of the race, Gav, where you're looking and thinking about noises coming from the car. Bit tricky what you do with this now.
Yeah, it's like set a lap time, so 54, just try and get on it. If someone nudges you out of the way, like a GT3, then so be it. But just sort of keep the brakes warm and off you go, really.
Keeping the sugar levels up with classic Coca-Cola. It's a bit like an old school endurance race now then, having to nurse the car to the finish and not take any chances.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we could try and do 50s all day, and then in the kitty litter, it doesn't make any sense, so yeah.
Well, you've been racing lately, because we see you in all sorts of cars. Have you done any historic stuff lately?
I stopped historics about 3 years ago, so I'm trying to do more endurance now, so a couple of Creventics a year. No, it's great. Great series.
Gav, I'm going to let you go and cool off, mate. You're beginning to sweat. I just got out of the car. Who took over the car there?
Kobe.
Kobe is. Right. Thanks, mate. Go and cool off. Well, you know what? The heat's beginning to build. It's going to be 42 degrees. That's the forecast. And that's probably going to be at its height at about 2 p.m.
Just at the end of the race.
Yeah, just when the flag falls.
Just as well as the swimming pool in the paddock and at the hotel.
Several swimming pools in the paddock.
Yes,
in terms of the inflatable ones. Gavin's car is into the fuel area as in comes the new version, the Evo version of the RS3 LMS TCR. That's the Wolf Power number 116. Note the different wheel arches and frontal treatment on that car, but the big giveaway is the reverse mounted swan neck on the back. This is Jasmin Preisig's car. Joe Bradley, they are... Now, this car, I've had a good look around this car's sister car, sister brand, the Cupra, and there's an awful lot of changes that have been made to this car. Most obvious, of course, is the bodywork, but underneath, a lot is done for more serviceability. You can see things and you can change things.
What's that hanging down?
Not sure. But one of the things that you can see by lifting the bonnet up, Joe, is that you can now see the drive shafts.
I suspect that they might be looking for something like a vibration. I'm going to talk to Charles Dawson in a moment, but the way that the mechanics went about it, they were just basically shaking the wheels, looking for some sort of play, either whether it be in the CV joint or the bearing. They're looking for something, and now they've lifted the bonnet and they were looking, peering down. There's a breather pipe hanging down at the back, I'm told. Whether that's significant, but I would suspect, yeah, it's the fuel breather, as we thought. Where's Charles? Where's Charles? I tell you what, one of the mechanics hasn't woken up for this. One of the guys that was asleep, he's still asleep. Charles, how are you? What are the boys looking for?
Well, we had two broken left and right transmissions earlier, and I was there. It was 3 a.m. We had the first one. The feeling was very similar, going over 120. Just felt like the car started really viciously vibrating, and I'm not. Who knows? Maybe I'm just being overcautious, but I think we're way ahead of third position, so I think better to be safe in this position than risk it. But I think it seems okay. So yeah.
Was that drive shaft earlier in the day?
Sorry, yeah, left both drive shafts, and then we did the differential as well earlier. That's why we were in the pits for so long.
Looks like they're still going to look. I've just been speaking to another driver about that time of the race where you're hearing noises, you're feeling things that are not necessarily there, but you've got to be so careful at this stage.
I know, that's the thing, and it was so similar to earlier. I just didn't want to take a chance, but you're right, it's like lack of sleep. The car's playing tricks on you, the corners are playing tricks on you. But it looks like there's something not 100%, which I think we got a bit of a gap to P4, but I just hope we can make the end now.
Go and cool off, mate, you begin to overheat. It's just beginning to sweat. These drivers, as I speak to them, they just begin to sweat. It's really hard stuff. Get yourself away.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
You can hear
Charles,
it, can't you?
Even whilst he was talking there, it's the heat soak. It's like the engines, you turn the engine off and the heat soak begins. That's always the thing at Le Mans, isn't it? Last pit stop, you're 5 laps ahead or whatever, but you have got to turn the engine off. Is he going to restart? There's jeopardy there. And the drivers are getting heat soak as well. They've got out the car, the adrenaline's beginning to subside, you start to sweat even more, and you could just hear it in Charles's voice.
Starting to sound like he was drunk.
Yeah, which is dehydration.
It's absolutely, fatigue, heat fatigue, and dehydration.
So, Shane Lewis, leading, has been out there for 54 minutes, so he's probably got...
Ish. It's been out there for 40 minutes, unless my computer's frozen.
So did he do a short stint at the beginning of it then? His stint time's 54 minutes.
Let's have a look.
I'll let you do a bit of refreshing.
Oh, it's frozen. Brilliant.
Right.
That'll be why then. You're right, I was wrong. Maybe we've lost the internet.
We have.
Oh, brilliant.
That's exactly what's happened. I've just realised that.
So timing screen is right then. So we should be seeing CP racing in the next 5 minutes. We have, for your information, Mr. Bradley, we've spoken to all of them. So you can talk to any of them. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, we've spoken to all of them.
So we are going to be slightly stymied.
Have we haven't spoken to either Vice, have we, at the...
Georg or Leonard.
WTM Racing Ferrari. We've spoken to Krumbach, and Indy John Jay was kind of bumped into. Kalvitz is in the car right now. He's the pro of that team, but it's really the Vice's car, isn't it? Georg being the father, Leonard being the son, and they're in the mix. They are still in the mix. CP Racing's stint here really strong, giving them a nice chunky advantage now over the Ferrari and Audi. Obviously Audi have got Kaffer to get back into that car once Herberg has done done this stint, which would take them to just under 2 hours. So then will Kaffer be able to do a double in the heat? I mean, the tyres aren't going to be able to, but
I don't think it's going to be a full double.
It's not going to be a full double, no.
No, well, and it's not, even at 2 hours, it's not a full double, is it? So he's probably going to have to do between an hour and a half and an hour and 40.
Yeah.
Which is, if I was them, I would split that right down the middle and put a new set of tyres on in the middle of that. So I would have him do 40 minutes or 45 minutes, bring him in, and then fire him again.
Because with CP Racing needing to pit in the next 5 minutes or so, they are in a weird kind of no man's land.
Yeah.
With 2.5 hours to go.
Correct.
Are they going to end up being in the similar situation to they were at Spa, where they're going to have to try and stretch the fuel longer than it was supposed to go? Because we've seen the Phoenix Audi do an hour and 15, so 2 stints of 1 hour 15 would get them to the end of the race for CP Racing, but I'm not sure the Mercedes could quite do that. And if you remember at Spa, they spent the last 5 laps going 10-15 seconds a lap slower.
Yes.
Just to get to the flag, and they really were not sure they would make it. You don't want to be doing that if you're in the lead of the race.
No. That does change. This is not just getting to the end to win GT3 Am. GT3 Am is one thing. Overall podium is one thing, because they wanted to be on the overall podium at Spa. But this is a win. This is an outright win for them.
And that's, they don't often get an outright win.
They don't often get an opportunity to do it. So I think you're right there. I'm keeping an eye on the penalties that haven't been. 3 more 10-second penalties for the Lion Speed by car collection. Audi.
It's because it's horrible to drive. That's what I've decided.
Okay.
It can't keep it on the track because it's horrible to drive.
Right. If you say so. We have some internet back, by the way.
Yeah.
Some. Somebody's turned the pipe down a bit.
I don't mean to be rude about it, but it's just whenever we've been on board with the car collection Audi, it's been so horrible, and therefore, if it's sliding all over the road, how do you keep it
between the white lines?
Between the white lines.
So, Shane Lewis then, about an hour into his stint. We saw him do about an hour and 10 minutes or so last night in the cool of the evening. Now, the other thing we've got to keep an eye on is anybody who has to do any routine maintenance before the end, so brakes. Anybody struggling for brakes? Anybody who's struggling for any other issues? Because with only 2.5 hours to go, there's not a lot of time to get that done and then make it back.
I'm pleased to say that Team ACP have got back out onto circuit. They've only done a third of the overall.
Jim Norman behind the wheel now. It's the first time I've seen his name against that car.
Well, that's good, because you want to give each of the drivers a bit of track time. Since Win Spinoy do quite a bit. But I'm glad to see them out again, because they've had so many issues, but they've persevered. Obviously, ID Racing only managing just over 100 laps with their gearbox issue. They had a exhaust issue before the race. And so they were the first to park up. Red Camels were the second to officially retire. Then we had 2 retirements pretty quickly after each other, Herbert and BBR. Vortex haven't retired, they'll never retire, but they are actually behind both BBR and Herbert at the moment. And obviously question marks over Wolf Power Racing and the drive shaft there. And Sedson Miles also in the pits, but they're only just in the pits, so that is a conventional pit stop. there on screen, the green 106 machine.
Scored at Joe Bradley, who's at that end of the pit lane.
Yeah, and bizarrely for this number 106, it went past the penalty box, straight to its garage, which is, so it doesn't have any penalties.
It doesn't have any penalties, no.
No.
That's great. We've got a driver change and a brand new Hankook rubber going on the front of the car. I think we're going to leave the already hot and worn rears, which is always good for the rear end of a front wheel drive car, even in this weather. So from here, they are just coming towards the end of the pit stop, front tyres going on. Just a bit of a visual inspection on the car. We needed to ask this team a question, didn't we, as to where the name of Sepsong...
yeah, because they're run by Code Racing Developments, which is a better-known French team. So why have they decided to do something different? And is it Sepsong miles or is it 700 miles, even if they're all French? We've been calling it Sepsong because they're all French, but maybe they want to be super English.
Di spoke to one of the few people that speaks English down there. Hang on a sec, I'll come back to that in a moment, because we've got somebody going slowly in Sector 1. And I can't tell you what car that is at the moment.
There you go.
It's the BMW concept car, and it is going very slowly. This is the number 482. Is this another left front? It is.
Yeah.
I seem to think that's not the first or the second time that we've seen that on this car.
No, when everyone else has been getting the left rears, they were the ones getting the left fronts, weren't they?
Yeah.
Again, early on in the lap. So happening around the last corner, which is where it overheats the most.
Yeah. It's Dan Harper, the Irishman, for BMW M Motorsport in its 50th year this year. Big anniversary for them. They've got the new BMW M prototype being built at the moment by Team RLL personnel down at Dallara in Italy. 2 cars for the GTP category in the US, and Dan Harper getting some practice of getting back to the pits with a hobbled car.
I wonder if they're asking too much of this left front tyre, or whether it is a setup thing.
Or is it just that we're getting
47 minutes since they last pitted? That's not a full stint.
But we're getting warmer again.
Yeah.
We've had no problems during the night. And we've had now a couple of punctures, right front, left front.
The right front for me is more bizarre.
I think that's more likely to be an issue of going off the circuit and returning somewhere. Yeah. But to be honest, a lot of what we've seen in terms of cars that have had issues with tyres, and we did see during one of the Code 60s, the race director and some of the circuit officials going around and checking some of the left-hand side of the track where people were going off the track a lot to see if there was anything they could do there. We had some gravel being moved around. We had checks being done on the drainage covers at the edges of the curbs. So they were clearly talking to the Hankook engineers.
And I think that did something as well.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. And the Hankook engineers will forensically examine every tyre that comes back and all the bits of the tyre that come back, and they'll be able to see whether the teams were being, and I'm not saying this has happened, but there's several things that can cause a tyre to puncture. Debris, could have run over a bit of carbon fibre or something that's fallen off a car. That's the obvious one. That can happen to us in our road cars. You can have side-to-side contact with another car that would damage the wheel or the tyre. You could go off the track and either damage the tyre going off or more likely coming back on again. That's likely to be the sidewall or the inner or the outer edge. The car could be set up with the suspension putting too much pressure on the inside shoulder. That would be a camber issue. Wrong tyre pressures. Run the tyre too soft or run the tyre too hard. That's going to affect it as well. And it seemed to me that there was a general consensus of opinion from the Hankook tyre engineers, the teams, and indeed the organisers here, that there was something external, Ben, that was causing the problem, and they went round and started examining various bits of the track on the left-hand side.
And I think they did. I think it worked, didn't it? Because we then, after 3 or 4 hours, didn't have anything.
Correct.
Then it went into the night, and it's only been back into the dawn and the day again, where we've started to see things creeping in.
We've had 5 hours of sunshine now, and so the track temperature will be slowly rising. The BMW, by the way, Dan Harper, is, and still nobody's used the Formula One pit lane entry. I've seen a few people using the cutout that I've not seen used for anything on turn 16.
It doesn't look like it's been used for anything either, but it looks the tarmac. Well,
it was resurfaced here, don't forget. So that the grey tarmac is the old tarmac.
Yeah, but there's no rubber down on it either.
Is that the original track then? And was the
original track was where
we're using? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Someone's been making graffiti patterns in the paddock.
It's a side-by-side autocross type.
Oh yes, it is.
Circuit.
Rallycross, rock styly.
Yeah. Absolutely.
There was. Did you know that there was a race of champions held here once?
In Portugal?
There was they did a Race of Champions Europe event, which was a qualifying event for Beijing, I think.
Oh, I did Beijing.
And they raced up and down the main straight, and Philippe Albuquerque won.
Actually here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant in Portugal. I didn't realise you meant actually here at Portimao.
Yeah. Random fact of the day. Very random for those of you that don't study Race of Champions that much.
Ben and I have worked together many times on the Race of Champions, and I've had a lot of fun down through the years at various stadia around Europe and the world, sharing with Bruce Jones at Wembley and Dusseldorf. Jenny Gow was my co-commentator out in the States, Mexico.
Bob Varsha was your co-commentator in Miami.
No, he was the presenter for the American feed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did all the links for the American feed. But I did get to work with one of my broadcast heroes there. Bob Varsha is one of my broadcast heroes. I love Bob's style. My early years in the US, he was still doing the Formula One coverage with David Hobbs and Steve Matchett. And I loved their commentary if I was out there for a Grand Prix weekend. And I've been fortunate enough to be able to say that I've known Bob. We've worked at the same events, doing different things down through the years. Excellent athlete in his own right, actually. Marathon runner. Olympic standard, pretty much, as well.
Wow.
And glad to see he's come through his health problems of the last few years, and he's never changed one iota in all the years that I've known him. Did joke with him that I finally got to work with him on the same broadcast team at the same event, and we still didn't end up sharing a commentary box, which is one thing I always wanted to do. Managed to get to do it with the great Murray Walker on a couple of occasions at various events, sharing commentary box with him. But Bob, certainly, I just like Bob's style of a very generous broadcaster, and perhaps some of you listening might not understand what I mean by that. It was never about Bob, it was always about making things better, and if that meant he didn't say very much, then that was all right with him. 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds left of the race.
And we must be soon getting CP Racing into the pits. I've now got my internet back, and it shows that Shane Lewis has been out there for 1 hour and 9 minutes. Charles Espinlab did 1 hour and 17. So stretched it to 41 laps, which is actually more than Pierre Caffer was doing in the Audi. Charles Putman did 42 laps. So that Mercedes is going long.
They've been doing 1 hour and 15 quite regularly, 1 hour and 15 plus quite regularly. Shane during his... So that when he did his 2 hours during the night, he did 1 hour and 15, and then effectively a 45-minute sprint on new tyres.
Well, that's good news for their strategy then, because they're not going to have to nurse it to the flag. They are comfortably within a one more stop window, 2 more stops window, because they owe us a stop. Ferrari's just stopped. Audi stopped 25 minutes ago. Calvitz is still aboard that car.
Calvitz has done 1 hour or so, hasn't he, in that car? Yes, he has.
Calvitz has done a lot of... now, that's a GT3 pure car, so that's not a Pro-Am, it's not an Am, it's actually a proper car. So there's the regulations the regulations that apply to the Pro car does not apply to the GT AM car. So the 8-hour window that Pierre Caffer is able to run to does not apply to the Pro driver in the Ferrari. That's what I'm trying to say, because they are a Pro car. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Waiting.
Because Joe was talking in my ear at the time.
Yeah.
I was trying to think and talk at the same time. When I'm just talking and not thinking, much easier. When I'm actually having to use my brain and talk, much harder. Sometimes I use my brain.
2 hours, just over 2 hours, 20 minutes to go. I think Shane Lewis will probably do one more lap, possibly two, before he comes in at the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got, as I say, we got a 42-lap stint out of Espenlaub earlier doors. 41 for Espenlaub, 42 for Putman, and they're in this lap. They are in and coming towards Joe Bradley right now.
All right, let's head down to Joe as the blue, red and white car comes to a halt, and Shane Lewis gets out for, I think, what will be the end of his driving duties here, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. Charles Espenlaub is going to take over the driving duties. I'm not sure with 2 hours and 20 to go whether Charles Espenlaub will take this car to the finish. I know he
can't. It's 2 hours and 20. Yeah.
That's of course. So maybe Joe Foster will, or maybe Shane Lewis isn't done for the day. We'll wait and see. It's quite a significant anniversary for this. At this very moment, we see Shane Lewis getting out of the car and completing his 60th 24-hour race in a career that started, of course, in the United States, his home country, and as we've known Shane for well over 20 years. There's some work going on. Now, I did see the CP boys bringing out 2 brand new dampers, and you see the brakes being changed, brake pads. Car's completed a pit stop. We've had a brake pad change on the left front only. Fresh set of Hankook tyres all around, but just pads on the left front of this Mercedes. Not the right front, only the left front. So there maybe, I've seen teams do this before. It takes a little bit less time just to do one side and one corner. And so that seems to be the case at CP.
I wonder if they'd already done the other side on a previous stop, or whether they'll do the left side next time it comes in, Joe.
Let's have a word with Shane, shall we?
60 24-hour races, what an achievement for that fella.
Absolutely, he needs water.
Swimming pool. Swimming pool.
I wonder, Joe, and you'll know this better than me, when the last time CP Racing took victory, I think overall victory, yeah, I think it might have been Hockenheim 2020, but other than that, you then have to go back to when they were called Pro Sport Performance and not CP Racing. Yeah. Basically the same team, but I think they might well have been here.
Oh.
Back in 2018.
This is quite a special moment, guys. I'm about to speak to Shane, who's just taking on some well-earned water. I'm going to shake the man's hand. Can I congratulate you, Shane? I've known you a long time. This is your 60th 24-hour race.
60th 24-hour race, that's right. Who thought they could possibly do this many? I thought after like 24 of them, I would never do another one. So we're up to 60, and such an honor to be here with CP Racing, driving this amazing AMG Mercedes, and at Portimao. What a cool racetrack.
It is. We've got a little bit of a presentation for you here. Peter Fry from Creventic wants to congratulate Shane as well. And it's quite an honour for the 24H Series to be a place in a series where Shane celebrates his 60th with a Code 60 flag. There you go, mate. That's quite a special thing.
Well, a special thing. I'm just glad I didn't cause a Code 60 on my 60th. That's more important. So thanks everybody there, the Creventic, they're doing this. That really means a lot to me, and everybody at CP Racing for having me on board. So it's awesome.
It's awesome to have you, Shane. What's the strategy now? What we're going to see from CP Racing?
Well, it's so tough out there. I mean, we were running really quick lap times at nighttime, and you just forget that ambient temperature was just enough to keep everything underneath you. It's right now, it's survival. I'm going to be honest with you, survival. The car's running great, but just the grip level is so difficult out there. Being super careful, because I want to make sure I hand it back over to whoever's getting in next.
And so it's Charles Espelard now, still 2 hours and 20, so he's going to have to hand the car to someone else. Is that going to be Joe, or is it going to be Charles, or is it going to be you?
They told me to hydrate up just in case.
Okay, it's one of them, is it?
Yeah, so I don't mind doing it at all. We got, we have no AC in the car. We have kind of one of the helmet blower units that's on there. Thank you. And it's like, even though it'll drop at 20 degrees when the inlet temperature's over, 110 Fahrenheit, it's still dang hot. Yeah, really, really hot.
One set of brake pads on the left front went on there. I'm not sure if you're aware. That's something I've seen this team do before, where, you would do both sides at the same time, but it's a strategy that CP seem to enjoy.
Well, right now, we're doing this under green, and we do not want to take any more time than we have to. So obviously, most of the corners here are heavily loaded right-handers, and so we're on the brakes, and we're trail braking to the right all the time. So it's going to make sense that left front brake is the one that's going to take all the pounding. So some of it's probably overly cautious. Me, honestly, just let me run me. That's okay, let's go. But I respect what they're doing, and it's really Robbie the best call.
Good luck. I'm not going to say anything more. I don't want to hex it.
Thanks for the handshake, and thanks to the Creventic for the 60. Appreciate it.
Fabulous. See you in the pool.
Hey, Joe, not yet. You've got 2.5 hours to go. You can't go jump in the pool now.
Yeah.
Can I not?
No, not quite.
I've been doing it in between interviews all day.
Well, you would dry off so quickly. I just want to run through some penalties that have not been served yet. 421 BMW has got 20 seconds. The number 499 has got another 30 seconds of penalties. That's the Lion Speed car, believe it or not, with another 30 seconds of penalties. The number 116, that's the Wolf Power. 10 seconds at least for them, yes, 10 seconds for them. Oh, hang on a second, I've just found another one for the 499. They've got another 40 seconds of penalties. Good heavens. And that stretches back to 10:30.
Last night?
No, this morning.
Oh, okay.
So that's an hour and a quarter gone, so they've got 45 minutes to do that one, and they have 3 more. It's all track infringements. And they're getting now adding up to 15 offences at turn 1, 15 offences at turn 4, 15, that's 30 offences in 2 corners, 12th offence at another corner.
Race is long.
I know. Heavens above. It's 3 warnings and then a penalty, and then a penalty every 3 after that, I reckon, is how I've been reading this. CP have just had a turn 1 offence, 3rd offence. That's given them a warning. So I think it's 3, and then you start getting your 10 seconds adding up.
So CP Racing have taken many class wins before. Hockenheim 2020, Dubai, Spa 2022, and the team have never made it to the overall top step.
They've had a second.
CP Racing.
They've had a second.
Yes, but they've never
I think
made
they've
it
had a
top
third
step.
as well.
But that is a CP Racing, and they only started driving as CP Racing since 2019. Previously, exactly the same team with sometimes Adam Christodoulou aboard. The car was called Pro Sport Performance.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have taken overall victories in 2018, for instance. But as CP Racing, this could be their first ever legit overall victory.
But we're not going to talk about it.
If they can keep Phoenix Racing behind, 18 seconds is the gap. They're now back on the same strategy.
Well, sort of, because Sven's got half an hour more in the car than Charles. So this is that half an hour, 40 minutes gap that has been there since...
Stagger. Well, no, it went away. This morning it went away.
Oh, did it?
But because Doppelmayr did a short stint, it's re-established itself again.
Right, that's interesting, because... and is that because...
of the code 60s this morning?
But also, is that because the 85 car is going longer on its fuel?
No, well, they can actually do about the same. If Cafford does a full stint, he's done 40 laps. So they can do the same.
Last night, just before 1 o'clock in the morning, and we've got a code 60. We've got a code 60. Right, I'll come back to that thought in a moment.
So now, do we see Sven Herberger bring the Phoenix in? to after 40 minutes of running?
Yes, you do.
Mercedes probably wouldn't. Ferrari have only been out 8 laps.
No, you have to. There's a slow car in sector 2 and a yellow flag at turn 4. Now, missing at the moment is the 701. That's the Vortex. So that's the car that
is... You see, if we didn't have Vortex, we wouldn't have code 60s.
That's not true.
Not quite true.
That's not true. I think you've got to come in if you're Herberger, because what you do here is you get half a tank, and that'll stretch him somewhere near... even if they don't want to use him to his full 2 hours.
He's doing a good job, though.
Well, he's doing a very good job. Very good job.
Kaffer would be maybe a half a second a lap faster, but Herberger's pace for an AM as well, let's not forget, is really, really strong, as we saw at Hockenheim last time out.
Sorry, I'm giggling because we've just had an 18th offence at turn 1 and another track limits penalty for the 499 line speed. I think they've got nearly a minute to stop now.
I love the fact that the drone is instantly over the place where there are yellow flags.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
We've seen this a couple of times this morning. Hunting a reason for...
It's a reconnaissance drone, isn't it? IV capital GMB Heart.
Yellow flags are at turn 4 to cover turn 5.
Yes, correct.
We are hovering over turn 4 right now, and actually, looking at the marshal posts, there are no yellow flags into 4.
So where has it...
There's a car that stopped going into 5, I think, so we need to head over to the hairpin. And I think I did see a slow-moving vehicle on the entrance to the corner, but it now has started moving again.
Right.
I think. But we did have one of these code 60s earlier where there was absolutely no reason that we could work out
the 701 is moving again. I've got that on the tracker.
And it hasn't done a slow stint. So it's not the 701.
Well, it was shown as missing in turn 1 in sector 1
because in sector 1.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's just going through turn 3 now.
Yeah.
So that one's moving. So maybe off.
It wasn't
on a restart. Maybe it just stopped and then restarted.
Well, it wouldn't have got to that point.
Yeah, good point.
In the amount of time that we've had. So I think there's somebody else. Turn 5 is sector 2. Turn 4 is sector 1.
Correct. The sector point is just over the top of the brow in the braking area.
It's a mystery.
Don't you go all Damon on me. So the code 60 flags are out. Obviously in honour of Shane Lewis and his 60th 24 hours.
Maybe, but who's responding to it? Who's going to make...
Well,
nobody yet.
I'm quite surprised. The leader is coming round now, and they won't need to stop. Charles Espenlaub has only been in that car for 7 minutes.
Here is the stretch between turn 4 down to turn 5. The drone's gone nice and high now, so we can see...
I can't see anybody at the side of the road.
We can't quite see turn 5. But there is nothing... It's not fair to follow the vortex.
I'm not seeing now any cars missing.
No.
I've got the right number of cars on the track and the right number of cars in. So is it debris? Is there a track problem? Not sure. We'll try and find that out for you. I'm just desperate to see. Right, Ferrari. Right, leader is in. Leader is in the pit lane. Espenlaub has gone straight past his pit and he's going to fuel. So they're going to brim fill this car right up to however much they can get in it.
Ferrari doing the same thing?
Correct. And so are Phoenix.
And here come Phoenix now.
Yeah, they had to do that. Now, Ferrari have stopped at their box, and they're doing a more full stop. The 903, our leader, the Red Ant Racing car, had 20 seconds or so of penalties. So they're soaking that up. 3, 2, 1... Go.
I saw Pierre Kaffer waiting for the Audi, so they're going to put Kaffer back in.
He can't go in yet.
Well, he is going in. He's standing at the side of the track. He's going in, which means that Sven Herberger is going to have to finish the race.
Right, so the issue is on the outside of the track at turn 4.
He has gone past
that's where the
CP has gone past the fueling. We can see that on the drone footage. He's gone
past the fueling.
All the way through the pits. Doesn't matter, it's no slower or faster.
No, it is slower. It's only 40 clicks. It's only 40 clicks in the So something was going on the outside of turn 4.
There's a little black spot where the tow truck had parked up beside, but it was midway between.
I just need to. So, George, are you saying that it did that Charles Espinal did not go to the fuel at all?
Seb and I are at the fueling entrance and exit.
Right.
On the pit road.
He didn't.
And the CP Mercedes has gone straight past us. The Audi 18, the number 18 Phoenix Audi, and the WMT Ferrari have gone into fueling.
WTM, yeah.
They'll be coming out at WTM.
And I think they've changed drivers as well, Joe.
In a moment. They changed drivers.
Calvert stopped at the Calvert and Herberger in the WTM Ferrari, and the Phoenix Racing Audi stopped at their pits. I don't think the 85 stopped at their pits, but I know that's a ways down from you. But did they just quickly change the other brake pads on that car?
I don't know, that's the opposite end.
Yeah, I know.
Why wouldn't you top off the fuel though? Because you're not going to brim the car, are you?
Well,
during a stop.
It was 1 minute and 23 seconds, and that's more than it takes to drive through the pit lane.
I'll
not sure. Certainly didn't go to the fuel station, didn't trip the beam, didn't trip the fuel station transponder.
Right, the 903 has served its 8-second time penalty. That was the Red Ant leader in 992. That was exceeding the speed limit. For the 499 had about a minute's worth of penalties, and it served all of those, so they'll have been doubled up.
Code 60 fighting side by side between 499 and 405. GT battle.
GT4 lead battle.
10 laps between them.
Yes.
But they're side by side.
10 laps between them, and social distancing as well. There was 2 meters between them on the track. Out goes the Phoenix Racing Audi.
Pierre Caffer,
that is Caffer's helmet. 2 hours and 4 minutes. He can't take that car to the end.
No, he can't.
So is this the last throw of the dice, performance-wise, for Pierre Caffer and Phoenix Racing?
Well, this was not the plan, I'm sure. What you were saying about the plan, getting Caffer to do the end, would have worked had we not responded to this.
But how long was Herberger in the car?
41 minutes.
All right, that's fine. And
so
how
he
long
could have done another half an hour.
So how long was Caffer in the car before that?
An hour and 10.
Yeah, so he's done his...
Done his rest period.
He's just done his rest period. Yeah.
But the plan would have been for Herberger to do a full stint.
Calvert's has stayed in to WTM, by the way.
Yeah, and he's now done an hour and
17
minutes in that car.
So he's got 40 minutes to go, and he's got brand new tyres. So they're going to put him on full send, aren't they?
But he's going to only do half a stint.
Yeah, but on new tyres.
Sure.
So don't baby them at the beginning. Hammer them. It's hot. Let's go. Let's see what we can force the other people to do. Caffer must be on new tyres as well.
Kind of both. For me at the moment, that's because...
Did Espinal just change tyres then?
No, he didn't. He wouldn't have stopped. Not with 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Does it take 90 seconds to go down the pit lane at 40k?
How long's the pit lane? We can easily work that one out. It's about a kilometre.
Brand new tyres when he pitted and took over from Shane, remember?
Yes.
Yeah, so he had tyres and a full service 3 laps before the code 60.
So did they have a puncture? Did they have a slow puncture? Don't understand why they would bring him in.
Find out, boys.
No, I think they were going to go to the fuel bay, and perhaps there wasn't a possibility to do so. Perhaps there was no capacity in the...
No, I don't buy that. Everybody else came in behind them.
Okay, so we've got a marshal out on circuit. I think he might be holding a cone.
Fuel bays were empty when the Mercedes came by.
Absolutely agree. Right, we are coming up to high noon and 2 hours to go. We'll give you a rundown there.
I wish we knew what was going on here. Is it that somebody has hit a cone and the cone is in the wrong place, and that is why we are now...
Several cones.
Because we had cones on the inside of turn 4, didn't we?
Yeah, and other places as well.
And I think maybe the cones have been...
Yeah, they've been splattered.
Somebody splattered the cones. How rude of them.
Yeah. You're listening and watching live coverage of the Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. Ben Constantinos and John Hindhaugh in the booth. It's Joe Bradley for the moment down in the pit lane. Producer and tech back over and up in London is Rob Lomas. this morning, and we'll go all the way through to the end of the race, which is 2 hours and 1 minute from now. So another code 60, and this then our 12th of the race. We've still only had 2 leaders of this race, being CP and Phoenix, and the leaders changed 24 times.
So the reason we can't see what's going on with the code 60 from our drone is because cones look really small from above. No cars have been harmed, maybe slightly, by salting the cone. We go back to green flag with bang on 2 hours of racing to go. Charles Espinal leads in the 85 CP Racing Porsche, has just under 2 minute advantage, although that's going to be less, to Pierre Caffer in the Phoenix. He has to give that car over to Sven Herberger to finish the race. Indy Donje is now aboard WTM Racing, so they did change Kalvitz to Donje. Donje's fast as well, and we have a 3-car battle for the victory here.
I need to make a point on that. You were talking earlier on about different series, and I can't remember whether time in the pits counts for your drive time.
Yeah,
here.
okay.
There's been a coming together of the Lippert Lamborghini and the 106 Wolf Power car that is being looked at the moment. Maybe that's what scattered the cones. All right, 120 minutes to go. CP Racing by about 2 minutes from Phoenix in second place and WTM. So that's AMG, Audi and Ferrari. Then the internecine Red Ant Racing battle between the 903 and the 904. That's for 4th and 5th and for Porsche honours. And then it's the RD Sainz 6th place car, the 720 Lamborghini, ahead of 2nd place in GTX, the Lippert car. GT4 leader is Ram Racing in 8th in the GT division of this race. 9th Santalog, 10th Lion Speed, with more penalties than a World Cup playoff quarter-final draw. BMW Motorsport, punctures for those guys again this morning as the heat comes up. 11th place and 3rd in GTX. Herbert out, drive shaft issues on that car. No, actually, we don't know what was the issue on that car. They ended up in the, Daniel Alleman was in the gravel this morning just before 8 o'clock. Vortex still running. Philippe Bonnell driving that car at the moment. Red Camel out, that was the drive shaft with the Porsche after an exhaust had taken some damage and heated things up too much at the left rear. Tangerine Associates are running again. Jim Norman lapping that car at the moment. ID went out with a gearbox issue in their GT3 Cup car. In the TCE division, which is all TCR, BBR lead AC. They've got laps in hand. Wolf Power in 3rd. 700 miles, 700 miles in 4th, so that's Cupra, Audi, VW, so all VAG, by the way, in this particular category, all based on the same platform. Then Weidmann Nisa Racing recovering, as are Lestrup. BBR 158 out after an engine fire. 2 hours, just under 2 hours to go, 1 hour 57 minutes to go to the checkered flag. So the last throw of the dice maybe in terms of the performance for Phoenix Racing and Pierre Caffer. 51 seconds. As we went back to green, that's the first lap on green. The 2 minutes that I gave you before, of course, was under code 60. And so now We know that Pierre is going to be very tight. He got in with just over 2 hours to go. The question I was posing, Joe Bradley, is whether the pit lane time counts, because there'll be at least 6 minutes of pit lane time in that, so he might just be able to get to the 2 hours.
I'm sweating like a 2005 Transit van on an MOT ramp here, mate.
Third time you've used that this week.
It's the only way I can describe it. Yes.
So we'll get that clarified. Ian McCarthy, well done, Shane Lewis. I'm not sure if I've seen 60 24-hour races yet. That's not a career, it's a lifestyle.
Have you, Hindhoff? You've
yes.
done a few?
Yeah.
We must have, mustn't we?
Oh, I'm into 3 figures now.
Yeah.
I must be.
Really?
Yeah, I have to be. I started going to Le Mans in '89. And for quite a long time it would only have been Le Mans, but
we've been doing this series for about...
particularly with this series, and then you've got to add Daytona in as well now.
Daytona.
Which I've been doing for 8 years.
Does the grass cutter race count?
That was 25 hours. I competed in that. We were talking about the lawnmower race at Whisper Green. That was the anniversary. I did a 25.
I did a 25-hour front cup race at Spa 2019. It's still got to count as 24 hours, though, haven't it? Still an achievement. We've known Shane Lewis for over 20 years since we started working in America.
I'd love to see how that. I love to see how that breaks down for Shane as to where he's done them. 24-hour the Nürburgring, of course. Been doing that since 2007.
Yes, true. Yeah, that's for you, not Shane.
Yeah, well, no, he's done it as well.
Yeah, I believe he has.
As Pro Sport, they had a very interesting car that they did the 24 hours. They had one of the Grand Am special. They had a Grand Am special Porsche. They only built, I think, 25 of that car, which was based on a GT3 Cup car, but with some Grand Am changes, and they ran the 24 hours at the Nürburgring for that. Let's go down to the pit lane. We've been speculating on CP Racing's on Phoenix Racing's tactics. Pierre Caffer getting back in the car after a short stint, 40 minutes, by Sven Herberger. Let's ask Sven what the tactics are for here, and welcome back to the pit lane. Good afternoon, Dynabix.
Good afternoon, yes, as you just said, John, I'm with Sven. He's just jumped out of the car not long ago having a drink. What's the tactics now, Sven, for you? Obviously things had to change, losing one of your drivers earlier on in the race.
2 more hours to go. I mean, we have, how to say, the carrot in front of the donkey. So we are of course fighting for victory, but this is the reason why Pierre went back in the car. So let's see what we can do, and it's my turn probably at the end. So the last 40 minutes, I go again. So just to complete that.
So you're just sitting on alert, really waiting for the moment that you need to get back in the car and making sure that you're covering all the needs that you need to cover.
Yeah, I mean, this is after everyone did like 23 hours, everyone is like pretty much exhausted. So my challenge will be that staying concentrated and yeah, how to say.
Keeping hydrated and keeping mentally alert and focused.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I mean, it's on me then to bring the car home. Whether it's first or second, at the end it doesn't matter. But everyone fought hard the day and night, so the entire week, and I hope I will deliver.
Well, I'll let you go back to the team and rehydrate and do what you need to do. But thanks for chatting to us. Obviously, still a fair amount of time to go yet in this race. Thank you very much.
Diana Binks down there in the pit lane at Phoenix Racing. Top 3, let me tell you where they are on the track. Leader is down at turn 5. That's the 85 CP racing car. Second position is about to cross the line now. Pierre Caffer for Phoenix Racing. Crossing the line. Hang on. Now. Oh, there he is, yes. Just gone past us. And third, the number 22 car is about to cross the line now. That's the WTM Ferrari. And he goes across there now. So the leading pair are 49 seconds apart. And the WTM car is half the length of the front straight behind second, plus a lap.
Plus a lap, yeah.
At the moment, Indy Donchi behind the wheel of that car, lapping fairly similar lap times as they get back up to speed to Pierre Caffer. Now, in terms of drive time, Charles Esplanade has been in there 23 minutes, Pierre's been in 13, and so is Indy Donchi, 13. They changed at the same time during that last Code 60. We heard Herberger there say that he's going to get back in at the end. So we were correct when we were saying Caffer can't go to the end from when he got in.
And on the way back, I clarified what went on at CP Racing. I was up at the fueling end, so I didn't see what went
when
on
Esplanade
at the garage.
drove through the pits.
And he went through and he didn't take fuel. He'd done the other side brake pads.
No, that's what I thought.
And that's. I mean, considering what did you say? 1 minute and 23 pits in the pits and out.
1 minute and 23.
1 minute 23.
Pit out.
And include that, taking the what would have been the right-hand front wheel off. Slotting the pad out, opening the calipers, slotting the new pads in. I mean, they're quick fits, not like your road car, but still massive. And why did he not then top off the fuel? Didn't need to. He done 2 laps.
Yeah,
utterly pointless.
Yeah. No, it wasn't the fact that he'd burned a lot of fuel. I just wondered whether they'd bring the tank to its full, because 2 laps from his fuel allowance he'd used. But that could have meant he still had a quarter of a tank empty, because the tanks are bigger than what you can put in. My idea was that you would top it off and give him full fuel so that your next pit stop is shorter.
I know you're an advocate of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's kind of strict.
Particularly at this time of the race, because you want to make your last pit stop first, and you want to make that last pit stop as short as possible. And everything that you can do to that point is good news.
Were you up early enough to hear Trussers in the booth with us this morning?
Well, yes, I was, but I was in having breakfast, so no.
Right. So he was telling us that the system at refueling, there is an ID tag that you zap on the pump, and that registers who you are, and it also registers whether you're under green or whether you're under purple, and what you're there for is your fuel allocation. And he described it as a bit like when you put in the maximum amount of fuel at the service station, which is £99. When it gets to 95,
it slows down.
Yeah. Same thing.
Right.
So if you
that's why you should never pay at the pump. You should always pay inside.
Well, I have to now, because it's 140 quid to fill my car. It's pointless. I wouldn't even get me to yours and back. But yeah, that all of those elements, all of those factors in what you said there. I'm an advocate of topping off and then spend less time at the fuel pump next time. It's minute amounts of time that you're saving there, and I can kind of see this. I'm not saying that that's wrong, and I'm not saying that any other way is right, but what I'm saying is it's just a variation on a theme, and I think at the end of the day it balances itself out.
I always think under Code 60, if you can get fuel in the car, it's not free fuel, but it is less time consuming in terms of what you lose to your competitors for a green flag pit stop. So under Code 60, even if you can only put a quarter of a tank in because you were quite full before, if you only put a quarter of a tank in, you're going to use that quarter of a tank. So you might as well have quarter of a tank at Code 60 with everybody else as quarter of a tank. There is an absolute saving of time.
I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying, but it could end up being minuscule, and depending on whether your next pit stop
there's 47 seconds between first and second.
I know, after 22 hours of racing.
You are talking about filling the car with a pistol grip. The last pit stop, 10-15 seconds difference on that last fill of fuel could be the difference between the top step and the second step of the box.
Yeah, I know. I can't disagree with you.
I want to get I want to get to my last pit stop first, and I want that last pit stop to be as short as
possible. Yeah.
So that
we're inside.
Forget the rest of the race now.
Limited. We're inside.
Anybody who gets
limit
in now could go to the end.
Finish. Yeah.
Yes, but Esplanade, Kaffa, and Donji all have to get out of those cars. So you have to do a driver change for the first three.
Yes. They didn't have a choice though, did they? There was too much time. It was 2 hours and 20 minutes when Esplanade got in.
Yeah. They were slightly out. We've got a 10-second time penalty for the number 710, Glenn McGee's Leipert Motorsport. I think that's the second time they've had a collision. Infringement on General Code of Driving causing a collision. 10-second time penalty. The 499, by the way, immediately straight back up to 30 seconds. They just did over a minute in the pit lane, and since. Oh no, hang on, sorry, they've served 2 of those. Okay, so about every 20 minutes they're getting 10 seconds. Wow. It seemed to me. Into the pit lane for the RD Sainz Lamborghini, which is leading GTX.
That's a Mercedes in as well, John. That's the leading GT4, isn't it?
That was Ram Racing.
Yeah.
But also the RD Sainz leader. So 2 class leaders in, GTX, RD Sainz Lamborghini, and the GT4 leader, Phil Keen it was that brought the Ram AMG GT4, Paulius Pascavicius in the RD Sainz car. An hour and 44, they won't be able to quite get to the end from here.
No, just Phil Keen.
But at 144, and again, here's my other theory about from now. I'd split that time in half now.
Yeah, that would work. Well, you've got
brand new tyres on.
You've got 1 pit stop, right? It really doesn't matter where you take it now.
But with the heat coming up,
as long as you're inside your fuel window.
With the heat coming up, I want to put as little pressure on the tyres in those 2 stints.
So you're not wanting to be coming towards the end of the race with worn-out tyres. You want tyres with good life on them. I
want 40 or 50 minutes only to do.
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
Particularly if you're chasing.
So who are we talking about there in particular? We're talking about the Chasing Phoenix, the number 18. The time is still coming down, isn't it, between the leaders?
Get ready to tick Phil Keen off.
Okay. Have we not done Phil Keen?
I thought we had. In fact, I think I ticked him off last night. Phil Keen is out of that.
It's John Minshaw we need.
Leading car. We must have spoken to John, surely. Let's go down to Diana, who's down with Fabulous Phil, down in the pit lane.
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. Phil, as you jumped out, was the door sticking when you were trying to shut it?
No, unfortunately, people are too aggressive with the lever that releases the pedal box, and it pops the cable out, and then it just floats around. So they need to calm down when they get in the car. They'll get a bit excited. So, but apart from that, there's no issues. We're just cruising, bringing it home, basically. Just try and look after the car and the tyres till the end.
This is this crucial part at the end of the race, and all you can do is manage the expectations that you have and work to the strategy that you've got.
Yeah, so we just look after the car and keep cruising around, stay out of trouble. We've got a big enough lead, so we'll just we'll just see what happens from here.
Who'll take the car to the end? Who'll take the car to the end?
I'm hoping Katerina will take the car to the flag, but she's a bit nervous about it, so we'll see nearer the time.
Do you think you might get back in?
I'd like Kat to do it, so let's see what happens in a few hours.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Cheers, thank you.
Diana Binks with Phil Keen. The question from Dave Alcock at RSL_studio: what's the eventual destination of the BMW M4? They already have very competitive GT3, GT4 cars for clients, so this is a replacement for one of those, or an Evo. It's brave to race it, to be applauded. This is the new GT4 car, Dave. There's been a change of platform for the M4 since the current GT4 was raced originally. So it is the new for next year GT4. So not even really an evolution, it's a brand new platform. A lot of the running gear, of course, is the same. The twin power, as BMW call their turbo setup on that car, very similar. They've learned a lot from the relatively new GT3 platform that they introduced, was that 2 seasons ago now?
There's a name for that twin turbo.
Twin power, they call it.
Twin power. It's basically 2 spoons, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very clever.
It's very clever.
They have it on their road cars.
It reduces turbo lag.
Snowy's the one to talk about that, because he does all the technical briefings for BMW in the UK. It's very clever. And so this is a brand new platform, as I say. B-Comp, go and look at B-Comp, Dave, as well. You like this, because I know you're into your engineering. A lot of the carbon fibre reinforced plastic panels that we find on race cars now, body panels, etc., have been replaced on this with a new material from a company called B-Comp, who BMW, I believe, have taken a stake in. And it's basically, and I know we got picked up on this earlier in the week, it's plant material. I know carbon fibre, anything with carbon in it has got some plant material in it. It's just very much older.
I thought carbon fibre was mainly old dinosaurs.
well, yes, and other things. So it is a flax, so a plant-based flax that is used on that. It has very similar structural properties to carbon fibre, but it is far more energy efficient to produce it and to put it on the cars. And quite a lot of the panels have been made out of that. Some aero changes, of course, with the new platform as well. And the biggest area that has been changed on this new GT4 car, this is the 421 we're talking about, the 482 BMW, the concept car, is in the electronics on the GT4 car, improving all the time. The first GT4 cars were little more than a street car with a cage in it, and now it much more race-tuned ABS and traction control, because racing cars use slick tyres, and the original cars running on road car ABS, slick tyres and road car. Oh, hang on a second, we've got a class leader off the track. That's the 720. That's the Lamborghini. That is the GTX class leader. We're into a Accord 60. Joe Bradley lets out a sigh of disbelief. This is the RD Science car.
It's just
Paulius Pasovicius with what, some
turn 6,
4 laps, and it has ground to a halt. It was going slow in sector 2, the middle sector. It's just come out of turn 5, and Paulius is out of the car. He's out of the car. Drama in the last 100 minutes. We've just got inside the last 100 minutes. He's out of the car. This is the leader in class.
He's got a 4-lap lead, John. That's going to just disappear.
Well, at safety car, at code 60 speeds, that's going to take about 10 minutes. 11 minutes. But that is for him to be out of the car. Now, come on, Paulius, you can get the tour back to the pits here. He's already trying to get the tour rope out. Get back in the car. Let them do that. Get back in the car. I know it's hot in there. There's no rules about walking away and abandoning the car in this. And if you get the car back to the pits, you can work on it. Now, if they can get that car back to the pit lane, they may not yet lose the lead.
No, I can't. No, 4 laps is going to disappear in the blink of an eye.
But that's going to be nearly 12 minutes on the code 60. It's how quickly this car gets back to the pit lane now.
They're at turn 6, so they're going to pretty much have to go around the whole track.
Well, I think they'll take the cutout.
Where is there a cutout at 7?
You can come off the track. Where are they? Turn 6. Yeah, good point, actually. They're on the wrong side. If they'd been at 5, they could have come round straight back into the back.
Yes.
Let's see. They can double back around. They can double back around at 6 and go back contra race. If they'd done that, no, he's going round, okay. Now, the issue will be, and Di's with the team, you can imagine they probably don't want to talk. The issue will be how serious this is and whether they know what it is. Number one, all its wheels are pointing in the right direction. Number two, it's rolling.
Looked like it just died on him, didn't it? There's no part. I mean, there's no damage on the car whatsoever.
No.
So he hasn't had it off.
No.
The car coming
they're
out
they're going to be able to get him back.
That's a cut through.
Yeah, so they've done exactly what I expected. They've gone around. Now they're going to go back on the service road down towards turn 5. The track is on their right from where they are now, Joe, and they're going opposite direction to the track, so they're heading back down to the hairpin at 5, and that's the entrance to the back of the paddock.
Back of the paddock, yes.
So now the problem's going to be that the code 60 will disappear quite quickly.
Let's see how quickly the lead in that GTX class is disappearing.
So turn 5
it hasn't disappeared yet.
No. Turn 5 is right ahead of them. Let's. Diana Binks is down with the team. The car is on its way back, Di, and it will be in the back of the paddock, I reckon, in about 2 minutes. What are the team saying?
The team, I've just gone in to talk to them quickly. As you can appreciate, they don't really want to say too much, but they said the car just died. It's electrical. They're not looking happy. They're sort of scratching their heads a little bit, and I don't think they feel that they're going to be able to do anything with it to get it back out into the race, because they're going to lose so much time, as you rightly said earlier on. So pretty devastated down here at the garage after all this hard work and that battle.
This is why it's always good to build up a lead. Yes, they're losing that lead at the moment. We're going to go back to green flag before this car gets back into the pits. So the 710. Now, interestingly, the chasing car, Glenn McGee, is not catching them because he's in fuel at the moment. So they're going to preserve quite a lot of their lead. They are still 3 laps ahead of the opposition. Meantime, Charles Esplanade and Pierre Caffer have both been in and out for fuel. And Caffer now is ahead of CP Racing. The lead of the race has changed in the fuel stops.
Yeah, I am seeing what I'm seeing there. The number 18 Audi came out of the fueling.
Correct.
Ahead of the CP Mercedes.
Right, what I need to know is why that was the case. How long did Pierre? Pierre spent almost... Well, no, Pierre can't have... Did he just go straight to fuel it? He was only in the pit lane 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yeah, and almost 3 minutes for Espinlaub. So
this is all about track position.
Yeah.
So we need to get Di... Sorry, Di, I know I'm firing you up and down the pit lane. We need to find out what Phoenix did to the car in that last pit stop, because they were in and out very, very quickly indeed. And they now lead the motor race with 93 minutes to go.
Incredible to think 93 minutes left of a 24-hour race, and we are wheel to wheel battling.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to get the 720 is in the pit lane. It's being towed to its pit in the pit lane.
Really well to get that back.
Yeah.
Still hanging on to that GTX
and Glenn McGee, and then still 3 laps, because Glenn McGee is taking a long fuel stop here.
It was 4, he's gained 1.
And Glenn's been in the pits for nearly 3 minutes now. So now that's interesting, because he wouldn't have been able to take full fuel.
That's right, 3 minutes of stop.
So that clearly wasn't simple either. My goodness. So Caffer now leads by 0.6 of a second, and he's in traffic. He's got the Red Ant Racing 903 right ahead of him. Bert Redant at the wheel.
Class leader.
And that is the class leader, and now 4th position for that 992. And here come the leaders, 1st and 2nd, down towards the welcome hairpin at turn 5. My goodness me, the Torre VIP hairpin now up the hill through turn 6 and towards turn 7. The battle for the lead after 22.5 hours is under a second.
You know that plan we had of just nursing the car to the finish? That's torn up and already in the bin.
Yeah.
This is a race now, an absolute flat-out sprint to the line. and just keeping an eye on what the lap times are going to be this time by. We'll just see just how hard these drivers are pushing. Pierre Caffer's car's fastest lap, and I think that was in fact Pierre's time, 1:43.9.
Yes, it was. That happened just before 1 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, 1:44.3 for the Mercedes of CP Racing. So we'll see just how hard these drivers are now having to perform to keep themselves in contention. The last thing that Charles Espinal will want to do was see that Audi disappearing away from him.
Pierre Caffer had been in just on half an hour when he came in. So what was that? A new set of tyres they threw at that? And now have because they had hardly any time to do anything else.
The gap is now 8/10, John, and it basically came down to a 1:46.5 from Caffer, a 1:46.7 from Espinal.
So Diana has been down to CP, thanks Di, and confirms what I suspect from the technical. Caffer came in, no fuel, tyres only. So he was half an hour on those tyres. They've thrown a new set of Hankooks at it, and they've basically slapped Pierre around the head. They've called his family bad names, and they've waved raw meat in front of him and then sent him out again.
I don't think you actually need to do that with Pierre Caffer. He's just like, he's got one setting, hasn't he? Just go for it.
Pierre is one of the nicest people you will ever
Really
meet, and he's doing a great job mentoring Michael Doppelmayr, who is coming on leaps and bounds as a racing driver and understands what his role in the team is and gets on with it and does it. He's done more than he had to this weekend, Doppelmayr, because of the injury to Elia Earhart's finger. Oh, almost off the track for the 85 Esplanade as they were going past the Audi. That's the 118 car, Sean Thong, that he was going by. The gap just going out a little bit at the moment. I think Shane Lewis is being washed and prepped for the last stint now because he's
washing him down, hosing him down.
They've thrown him in the pool to get his core temperature down. They'll get him to rehydrate. And at about an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 10, I reckon 20 minutes from now, the CP racing car comes in for its last stop and they'll put Shane in it.
Those tyres have just come on for Caffer.
Yeah.
He took 1.9 seconds out of Esplanade there.
That was traffic for Esplanade.
Right, okay.
He got very badly held up by the Audi TCR car. Not deliberately, obviously.
That cost him. Gap out to 2.7 seconds.
What do we say about endurance racing? Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Now, here's interesting. Because in all of that, of course, the WTM racing car has got back onto the lead lap because they didn't stop. So Indy Donchi is right on the end of the lead lap and is in front of the leader right now, and he will not want to let that number 22 go by.
And he's lapping last time by 1:46.9.
Yeah,
so he's only at
that was
10,
traffic.
Again, he's a couple of seconds slower, but traffic again coming
That was
into
traffic,
play.
yeah.
He'll not want to let that Audi by.
But he's on 35-minute-old tyres, whereas Caffer is on 5-minute-old tyres.
If the Ferrari's going to be reluctant to let the number 18 Phoenix by, then that might start stifling Pierre Caffer's progress and allow the CP Racing Mercedes to come back together.
My point
so
exactly.
the Ferrari's going to come into play here by wanting to stay on the lead lap.
Caffer's right with them now. Coming out round through the final corner, the 499 racking up some more of their penalties. Meantime, the gap in GTX is down to a lap. So next time by, Glenn McGee will assume the lead for Leipert Motorsport. Let's go. And whilst we're talking about that battle, here's the leader up behind the third place car. Still on the lead lap, but only just. Now, Indy Donchi, down at turn 3, there was a little bit of RG and Bargy there. Donchi looked like he'd left the door open, but I think he was just on the racing line. Somebody's just told him what's going on here.
Yeah, and that's going to stifle the Phoenix car, isn't it?
Down to 5, there's a grip advantage to the Audi that's trying to come through. Indy is not, he's trying to hold on the lead lap. I don't blame him here at all, but the grip advantage is going to be used. Oh, lovely use of the slower Seat Cupra on the inside by Donchi there as they went through the kink at 9. We'll go down to RD Racing in a moment. Pauli Pascovicius is standing by, but a crucial part of the race for the leader and for the third place car, who's hanging on by fingernails to the lead lap. And Kaffer is getting a little agitated behind there, moving around left and right. This is stymieing their tactics. Let's have a quick word from Diana down at RD and see if we can throw some light on the matter whilst we keep an eye on what's going on at the front of the field.
Polius, obviously you've got the car back here into the garage. Clearly you're not going to get back into the race, but tell us what happened, because we were all watching on screen. You were in the lead, class lead. The team were, communicating and talking to you, and then it all went wrong. What happened?
Yeah, all was okay. When I sit to the stand, I have the puncture, and before the puncture, I have the low battery fault. So it means something with the electronic. Now they're thinking the electric generator for the engine. So now we needed to change, and maybe as soon as possible we come back. So maybe at the podium if possible, but we want to come back.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the team. We don't have visuals here at the moment, but the team are working hard around the car to try and get it back out. But thanks for just that update. And I know it's devastating when you're in that position, but it's endurance, as we know. So we have to take the good and the bad.
Yeah, it's left only 1 hour and a half, and we have the technical issues, but that's their endurance.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the leader has now put a lap on Indy Donchi. So for a moment we have the top 3 all on the lead lap. Let's just quickly wrap up and summarise what has happened in the last few minutes. The leader in GTX, the RD Sainz Lamborghini, with a puncture and an electrical problem, not charging. The car is back in the pits, and Glenn McGee has just gone through into the lead in that category. So the 4 laps that they had has gone. At the front of the field, Charles Esplanade came through the pit lane for fuel and spent nearly 3 minutes in the pit lane. Pierre Caffer came through the pit lane and put a new set of Hankook tyres on the car and has therefore jumped into the lead on the pit stops. Indy Donchi stayed out for WTM Racing and got back on the lead lap. He has just fallen off the lead lap, having held up Pierre Caffer and fought to stay on the lead lap for about a lap and a half. New leader in 6th position overall, Lightbit Motorsport, lead GTX, Glenn McGee in the green and black car. And Ben Constanduris returns after a flurry of activity. So tactics on the fly here, Ben, being basically all of the best laid plans have been torn up and thrown in the bin, and thinking on the fly. Brilliant strategy by Phoenix. Even though they only had 30 minutes on the tyres, they came in and put a brand new set on with no fuel. That's track position they were going for there.
Yeah, but it is completely the opposite, as you said, to what the Mercedes did. So how that's going to play out in the remaining hour and a half, we know, for instance, that Pierre Caffer has to pit again, because he got into the car before the 2 hour mark, and he's only allowed to do 2 hours. So he has to pit. Does Espenlaub? Yes, they do as well, because they're in a similar situation from a driver
He was in even earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just saying, I think Shane Lewis will now get back into this car for the last stint.
For a full push.
Yeah. And that car is 10 minutes away from being able to make its last pit stop, the 85 car.
But when do you do it? Surely you wait?
As you can.
No, because you want to get some good fresh tyres and use the maximum. Wait a little bit longer, surely. Or you want to get the fastest driver in, so maximise the amount of time that he's in. What about can the Ferrari get back into the mix with Indy Donchi? He's a strong driver, They didn't pit last time in that last Code 60, so surely they're closer to those front 2.
Well, they were back on the lead lap. They have just literally fallen back off the lead lap. Pierre Caffer's gone through using the grip advantage of the new Hankooks.
Right.
He's gone through. So Indy is on 42-minute-old tyres.
Yeah.
Charles is on 49-minute-old tyres, and Pierre Caffer is on 11-minute-old tyres. And that's the advantage for Pierre at the moment, and he's cracking out the 44s and 45s. The only time he's beyond that is when he's in traffic. So now the lead, which was basically nose to tail when we came out of the pits and off the full course purple, it's now 8.5 seconds.
Phoenix next stop will be longer because they'll need more fuel, and they're going to do tyres again. They're not going to be able to keep those tyres on for the rest of the race,
and they're going to change the driver.
And they've got to change the driver, so they've got to do a full service, whereas the Mercedes
will do tyres and driver, but will need less fuel.
Will need much less fuel. Yeah. So whilst it is Phoenix ahead of Mercedes right now, if you take that into consideration, it's the other way around.
Also, I don't know if you were here then, we had CP being very clever. They changed the left front brake pads when Shane Lewis got out the car, just the lefts.
Oh.
And then they brought the car back down the pit lane during the code 60, not the last one, the one before, and did the right front with Charles on. So they've now got new brake pads at the front on both sides of that car. But they did that again because of track position. Track position is absolutely king now. Pace is important, but track position's king. And Pierre Caffer has burned 43 minutes worth of fuel, whereas Charles Esplanade filled up
a heavy car
12 minutes ago.
Yeah. And I imagine the weight in the car around here where you're climbing is actually a bit of a disadvantage. You know, you feel it more than perhaps if you were at other circuits. Fascinating stuff.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I thought I saw that there's quite a bit of activity in the back of the paddock with various cars being put into trucks and people starting to get out. They actually do need to be out of the paddock this evening. That's one of the regulations.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was in the supplementaries due to what is probably happening tomorrow.
Yeah, and our colleagues at 021 from our TV partners from Cologne, 021 being the telephone dialing code for Cologne, which is how I found that out this morning after all the years I've worked with them. I didn't know that. They have to be out tonight as well, so they've got a very long D-rig this afternoon. All the cables have been down and dusty and it'll be filthy dirty.
They definitely, the people who are testing here tomorrow do not want cameras knocking about, do they? That's for sure.
But as we said, it can't be a proper test.
If it's a car a year old, it can.
Okay. This is an F1 circuit, so the F1 test tomorrow, which is McLaren.
But is it? It's not on the calendar this year.
No, but it's a certified Grade 1 circuit.
Sure. Yeah.
It for a long time it was just an F1T. I don't think it was ever built expecting to hold a Grand Prix.
Absolutely, the ambition was to hold a Grand Prix here. From the original investors, and then it ran out of money, and they needed the government to bail them out.
It is now owned by the local region.
Yeah.
AC Motorsports, Sean Thong in from second in TCR with the 188. This is the newer of the two Audi RS3 LMS DSGs from Audi Customer Racing. And just coming out from behind them is the leader in the 992 class, the Red Ant racing car. Bert Redon brought that car in. 4th position for the Cup car.
We saw it in the Cup on the podium in Hockenheim.
Yeah. It's a great race. I mean, TCR and Porsche Cup cars probably around about the same kind of costs. And, you know, you pays your money, you takes your choice.
Patrick Kolb back aboard the 499 GT4 second place car now because they've dropped behind the Mercedes. We do like riding on board with Patrick Kolb because he, at the start of the race, was attacking. In the middle of the race when we went on board is attacking, and he's still backing that car in. I'm convinced it's not got the right setup on it. Oh, can we get back on board? It was great. We haven't challenged him yet as to the driving style that car has. I did read on a note from our chat that they saw Andreas Bakkerud get out of the car and was in the pit garage, not looking very happy. After his last stint. I don't know if that was a reflection on what happened in the stint. But they really should, as a team, have taken GT4 victory, but somehow they've dropped behind the Ram Racing Mercedes that had problems early on.
Yeah. Well, and you know, we made the point that all the track limits hasn't helped them, but that may be down to the handling characteristics of the car.
Gosh, I wonder how many in total penalties they've had for track limits.
I reckon they've had probably getting on for 4 or 5 minutes in penalties.
Unbelievable.
And some of those they've served during the Code 60, so that doubles them up. But it's still an advantage to do that. Let's not forget. So Pierre Caffer now by 11.5 seconds, which on the face of it looks pretty good. Glenn McGee driven, and Glenn McGee stayed in the 710 Liepert Motorsport car, so he's doing what amounts to a double stint. He came in after about an hour, so he won't be able to take that car to the end. Phil Keane was saying that he was hoping that when Ian Luggy gets out of the Ram Racing car, Katarina will take it to the end, but she's a bit nervous about finishing the race off, apparently.
Well, she was having lunch with myself, enjoying a bit of pasta and tagliata. Again, they've outdone themselves down at the catering tent. Not a tent, it's not a tent at all. It's a proper facility.
Semi-permanent building.
Yeah.
Been great selection again this weekend. The organisers at Creventic always looking for incremental improvements, and they upped their game just before lockdown, really, the last couple of seasons, with centralised catering, which had been asked for by the teams and the drivers. Really is lovely because it's a lovely friendly atmosphere. You get to talk to the teams that are utilising the facility. The teams get to take some of their families in there as well if you want to. Also cuts down on the faff for the teams. It means you don't have to bring so much gear, you don't have to do your own catering.
I did note that obviously Code Red Developments, the French team, have brought their own catering, toast catering, and the way that they have laid out their tables with the napkins and the knives and forks, there's a little wine glass. They've not got a big awning for it. No. They've got quite a small pop-up, but everything's laid out and ready for the team. Like they're all going to sit down after the race and have a nice civilised lunch, like only the French can do.
Yeah, well, it'd be perfect timing as well, sort of 3 o'clock in the afternoon, late Sunday lunch, early Sunday dinner.
Yeah, they don't do the roast like the English do. I don't know what the traditional kind of French afternoon, evening meal would be.
You live in French.
Yeah, no, we have it. Because also different regions are different things.
Yeah, seems reasonable. So an hour and a quarter to go. So CP Racing are now, I reckon, within the window to make their last pit stop. They've been doing about an hour and 10, an hour and 20, depending on who's been there. Now, cruising last pit stop range and full rich last pit stop range. Now that's two very different things, particularly around here. There's a lot of full throttle around here. And if you're on full rich and burning the tyres, the choices that I reckon they have now are this. 73 minutes, get out around about 70 minutes, 65 minutes. Then you can either put Shane Lewis in and have him go to the end. They can easily do that, and he can go to a decent pace. Last night, albeit in much cooler conditions, he did just over 70 minutes and was improving the car's lap times all the way through, as we're keeping an eye at turn 5 on the number 165, which is going very slowly. Dominic Ang for Vitamin Nisa Racing in 5th position in TCR. So they can do that, or they could bring Charles in, put Shane in, not necessarily fully fill the car, which means a very short fuel stop, and send him and say, right, we want you to do for 30 minutes flat out on those tyres, and then bring him in and do another 30 minutes to the end flat out to the tyres.
It's far too slow to go through pit lane and go through the fueling. So you've got to do one stop. Would you do 2 stops?
But but that's what Phoenix have done. Phoenix came in just for tyres.
Yeah, but that was under a code 60.
Yeah, okay.
Different ball game. They wouldn't have done that had there not been a code 60.
All right, so the third, which is an amalgam of both of that, is you fill Shane to the end, and you send him with about an hour, any time from now, and then if you get a code 60, you bring him in for tyres only.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, if you feel as though there's a need,
because we know Kaffer's got to get out. Kaffer's got to get out, so he's going to be fighting Herberger at the end.
And let's make note. Last time Herberger was in the car, he was doing 47.3 average.
Yeah.
Okay, there was actually, that's not representative because there was a code 60 in it. 47. 47 is the average lap time that he can manage. Kaffer's on a 45.6 right now. Espenlaub is on a 47 pace. So Espenlaub can match Herberger, which is about right in terms of their driver ratings. There are people in CP that can go better. There is nobody at Phoenix that can get into that car except for Herberger. Nobody else. Because they can't, if they put Doppelmayr in, they're handing the win to elsewhere.
Michael's finished. He's done more than he needs to. More than he would have expected to do, because he had to do, crucially, he had to do that 45-minute odds so that we got Herberger to get his rest period to get back in.
Yeah.
So well used, well thought out. A little bit of damage on the left rear, by the way, of the 499. I noticed that a wee while ago and was going to mention it. Looks like they've had a little ding. Somebody's run up behind them. They've still got some penalties to serve before the end. They're penalties after a certain time in the race get transferred can be transferred to time penalties at the end, can't they?
Yeah, they can, yeah.
Depending on when they were assessed. 15 seconds at the front of the field. Now, Joe and I were talking whilst you were off taking your final break, Ben, about CP when they came down the pit lane to do the right-hand side brake pads, and why they wouldn't have put fuel in, but that was all about track position. But they've still got a fuel advantage, and fueling here is not a case of dumping the fuel hose in and being there for 10 seconds. This is all trickling in from a pistol grip.
Yeah, exactly. So it does take a long, frustrating time. 4.5 minutes has been the average attendance from pit in to pit out. We'll see Kaffer needing to come in soon because he didn't refuel under the last code 60. He took the tyres but didn't refuel.
He's been out for an hour.
He's done 28 laps.
Some of which were under code 60, of course. 2 short code 60 sessions. Yeah, so I think he's probably got another 10 laps in him. Do you think that much?
Well,
he was thinking 10 minutes.
A full stint for Kaffer under green flag conditions was 40 laps. All right. He's only done 28 now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So he could do another 14.
And he refreshed the tyres after 30 minutes of the 54 that he's been out there.
Yeah, but crucially, they didn't reset the fuel.
No. But he's been driving quickly, is my point.
He is now fuel limited rather than tyre limited.
Correct. Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, they were all fuel limited, really. Anyway, I suppose we did see the likes of Herberger coming in slightly earlier. Some of the AM drivers have. We heard from Bert Redon in the middle of the night. He said, "I'm just done. I can't do it. Can't go any longer."
Yeah.
They could have done an hour and 20. He did 55 minutes and said, "Get me out the car. I can't go any longer."
How much do you want to give the last driver for CP Racing? Whoever it is, I think they'll want to get down to an hour. I think they'll want to get down to the last hour. So I think Charles has probably got another 7.5, 8 minutes in him. That'll take him to about an hour and 12 or an hour and 15 minutes. And I think that's enough. He can't go to the end.
Nope.
So, and there's also going to be a stage whereby his tyre performance is costing them lap time. And therefore you might as well get somebody in, fuel to the end.
Interestingly, all 3 of our top 3 teams have got drivers in exactly the same situation where they've got in just over 2 hours to go. Even Indy Donje can't go to the end.
Well, no, he changed it exactly the same time as Pierre Caffer. That was on the purple on the Code 60.
On the not the latest one.
The one before, correct. Yeah. And they, by the way, as I say, have fallen back off the lead lap. Indy Donje is in the 22 car. The Ferrari.
Are they off the lead lap now again?
Yes, they are. They were overtaken. Pierre Caffer, when the lead changed, Pierre Caffer and Esplanade went in the pits. Indy Donje stayed out. And at that point, he was on the end of the lead lap. Caffer caught him pretty quickly with the new tyres and overtook him coming down the front straight. Caffer coming through turn 15 now. And the leader has just gone across the line. And it's gone down into turn 1. Yeah. So it's pretty much the length of the front straight.
So it's bang on 1 lap.
And the length of the front straight.
Yeah. But that's interesting because they didn't pit under the latest Code 60.
No, that's what got them back on the lead lap.
Oh, so they did lose. How did they lose it then?
Because Caffer overtook him. Caffer overtook him.
Okay. Okay.
After that after the last purples, full course purple, Code 60, Caffer got the track position to get in the lead, and then within about a lap and a half, caught Donje. Donje fought hard for about another lap and a half, 2 laps to keep him behind, but the grip differential between half an hour, 34 minutes old tyres and brand new tyres, effectively.
And you can see that now. Pierre Caffer 1:44.7, Indy Donje 1:47.4. So that's 3 seconds a lap difference between the old and the new tyres. Indy Donje is not a slouch.
No.
And they don't really have any other options to go any elsewhere because they've used Daniel Kilvaerts. I think Leon Weiss will take aboard that car when they bring that Ferrari in a few moments' time.
Yeah, and going offline as well on all tyres is not going to be helpful. And that number 22 car has had to just pass a couple of cars and is in danger of going a lap down now to the 85 as they're right behind them going to turn 14. We'll keep an eye on that as we get more from the pit lane and Diana Binks.
The 165 Viper racing car has been taken into the garage. They lost power and they're just going through the checks now to find out what it is, but they don't know. They're all scratching their heads a little bit. Driver's still behind the wheel, although the car is up on its jacks, but they're not making too much progress at the moment. Yeah, Dominic, sorry, yeah, he's sitting there waiting. They've plugged in the laptop, I can see, so they're obviously going through the checks to find it, but they haven't found it yet, and it's been in there probably around 5 minutes or so now.
Thank you, Di. Yeah, 7 minutes actually in the pit lane, so 5 minutes in the box is probably about right. It's been an up and down race for the Viper Nisa Racing Cupra. Oh my goodness me, what a race we have. 23 seconds now at the front of the field. And it's a second and a half pretty much every lap now, whether there's traffic or not, for Pierre Caffer and Phoenix Racing. That suggests to me that he's going to be coming in shortly. I think we're going to have basically an hour's worth of a sprint to the end of this with new drivers and new tyres. And the crucial thing for me is what's the fuel advantage in the CP Racing tank? How much more fuel have they got in that car than Phoenix Racing? They were in the pit lane nearly 3 minutes during the last Code 60, whereas Pierre Caffer came in, changed tyres and went straight out without taking fuel. So they've probably got something like half a tank of fuel more in that car, possibly even a little bit more, because they weren't on exactly the same strategy even before that.
I think we keep Esplanade is the AM Plus in the 85 car.
Yeah.
So I think you keep Esplanade out until the tyres are falling off a cliff, until the fuel is used. The tyres have now done an hour.
An hour and 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Of which some of it was Code 60.
Yeah.
But
good point.
Are they going to be tyre limited? You don't want to be doing it now because you've still got to do a whole hour on those tyres. But the pace, there's a second a lap difference between Esplanade and Caffer. Kappa probably has got another 10 minutes or so before he's got to
tops
get fuel into that car.
Yeah, his tyres are only half an hour old. They're only 31 minutes old, his tyres.
Yeah, but then I don't see them taking those tyres to the end.
No. And I don't see why you would, because it is so
because you've got to change the driver anyway.
You've got to change the driver, and you can change the tyres in the time that it takes to change the driver. So there's no additional loss of time for Phoenix to put new tyres on.
I think the other thing to notice and to look out for down in the pit lane or when Joe gets there is whether anybody starts putting on used tyres. This was something that the Lithuanian Ferrari did in Hockenheim because they basically ran out of new ones. They didn't have the budget to run new ones. And so the reason why they lost the race, because they put the used tyre on. I'm not sure there's anything left on any of the used tyres, though, that have done an hour around here.
No, nobody has done an hour and 10 minutes. If you've got something that's done a short stint...
well, Kaffer's first set, they only did 14 laps.
Yeah, half an hour.
So...
spot on half an hour. But
maybe.
But I don't... You're racing for a race victory.
I know, but there's also budgets here, isn't there?
A couple of €1,000 is what you're talking about here.
Yeah, but...
for a race victory. And the opportunity to stand on the top step of a podium for the first time for CP Racing.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah.
And not just from a CP Racing point of view, but from a pro performance as well.
Yeah.
They've never got that overall victory. So this is a big, big moment. And it's not as though they've been gifted it. They are on an entry list with Phoenix. They're on an entry list with Herbert.
Yeah.
Those are two
Volkswagen team Manthey.
Big...
Monchau, excuse me.
Yeah, was that Manthey? Are they Manthey? Gosh.
No, sorry.
Yeah, big names in the world of endurance racing.
Great
run, beat those.
Great run for Ram as well, leading GT4. They've kept their nose clean. They've done what they need to do. They'll need a stop before the end as well. Glenn McGee needs to get out of that car in around about... Well, actually, he can do another 40 minutes, but that's still going to leave them 20 minutes short.
In the pits. Kaffer in the pits, change of tyres, presumably change of driver. We didn't quite see that, but the fluorescent helmet no longer inside the car, into the fuel bay.
It's got to be Herberger in that car now.
That was just a minute before they went into the fuel bay. Nice and quick.
Yeah, because it was a minute. It was only 1:06 for them to do the drive down the pit lane and all 4 tyres the last time they were in. So Esplanade coming through to the end of the lap
already
now,
has taken
and
the
in fact
lead.
he's taken the lead. He's already through at turn 10. So what do you do now? I think if you're Esplanade, you pit. I think you cover them off. You've got to.
Because they're going to have new tyres and they're going to look for that ultimate pace.
Yeah, and they're now... and their tyres were twice as old in time-wise than the ones that they've just taken off the Phoenix. I think the 85's got a pit now.
Let's see. How long does the Phoenix stay in the fuel area as well?
Quite a long time.
It's going to be a long time.
They're going to need pretty much a full fuel load to do an hour. Not quite, but they've played this very nicely, Phoenix, because that short pit stop for tyres.
No, not in. Sorry.
Esplanade goes through. Confirmed. It's Sven Herberger in the 18 as we're inside the last hour. And 2 minutes and 2 seconds between Indy Donchi and Pierre Kaffer. So he's back on the second place lap now, if that makes sense. So where is he on the track? Oh, he's right in front of the 85.
According to my timing screen, he has passed him, actually. Donjay ahead of...
All right, so he's now back on the lead lap then?
Yeah, because actually, Phoenix not out yet.
No, they won't be out for a while yet. It'll be over 3 minutes, this pit stop. This is going to be... It's normally about 2 laps, so you're getting down to that kind of level now. I'm told from Joe Bradley that Paulius Pakovic's car, the RD Sainz car, yes, it's into the fuel, having dropped only to second position in GTX. The Vortex further down the field, as is the BMW project car, the concept car. So Donchi now back on the lead lap, having just overtaken Charles Esplanade. They've got to get that 85 in soon. 47 flat again next time around. If they're going to win this race, They need to find some pace, and confirmed, by the way, it will be Herberger's name that we see when the number 18 dark grey Phoenix car comes out of the pit lane. There goes the 85 again. So that's a clear lap now. It's push, push, push for Charles Esplanade. Gotta go. Here's Herberger coming out, and he will come out a lap and a couple of corners behind the leader. So Sven will have to take this one home and do 56.5 minutes, maybe plus a lap. So it's gonna be 57, 58, depending on when they cross the line to start the last lap.
Had a 25-second advantage pre-pit stop, and stopped for 3 minutes exactly in the fuel area, a minute to change the tyres and the driver.
Right.
So we need to compare that to what the Mercedes does when they come into the pits.
The last pit stop for the Mercedes was 2:56. That was fuel only. They didn't change tyres on that car, as far as I'm aware. So they've stretched Charles's pit window.
They did 56 seconds. 56 seconds in the pits without being in the fuel area. That's longer than just driving down to the fuel area.
No, that's exactly driving down to the fuel area.
Well, then how is it only a minute and 5 to do the tyres and change the driver? It takes longer than that to change the driver. Doesn't take 20 seconds. Because we saw that pit stop. Remember, we saw that pit stop where they drove all the way through and didn't do anything to the car. That was a minute and 23. Well, that was under that code 60, where did we ever get to the bottom of it? Why they came in?
Which one?
The previous code 60. They came in. The code 60 flew just after they pitted, and there is Espinal putting
Which
another.
car are you talking about?
Espinal. The CP Racing, the code 60 came out just after they pitted.
Yeah.
They came into the pits and drove all the way through the pits, and they never went to the fuel bay.
Yes, that was when they changed the other side of the
they did stop and do brakes. Okay.
They did one side of the brakes.
Right.
They'd done one side when Shane got out. They did the other side when after Charles had got in that, and they didn't put fuel in at that point. They just did. They took off what would have been the left-hand side front wheel and put in a set of new pads. So they've got new pads in as of an hour
That's
ago.
what they did, okay.
Yeah.
Ferrari and Mercedes on the same part of the circuit here with exactly a lap between them.
Well, this is interesting because you said Donchi had just gone by him. So now this is Esplanade picking up pace now.
Yeah.
And Indy in second position now. But he owes us a pit stop. And there's the lap going back on the Ferrari. Looked like Indy lifted right off there. I think Indy might be coming into the pit lane this time around.
He's also done an hour and 10 on that car, and more importantly on the tyres.
Yeah.
They've got a proper full fat service to do on that car.
Hour and 17 for Charles, but with a fuel stop after about half an hour. Charles is doing a cracking job.
And if they didn't do the tyres, then those tyres are going to be starting to scream.
They have done that kind of run on tyres before. Not in the heat of the day, mind you. Can't afford any issues now. 85 goes round for another lap. That's the leader.
We're about to see Sven Herberger's first
flying lap
out the pits.
He can see the leaders ahead of him. He can see the two cars he's chasing down. And it's a 47.7. That's all right. But I don't think that's going to be quick enough.
Not if Charles Espinal can do a 48.0 in traffic and on old tyres.
Correct. Exactly what I'm thinking. And the same for Indy as well. Now, Charles and Indy have both got to get out. Indy's into the pit lane. The Ferrari then pulls out of that scrap and therefore will drop off the lead lap and down from second to third again. Herberger, when he comes through next time, will be in second position. Man, this is tight.
Indy John Jay is coming into the pits now.
I just said that, yes. Do try and listen, lads, please.
I'm only responding to what Joe said in my ear.
He's down with Joe Bradley. Dunshee getting out of that car.
Not sure.
Donchi cannot take that car to the end of the race.
Got to get out.
Let me see. They've just took the engine cover off. That's quickly gone back on. I'm not sure this is straightforward.
Pads at the front, Joe.
Pads at the left front. Yes. So pads going on at the left front.
Oh, it's a proper full service.
We've seen the CP Racing boys do this one-sided only. They're currently just on the left front corner of the Ferrari.
Have they got the tray out on the other side, Joe, as well?
No, they have not. No, this is the thing. Yeah, all the wheels are back on the other three corners, so it may be just that left-hand side. We heard the CP guys, when they did it, explain that that left front corner does take a lot more brake because all the weight is across that left front. Still a speedy one. So we're seeing that, I can't see Indy anywhere in the garage, but I'm going to have a look back and see if we can confirm that he's got out of the car. Is Indy out of the car? Did Indy get out? No. I didn't see him. I didn't see any driver change, guys.
Well, they're going to have to make another pit stop because Indy got in with more than 2 hours to go.
Indy's still in the car, boys.
Okay.
Me.
Sorry, Josh, again?
My eyes did not deceive me. I never took eyes off the Ferrari, and when you guys were saying the driver got out, I was completely confusing me in the heat.
He got in with 21 hours and 56 minutes gone of the race.
Yeah.
So if he goes to the end, he'll be 4 minutes over his drive time.
Unless the pit time doesn't count.
This is not, I don't think, taking into consideration pit time.
Right. Okay. I thought it was too tight. I'll be honest with you. We'll see what the stint time comes when he comes out of the pit. He's in fuel at the moment.
They do tend to be more up to speed than us, don't they, the teams? They don't tend to make really simple errors like that.
But it wasn't. It wasn't 12 o'clock. It was before 12 o'clock when he got into the car.
Yeah, it was 11:56.
Right. There you go. So, meanwhile, back at the front of the field, 1:47.605.
We wait
for the leader. 1:46.1. Esplanade still leads by a lap and half the length of the front straight. Sven Herberger, 1:47.0 that time around, is now scored in second position as Donchi is still in the fuel zone.
And he needs a full tank as well. That car will be on fumes.
Slow car on the back straight. I think it was the 116. The Wolf Power Racing car.
No, this
negative.
This is AC, isn't it? Yeah.
It's the 188. There's two of them that are similar colours. My apologies. So this is second in TCR. Andy Jan.
I've just clarified, guys.
Joe Bradley, go ahead.
I've just clarified that pit time does not count towards driver time.
Okay, so.
Oh well.
Take 3 minutes off.
Live to slightly update the system then, which is a bit frustrating.
Or at least the teams believe that.
Yeah, exactly.
I did say that earlier on, and I had to check myself because I don't have the printed regs with me. But
I'm sure that will be a change from before, because the way that the strategy systems are built to the regulations, and Pitbull will have built theirs.
I got caught out the other way on this in IMSA because I didn't add the time in the pits to the IMSA time. Now they do, so basically, it always used to be, as in comes I'll finish this thought in a moment, in comes the leading GTX, Glenn McGee. Now this should be their last pit stop in the 710, Glenn getting out. Have we had a word with Glenn yet?
Yes, I think we did.
All right, okay.
Joe claimed that he...
Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
Let's
we can put that right. We can put that right and make sure that is the case. It always used to be that time spent in the pit lane on the fueling didn't count towards your driver time in Creventic racing. So if you do a double stint, then you lose that pit stop in the middle, effectively. And I got caught out at IMSA for that because I was thinking about that for adding up the drive time. I think it's the 2 hour rules. No, 2 hour rule. You see that?
The 2 hour rule.
I can understand if it doesn't count for your drive time, but the 2 hour rule surely is the 2 hour rule.
If you're in the car, you're still suffering from the effects of the car, even if you're stationary or not.
Yeah, that's what I think. But anyway,
and it is there to protect the driver. It's a safety thing. That's why we have that rule to stop drivers pushing themselves beyond their limits.
Adam Wareham says, I'm pretty certain pit stop time doesn't count in Creventic, but it's still very tight on driver time for the Ferrari. But they don't want extra laps. You know, they don't want the leader to go across the line with 1 minute and 48 seconds to go, you know, or 1 second to go, and get an extra lap. It could be that tight. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Let's have a look at these tyres.
So I'm pointing Seb at something on this tyre that has just come off the 710 Leapback Lamborghini. Look at this. Bit of fiberglass got into the sidewall, between the rim and the sidewall. How far away were we from a puncture? This is a little bit of fiberglass here.
That's side-to-side contact, that, Joe, isn't it?
I'm about to put this to Glenn McGee. So, Glenn, where did that come from? Can you remember?
Well, you know, I thought I'd take it easy this round, just back it off to 8, 9 tenths. And I came up on the Lamborghini that we're trying to get some laps on. They were ahead of us at the time. And I thought, well, maybe I should get by him. So I managed to do that, but he was right on me. And then I had a slower TCR car, and there was just a miscommunication. I thought he was slowing down to let me by. And I took the corner early, which was maybe, high risk, low reward, but and he doored me perfectly. Like, it couldn't have been a better hit. And this car spins instantly when you do anything. So, but you can see I got an aerodynamic device on my wheel, so I think that helped me out. But the heat's the hardest part, I think.
We believe you got a penalty for that, Glenn. Is that right?
For the hit.
Yeah, we believe so. Is that about an hour ago?
For me, I was alongside. I'd like to be a gentleman, so, I felt bad for the guy. I felt like it was a racing incident, but, I'm happy to take the penalty if they looked at it and saw it was so.
Yeah, I mean, how close to a puncture was that? That's pretty,
the pickup here is so bad that you think you have a puncture. So if you go out in the marbles, and people are blowing tires, so in the back of your head you think, oh no, but I'm happy with the weekend. This is the first time I've ever driven anything near this level. So iRacing's virtual to reality driver, so I came from esports to here, to Mazda actually, MX-5 Cup, and now I'm getting a chance to jump up a bit. So I had Tyler Cook with me, who is an amazingly fast driver, and just gives me all the information I need, and the weekend was a success from my end. Even with the mistakes, I was willing, as long as the car was okay. That car drives backwards better than it drives forward, by the way. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna hit the wall, and I was like, oh, this thing's
like a go-kart. I was at the Glen a couple of weeks ago, and I saw the MX-5 Cup there. Oh yeah, that is phenomenal. Were you in that race?
Yeah. Which race did you?
Watkins Glen.
Yeah, Watkins, Road America. It's so much fun. It's the most pure racing as far as the equipment's so even. But the guys are we get guys from go-karts that think they can shove you off track. Unfortunately, I did it today.
Is it as mad and mental as it is that it looks like?
It absolutely is. It is. And I try and be a gentleman. I'm like, I want to win my way, and you got to put your elbows out. There's no way.
There's a lot of positives about that team. It's $250,000 prize fund.
Absolutely. No, it's, they've done an incredible job with that series. A lot of pro drivers come out of that series. Kenton Cook, Robbie Foley with Turner Motorsports, John D, guys like that. So it's definitely a great ladder. A lot of there's just so much talent there. I think that we have 35 cars in the top 15 could win a race. So the draft is massive in those cars too. So there is a NASCAR effect in it. So.
Ben and I've been in the booth, and big iRacers. I've been doing it for years. How close is iRacing to the real metal risk?
Sorry, say again?
How close is iRacing and other sims to real metal risk?
Oh, it's the best one. It's the best one, and they've been working on the tire model. Dave at iRacing is obsessed with it, and he doesn't care. I don't think he even cares how many people are on the system. He just wants to make the best best simulator, and the tire model right now is, it's math, but a lot more physical representation, and it feels so much better now. I kind of liked it before because it was harder, so you have to like save the car, but it keeps getting better and better, and they have a lot of new updates coming, some really cool updates coming. So they've been a big supporter of mine. I wouldn't be here without them, and I'm just blown away to even be here. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Glenn. Great to have you here.
So Glenn McGee with Joe Bradley. $550,000 prize fund in Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Challenge, of which $250,000 goes to the championship winner. Getting close to a very significant point here, as the number 85 still out there. Charles Esplanade now been out there for an hour and a half, but remember did get fuel about half an hour into his stint. But he's being closed down on by the number 18 of Sven Herberger to go back onto the lead lap, but they are lapping now at the same point. So this is the same time. This is absolutely crucial. Phoenix will retake the lead on this pit stop, Ben.
No, they won't.
It depends how much fuel they need.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think they will. I don't think they need as much fuel as they certainly don't need as much fuel as
so you
the
don't
Phoenix
think they
car.
need 2 minutes of fuel?
They need a minute and a half, I reckon, if they had exactly the same amount going back. We're always in a bit of a mystery, but I'm going to say they should be able to get out. Interestingly, though, on average, even with those older tyres, Esplanade was still faster than Sven Herberger.
The last 8 or 9 laps of Esplanade has really stemmed the tide. That's been really important. 85 on the pit lane. Joe Bradley watching the stop. Why are we standing still? The tyres are on.
Yeah, but it's strapping the driver in and it's taking too slow.
It was the door net that was taking the time, says Joe Bradley.
You need to have that door net on when the last bit of tyre goes on. You cannot wait more time by doing that.
Right, so Herberger has gone through. Next time he comes through, he'll be on the same lap as the leader.
Right, so that's exactly the same time, basically, as the Phoenix car took from pit in to fuel in.
Yeah, they did pit in to pit out with a set of tyres in 1 minute and 6 seconds. When Kaffer came in just for the tyres, it was 1 minute and 6 seconds. They've just taken 1 minute and 7 seconds to get to the fuel.
Yeah.
So a little bit of maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but that's all. So what's crucial now is how much fuel. I don't think they're going to have calculated this, because if they do a full fuel load here, if they need a full fuel load, they're going to lose the position.
4 minutes and 7 seconds was the pit stop for Phoenix in total.
Here comes the Phoenix car to go back onto the lead lap, which it does now.
And the lap is a 1 minute and 40. Well, it's 1 minute and 47 seconds. So no, CP's going to be well out. They've already been there 2 minutes. They can be out, I think, in a minute's time. They're going to have an advantage of about 30 seconds over Phoenix here.
Right.
If my number is a little bit wrong, then I apologise, but they're certainly not going to drop behind Phoenix.
Okay.
No chance. Unless something goes very wrong in the fuel bay.
Fuel bay was empty bar 2 of the cars, so there was plenty of room there. Coming out of turn 5, it's a little bit of traffic. Both the Red Ant cars ahead of Sven Herberger. And still waiting for the first glimpse of Shane Lewis. He was told to rehydrate, got in the pool. These inflatable pools that a lot of the team are having to use basically as a plunge pool to get your core temperature down. This is the motor race right here. 38 minutes to go. Round turn 11 for the Phoenix Racing Audi. Only 2 cars have led this motor race. CP Racing rolling, and Ben's going to be about right, I think, here. Turn 14 for the second place machine.
1 minute less in the pits. 3 minutes more than the Ferrari in the pits. So CP with a shorter pit stop because they refueled the last time we had a code 60, and crucially, the Audi did not.
26 changes of lead
We've got a TCR car slow on track again. Andy Yan in the 188 AC Motorsport.
It's the second time that's been slow in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, exactly. They're still rolling though.
26 changes of lead between CP Racing and Phoenix Racing. No other car has led the 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Portimao. So it's Lewis versus Herberger to the end of the race.
That surprised me. I thought Herbert would have at least led a little bit at the start, but clearly not. That's got to be one of the very few Creventic races that Herbert did not lead the race.
Well, Phoenix led the first 112 laps.
Oh, wow.
Without losing the lead.
With Kaffer aboard, of course.
Yeah, all on his stint.
Santonok nearly took a lap, didn't they? Because Nicolas Bart was so fiery at the start of the race.
And what's more, now that I've scrolled through, let me just check. All of the drivers in both of those cars have led laps, because Michael Doppelmayr did lead laps.
Yeah.
So, amazing. I'm not saying that it's unique, but it's just one of those things that I pick up.
Right, we're now going to see the actual gap, aren't we? Shane Lewis comes across the line.
Visa's going slowly again. This is two. Well, Dominic Ang's just out of the pits in the Viper Nisa racing car. They had a problem before. I don't think they've fixed that, but it's moving. He's on the downhill towards Craig Jones' corner. He's going round through Craig Jones now. Indy Donche is where on the track? The number 22. He's going down to turn 5. And have we got Indy right behind Shane Lewis again? I think we have. So that's going to be interesting.
No, yes, Shane's just got past Indy. We saw that a few moments ago.
Okay, so that's Indy back into the lap back. 31 seconds, the gap. He was spot on, he said it was 30.
Well, that was a guesstimation.
Well done, well done. 35 minutes to go. The gap is real, the fight is real.
Now, last time Lewis was in the car, completely clear run, average lap time of 1:47.0. Could have been a target time, could have been going for that. 1:47 still is about what Herberger can do, though, so it's going to be really difficult.
I'm just about to say Jose Garcia has had a spin, and this is the second placed Lion Speed car, turn 15. They will be kicking themselves they didn't do any better.
They are close to competing with the Vortex for being the trickiest car to drive out on circuit.
It would appear so. Well. All heating up nicely. Donchi is hanging on to Shane Lewis. Now, Shane does not want to be... Shane's far too experienced to be driving looking in his mirror. But what he doesn't want is to get involved in what that Ferrari's doing behind him.
There's absolutely no need for him to look in his mirror because he's doing 46.4, so he's faster than his average lap time last time he got in the car. Herberger's been out on the track for a few laps and has only been in the 47s. So the CP Racing car has the pace, the genuine pace over the Phoenix car with these two drivers aboard.
Totally
Therefore,
agree.
he can stretch that advantage, and he doesn't need to worry about Indy Donji. In fact, actually, Shane should just let him go.
That was where I was getting to.
Off you go. If you need to keep pushing, but I don't need to worry about you.
Charles Putman, by the way, as the driver change assistant with the green bib at the last stop, the CP of CP Racing. That's properly hands-on, as Ian McCarthy points out on RSL_studio. 33 minutes to go. And after almost 700 laps around the Portimao Autodrome International do Algarve, the gap between first and second is half a minute. Half a minute. 2 fuel pumps out of service, 7 and 8, but I think everybody should be fueled to the end by now. with Ram Racing having just made their final stop. And Katerina has taken over that car for the glory run to the end. That's magnificent. Phil Keane has managed to convince her he wasn't sure she was going to do it. Now, all through the race, our Radio Show Limited team have been considering and cogitating on the point of the spirit of the race. There's a few contenders here, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly always look at the Vortex. They've done a good job to keep the car running. Early doors for the JD Racing car. They were trying to keep the car in the race. Been some phenomenal runs throughout. But is anybody going to argue with me if I say it's the Team ACP Tangerine Associates with that BMW number 421 that did six laps in the first 6 hours and have now got 335 laps under their belt? They've moved up 1 position. They're third in GT4. Ben, anybody else to throw into that for the spirit of the race? He's thinking. I can see. I'm only going to put it out there because it is a differing idea to you. But CP Racing, stalwarts of the championship, have been here for years. Never have been able to stand on that top step overall. Right. And they have done it here at a incredibly, without being unfair to them, none of them are sprightly young gentlemen. They are all going to be heavily suffering in this heat. And they have managed to beat Phoenix and beat Herbert in a challenging, circuit in incredible heat. Joe Bradley? So that's my one.
I think CP have won overall before.
No, they've never won overall.
I could have sworn I would have lost money on that.
Yeah, you have just lost money.
Earhart, who's literally spilled blood. And he did try and race on with
yes, he did.
hand.
Yeah.
That's my one in the hat.
Okay.
Let me know where you want me, boys.
And Di, spirit of the race. Herbert 91 after their early issues. We've got a split decision. We'll have to have a fight. We'll have to have a fight about this.
It's going to be hard to present Herbert with anything because there's nobody there.
We can leave it outside their door for when they come and pack up later on. Thanks, Joe. I like the idea of ACP, I really do, and the fact that they are still running now, even though they're hard. No, I'm not changing my tune. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm proposing a different option. I understand. I understand. Divulging that ACP have carried on, and they are also, they're leading their championship in GT4. They've had a good season. And it was so disappointing that they come straight in and within half an hour have a problem. But they will take the checkered flag. So it is depending on whether you want to go with the plucky year after year after year trying CP Racing, or indeed the single event situation that ACP have found themselves. It's the spirit of the race. The race, yeah. Exactly. So that's why I said that. It's not, and the thing is, I always think that winning a race is probably reward enough. Yeah. So I think we're leaning towards Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, Joe Bradley, the 421 car. I know you've got to tell Creventic. The one thing I disagree with about the Spirit of the Race Award, and we had this discussion in Hockenheim, is it shouldn't always be awarded to people who have had maladies. Oh yeah, no. And then have plucked on because
triumphed and have triumphed over.
Otherwise, it's not actually. It shouldn't be rewarded that you turn up to a race with a car that doesn't work properly, which we have seen in the past with other cars.
I don't think you can say that for Team ACP this weekend.
No, exactly.
They've worked incredibly hard as a team. Red Ant Racing, first and second, they're going to be. That was a really competitive class as well, with Red Camel and the JD Racing car, ID Racing car, sorry. And they're going to finish up first and second. And they've, Bert Redon saying, I had to get out of the car. I love that. I think that's great.
This isn't easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. So, once again, coming across the start-finish line, Indy Donchi in the wheel tracks of the number 85. The lead has just eased out as we're now over 700 laps completed. The first place car goes through ahead of the third place car, although they're a class winner, of course, in the GT3 category, the Wockenspiegel Team Monschau. And the gap has just eased out to just over 35 seconds. Joe, let me know when you're down at the recipients of the Spirit of the Race Award.
Team ACP with victory in both Mugello and Spa. Didn't come to Hockenheim, and in fact there was only one GT4 car in Hockenheim.
Right. Yeah.
But otherwise fully victorious across the season. They're not going to take victory here, but they are going to get points, and even if they are half the race behind, there's no 70% rule, is there?
Well, I think it's class as well, but
yes,
you know, there's a team who, as I say, after 6 hours, and my thinking on this, after 6 hours has done 6 laps, they are not going to improve their position. It took them 6, nearly 7, 8 hours. They only did another 10 laps in the next 2 hours, in and out, trying to sort things out. And then the car has been running pretty much faultlessly. Catesby Jones, who had that nightmare at the start, is back in the car now. And it would have been easy for them to pack up and go home. It's not just about the maladies, it's about the, let's just...
And we've seen that from other teams.
Oh yeah, of course we have. Herbeth have done that.
As have Red Camel.
Yeah, Red Camel as well.
The cars are not. The cars are able to go back on circuit with a little bit of work.
But they're not going to improve their positions effectively.
No, exactly. Although at the point in which those teams retired, you didn't know what was going to happen to the 992 class, for instance, with half a race to go. We might well have lost another car.
True. That is a fair point. Well made and beautifully presented.
But it doesn't, I mean, from a championship point of view, not the 992 class. Well, actually, Red Camels, I suppose they'll finish third in class. Yeah, okay, so they'll get themselves 16 points for third in class, which is what they got in Spa.
Yeah, Red Camel, yeah.
They were third to HRT and Red Ant 903. This will be Red Ant 903's second victory, but they do have a not such a great score from Hockenheim that's perhaps weighing them down enough not to take over the championship. But actually, when they go to Barcelona, if Red Camel want to win the championship, they are going to have to have a good result in Barcelona, because Red Ant Racing are keeping them honest. Many of the categories, there's not such a big fight in terms of the championship, but that one, there's a good fight between the two Red Ants and the Red Camel. And of course, you know in Barcelona there'll be plenty more 992s to dissolve that field.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Under 25 minutes to go.
Sorted, Peters.
So Viper Nisa Racing 165 did go back into pit lane. We saw them do one kind of shakedown lap, but it didn't seem to work out for them. And so they're back in the pits to join Herbert, BBR, Vortex, Red Camel and ID Racing in the pits. Those are our... Not all of them are retirements, because I don't think Vortex officially retired. They've only been in the pits for 4 minutes, so this might just be a conventional
No,
pit stop.
That's a pit stop. Yeah. That's Lionel Amarish in the pits.
So we have 16 finishes then. 17 finishes. Maybe even 18 finishes.
Viper Nisa got back after a couple of slow laps, but that was a 60-minute
lap, and they've been in the pits for 11 minutes, so you got to assume they didn't, whatever they thought they fixed,
they didn't. Yeah. So what has Herberger got left? Sven Herberger, 47.8 last time around. Shane Lewis, 47.6. And Shane Lewis doesn't have to go any quicker than that. He doesn't have to be doing 44s or 45s. 47s is fine.
Yep.
47s to the end of the race now, Shane Lewis knows is fine. And Shane Lewis, his 60th 24-hour race, has got an internal clock that I guarantee you he won't even have to look at the split times on the dashboard, because when he started doing things, they wouldn't have had a dashboard clock or a split time on there, and he will know exactly what it means.
The gap grown from 30 seconds to 37 seconds now. I can hear a car coming down the pit lane. AC Motorsport coming down the pit lane, which is the 188 Audi, which is second in class. How they've got a decent advantage over Wolf Power Racing. So actually, even if they parked it up right now, they probably will stay in that second spot. It's a shame, really, for BBR that they didn't get both their cars to the flag with the engine issues for the 158. Is there any issues for the 188
AC car?
AC car? Well, they're not doing a particularly fast change here, so I think there might be a little niggle, but it's okay.
Second place, this car.
You don't even need to take the checkered flag here to score points or to be registered. So actually, they could just park it up.
They've got, they've got 20 odd laps over Wolf Power Racing. Joe Bradley's down there.
Yeah, you're right. There was no sort of sense of urgency when that car pulled up. Now we've just brought out the jack bottle. The jacks have gone up. The car's gone up in the air, and we've took a wheel gun with a socket on, and it's inside the cockpit with the driver. I'm not sure.
Pedal box, Joe, I think.
Yeah, maybe the pedal box is slipping. Now the bonnet's coming up, I think.
I think it's the pedal pivot, actually. So maybe they've lost the bolt off the end of the... It's almost like an axle that the pedals pivot on. Looks like they're getting ready to go. Well, maybe not. They've got bags of time. So they just don't want to damage the car out there. How will you think, Ben, how do you think BMW and their M team will have considered this with the M4 GT4 concept car? They were doing some fairly major work on the car during the night. Now, whether that was required or they were just practicing, doing changes, etc. As I said, data for the big owner's manual that goes with it. But
exactly.
Halfway up the field, 627 hard racing laps, Neil Verhagen in the car at the moment. And really, you know, whatever you think, they're 20 laps down on, in fact, a little bit more than that, 30 odd laps down on the leader in GTX, but that's not the GTX car, and it's not homologated as such at the moment.
It is not a GTX car. It's a bit faster than a GT4 car right now because it's not balanced like the GT4 category. I think the result, perhaps, obviously, tells so many stories that the finishing piece of paper where it says where you finish doesn't tell you anything of what's happened in the 24 hours. And to sit behind two GT4 cars by the end does show that they've had some issues, potentially some time in the pits. The front left punctures will be concerning that they had because and they also had a spike in temperature as well, didn't they, in the middle of the night, which will be concerning when it actually got cooler. The engine went hotter.
Let's go down to the pit lane for the traditional award of the Spirit of the Race.
Well, in this case, the number 421 BMW did 6 race laps at the start, and then they had a problem. It was described to me as all of the sensors were failing. So they replaced all of the sensors, and still all of the sensors were saying they had a problem. So the team went to work on that problem. And literally, I'm not quite sure how long, but they eventually, after hours and hours and hours, they eventually fixed it and got on with the race. Now, if that's not the spirit of the race, Jan Olemans is here with me. Jan's the team manager. Jan, did you finally get to the bottom of the problem?
Yes. So we thought we had it solved after a few hours. We went out, and then after a few hours it came back again. But okay, we are here to race, and we kept on searching, and then I think the race was already for 10 hours or so ongoing, and then we finally found the problem, and we sent out our car, and to get our drivers the maximum driving time that was left. And a big thank you to our mechanics who they never give up. We are here to race, and that's what we wanted to do. So we kept searching, and we're so happy that we found it.
Well, for showing great spirit, and also probably the winner of the PORTIMAO 12 hours, you guys are going to be presented with our Spirit of the Race Award. Peter Fry here from the race organisers.
Like you just mentioned, you never give up, you're here to race, so that's why you won, and your whole team, of course, the Spirit of the Race Award. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Like I said, this is really for all of our mechanics who did an incredible job all through the race, all through the night, keep on searching, and I'm so proud of them what they achieved today. So, and also, of course, the drivers, they kept supporting us, they kept us motivating to keep us going, and this is what we're here for. Thank you very much.
Well done, guys, it's for you. That's all yours.
Joe Bradley, the Spirit of the Race team, ACP Tangerine Associates in a jungle green and black livery. Fantastic stuff. Catesby Jones, who was out when all the problems started, rather fittingly, I think, in the car at the end, after so much frustration. Handful of laps done in the first half of the race, and as Joe, I like Joe, winners of the 12 hours. They have run very well indeed once they got the bottom to it.
And there's a great spirit in that garage as well,
Massive.
isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Great, guys. Well done. You said it, Ben, how annoying, the mind frustrating, annoying, galling would it have been to have run, the better part of 3 days here without a hitch. The car immaculate. There's not a scratch on that car, by the way. They've not been in the barriers. They've not dinged anything. It's as it rolled off the truck, and then it basically says computer not playing in some way, shape or form, and they went through and changed everything. Every sensor, finally found some problems, mechanical problems that they could attack, took the top of the engine off, basically. Then they had a little, after that they were struggling with 1 or 2 hoses that weren't working, they couldn't get full throttle. Amazing. Changed the pedal box again for the electronics. Well done. Well done to Team ACP Tangerine Associates. And at the front of the field, we are witnessing history. 14.5 minutes to go. Shane Lewis, another 47.3. 47.5 this time around. Indy Donchi goes through, tracking the leader. And still Sven Herberger to cross the line. He's coming through turn 14 now, dropping down. Now rising up towards turn 15. Passing the 700 miles Volkswagen Golf. Yeah, they've had a good run when they got the things together. Gap across the line. There's Herberger going through. It's out to 41 seconds, Ben. What an extraordinary motor race this has been. Can't fault Phoenix though. They've tried every single tactic, even the tricky tyres only stop. But ultimately they didn't get the full course purple, the Code 60, to be able to dive into the pits and get that fuel that they wanted to be able to challenge at the end. And Shane Lewis bringing the car home. Final pit stop for the number 482 BMW concept car. Neil Verhagen into the pit lane with 12 minutes to go. BMW junior team will be out next weekend in the current GT3 machinery. They're testing out the new GT4 for next year. And that's the Spa 24 hours. Dozen minutes to go. at RSL_studio, please. If you want to get in touch.
How different would have this result been had Elia Earhart been able to continue?
Yeah.
Certainly they would have put Elia in for this last stint rather than Herberger. But I don't...
Or they would have saved Kaffer for the last stint because Elia would have been in earlier on, yes. Fair point.
But I don't know whether that would have been enough still. Yes, they would be able to bring this gap down perhaps, but not by over a second a lap, and that's what they would have needed to get themselves onto the tail of Shane Lewis at the very least. And I don't know if that would have been possible, you know. They would have had to been doing consistent 46s. And, you know, at the end of the race, in the height of the temperature, that would have been too much of a risk on the tyres, I think. You would have risked having a blowout because you would have been asking too much of the car. So, yes, it's clearly had an effect on Phoenix's opportunities and flexibilities. But I still think the way that the two teams played the last two Code 60s differently is what has had the biggest effect.
But Phoenix had to try something to get the track position, and they got the track position with that very clever tyres only stop. They got the position. If there had been a Code 60, another Code 60, where they could have topped the fuel, where they would have both went in and gone into the pit lane and topped fuel, it might have played out for them.
And is it? Okay, right. So they actually did not take fuel. I can now see on the strategy why they didn't take fuel on that tyre only. Kaffer.
Yeah, it was for track position. They were behind at the time, and they jumped them in the pits.
They didn't have a choice because the track went back to green flag racing. So had the Code 60 stayed out, they could have gone in and fueled up and benefited from the rest of the track going at half speed, because that's ultimately where the CP Racing guys have won, because they refueled whilst everyone was going slowly, therefore didn't have to refuel as much in that last stint. Because the Code 60 was short and went back to green flag before Kaffer had left his pit box, the decision was made, don't go in and fuel, just go straight back out on the circuit. That I think has had a big effect. If that Code 60 was like the one before, where it was nice and long, then they could have replicated what the Mercedes had done just a few moments earlier.
I think they just went for track position. I honestly think they went for track position.
Don't forget that Mercedes came in first.
Yes.
Over the Audi.
Yeah, because they were leading.
Well, no, because they were later on in the lap when the Code 60 came out.
Yeah, and they were 2 minutes, 3 minutes longer.
I'm not sure Phoenix really had an option there. If the Code 60 was longer, then they would have had more flexibility. But I think partly...
But they wouldn't have made the time up, Ben, because if the Code 60 had been longer, they would have, even if they'd put fuel in, they would have just ended up the same amount of distance behind the 85 by not taking fuel. They took 3 minutes. It was 3:57 against 1:06, the pit stop times.
Sure.
So that's a huge amount of time to make up.
A 3:57 under Code 60 though is the equivalent. I think the average lap time around here would be over 120 kilometers an hour.
It was a lap. It was the lap they were behind.
Sure, but had that been green flag, then it's the equivalent of less than half of that, because the average lap time is more than 120 kilometers an hour around the circuit. So I'm not trying to make excuses for Phoenix, but I think they.
But if Phoenix
has had made a
if
bit
the
of
85 had to do that pit stop under green, they would have lost 2 laps to the Phoenix car.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But if it hadn't gone, they wouldn't have brought Charles in. they were extending Charles's stint and banking fuel to make Shane's last stop shorter.
They all reacted, but the Ferrari didn't react, and the Ferrari ignored them, and they actually ended up behind.
The Ferrari got back on the lead lap.
Sure.
That's what they were aiming for.
At that point.
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
But overall, I think they've lost out by doing... I mean, look, they're 3 laps back from the lead now.
Yes.
2.5 laps.
Yeah, because there hasn't been a code 60 since then.
Yeah, so they had to then... Well, but they all had to pit under code 60.
I think the thing that with Indy Donchi getting him back on the lead lap, I'm pretty certain they would have expected Phoenix to go for fuel. So they would have expected to be much further ahead of Phoenix than what they were. They would have been expecting CP to be behind them. For them to be on the lead lap with CP racing and not with Pierre Caffer on brand new tyres. And that advantage of brand new tyres against half-hour old tyres was too much even for Indy Donchi to hold him off. So they lost the lead lap pretty quickly. Into the last 5 minutes now. So let's look at some of the other class leaders and winners. Katrina Kivalova will anchor home the Ram racing machine. What a run that's been for Dan Shufflebottom and the rest of the Ram team. In the top 10 as well. TCR, it'll be the number 159 BBR racing team. Now, which one is that? Is that the normal team or is that the additional team for BBR?
That's the championship leading team.
Right,
yeah.
so that is all bar one race they've won this year. It was only Spa where they didn't win, where they didn't finish actually, when they had that braking issue into the bus stop, wasn't it? So that's going to strengthen their hold on the championship. GTX Leipert, and it's Anthony McIntosh who's bringing that car home. 992 Red Ant Racing, first and second. Little golf clap there. Ayrton Red Ant bringing that car home. In GT3, WTM in third overall will take that part of the top class. Phoenix will take the Pro-Am, but at 40 seconds and with 4 minutes to go, CP Racing will take the GT3 AM category. We're going to have about 7:16, 7:17 laps in the book. And just for the sake of probity, 26 lead changes between CP and Phoenix. Nobody else has led the race, and every driver on both of those teams has led at least one lap. Outstanding penalties for the number 26, the Santalot racing car. She's fought that way back up to 10th position, by the way, and second in GT3 Pro-Am. It's a 10-second time penalty. And the number 499, of course. That's a race of what might have been, isn't it, for Lion Speed by car collection. I know Jose Garcia hasn't got the pace of the other drivers. Particularly in the dark, he was struggling a little bit with his pace staying out the way of the faster cars. He was doing a really good job. But it cannot help to have a car that you can barely keep on the... None of the drivers, the penalties have been split through the drivers, so either they've had a deliberate tactic of trying to shortcut some corners or just going too quickly into 1 and 4 and 9. Not 9, 1, 4 and 14, I think. Or the car has been somewhat difficult to tame, he says diplomatically. You're checking the championships, aren't you?
Fantastic, fantastic work from the guys at Creventic. The championship points are already on the website, and the race hasn't finished yet.
Right.
You normally have to wait hours. Certainly from a broadcast point of view, we're never able to tell you the championship points after a race.
Those championship points are updated in real time, every time through every race.
Yeah, what was wonderful.
So that's real time. So if there's a change of position now, in that any significant position between the end of the race, that'll be reflected pretty much instantaneously. And that's driven by the Get Race Results live timing. It's very, very clever. Other championships take note, Ben. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. I think this result for CP Racing will mean that they will win the GT3 AM European Series, as well as Phoenix Racing winning the GT3 Pro Am European Series. But because you get points halfway through the race as well as the end of the race, it does keep the 992 category open, as well as the GT3 General Championship open. And it also keeps, remarkably, the TCR Championship open, just by one single point, though. BBR are going to have a huge advantage at the head of TCR, but by a single point, they do not win the championship here. Let's talk a little bit about CP Racing then. Never as Pro Sport Performance, never as CP Racing have they taken a victory. An average age in that team of 57 years old.
Smashing.
A total age of 228 years of age.
One for the old fellas. I love that.
And
Isn't that great?
But that's great for people watching, maybe wanting to get involved in the series and seeing the young chargers like Josef Kraull, who for years was the fastest man and so hard to get in touch with. Even Pierre Caffer's still a young, sprightly fellow in comparison to the Mercedes that comes across the line now to get itself onto the final lap. These guys are average age of 57. There's 4 of them.
Brilliant. I love it. And remember, this all started, and CP is for Charles Putnam. He wanted to get involved. He's gathered experience around him in the shape of Joe Foster and particularly Shane Lewis, who's bringing that car home to end his 60th 24-hour race. Charles Esplanade, it was for so long we used to say the team of Charleses, of course. Raced in the US and came over to Europe for Nürburgring and races like that with Pro Sport.
They've got a Nürburgring car here.
Have they?
Yeah, in the back of the garage. They
raced that weird Porsche Grand Am car, of which only 25 were made, and raced that in the Nürburgring. The weird iteration on a GT3 Cup car. And then it became CP Racing, and they decided to focus their attention on European racing, and particularly Creventic. They have been a phenomenal supporter of Creventic events.
Oh, would you believe that Team ACP have got to refuel on the last lap?
Just coming out.
They've just come through the...
That's fine. He wants to be running. They want to take the checkered flag. And that, again, that's the sprint. They could have parked that car up, man.
Actually, maybe they just ran through the pits to get themselves behind the leader rather than being in front of it.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Just
brilliant.
saw them come through.
The 85 number has been their number. And they will come round the final corner now. Shane Lewis brings the team home of Charles Esplanade, Charles Putnam and Joe Foster to their first ever endurance victory in Creventic Racing, and Joe Bradley is with the CP of CP Racing.
I'm actually with Mr. and Mrs. CP. Charles Putnam, congratulations to the teammate Joe Foster. What a great job these guys have done. Just gives his Mrs. Putnam a hug. Makes it all worthwhile, all the time, effort and energy. Charles, congratulations.
Thanks,
An overall win at last.
Oh, man, I got the tears coming down. It's fantastic. I'm so proud of all our guys, proud of our AMG for being able to run in these kind of conditions. And honestly, it was a real tire test here in these temperatures. I'm just so happy. Everybody's done so much, and boy, finally.
Finally. Let's talk to, this is a man who did, Charles, get in here. Get in here, my man. That was a sterling stint you did. In fact, 2 stints right off the belt, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It's obviously the competition was incredible. The conditions were.
Some fervour here, as you would imagine. That last stint at the end, that was a sprint race.
We gave it everything we had. Everybody did. Guys did a great job, and it's well deserved. And to our competitors, man, they ran us all the way to the end. That's what it's all about.
Sometimes you have to carry luck. Joe Foster, you're the third man. We'll talk to Shane eventually.
Yeah,
but Joe,
don't
we spoke earlier. You have to carry some luck. It's about what happens to others, but it's also about how you guys react. And technically, you guys were like clockwork.
We had a clockwork race. Obviously, the idea is to not make mistakes, not lose the race, not necessarily try to win it. We know our pace. We know what we're good at, which is the car prep, the strategy. The team that Charlie's put together has just got an amazing group of mechanics, engineers, strategists. We usually make the right calls when you have the right information, and it's a great day. We're super happy. It's the first one we've won overall, so very exciting.
And you know what, Joe? There's a saying that endurance races are won on the pit wall. Your engineer obviously worked out a target time that would save those tires and stretch them.
Yeah, we saw some challenges with, just because of the heat yesterday and today, so it's a delicate balance of pushing but being gentle to the car, and we were able to find that balance, so it worked out great.
Brilliant, mate. So proud of you.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations.
That is going to be a really popular victory up and down the pit lane, or I'm sure through gritted teeth slightly for Phoenix Racing, but quite honestly, I don't think anybody, Ben, can begrudge that quartet of drivers. The 4-2-1, Kinsby Jones has stopped on the slowing down. Has he got to the... I don't think he's got to the checkered flag.
No, he hasn't.
Ah, you're kidding me. You are kidding me.
I wonder whether it's run out of fuel. I wonder whether they needed to come into the fuel bays and he's just not quite got enough fuel to get to the end.
Get it round on the starter motor.
He's in the first sector of the lap. He's got a long way to go.
Right.
Was it 4.6 kilometres in length, I think, is the circuit.
3 miles, just under 2.8
It doesn't matter,
miles.
though. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need... he wants to take the checker flag. That's really important. There we have Shane Lewis celebrating the victory. Huge congratulations to the team.
Gary Willems from Creventic down there. This is a team that absolutely embraced the Creventic ideal from very early on, and they have their just rewards. Nobody is owed anything in motor racing, and the manner of this victory, absolutely superb. They've earned this one. They've fought for this one. They were pressurised by Phoenix Racing right towards the air. That last stint by Charles Esplanade, by the way, yes, his first stints were great. The pressure he was under there to deliver that hour and 20 minutes or what it was, with Kaffer and then Herberger trying to chase him down, trying to make him make some kind of mistake. It's unfair to signal out any of the drivers because they've all done brilliantly. Shane Lewis's 2-hour stint leading up to 1 o'clock in the morning, head-to-head against Kaffer. Just so many brilliant parts of the race for CP. They will have a season's worth of racing stories from this race alone. Joe Bradley is waiting for Shane Lewis. We thought he might have to get back in. He told Di he was being told to rehydrate and get himself ready. Not sure that was the original plan, but my goodness me, they reacted. And it's brought them the grand prize and the top step of the podium for the first time. Of course he is,
Look
Joe.
at that smile. Look at that Shane Lewis smile is back. 60th 24-hour race and first past the checkered flag, Shane Lewis.
It's awesome. I just can't say enough about this Mercedes. People came in saying, oh man, the Mercedes is not the car to have here. And we worked at it and worked at it and worked at it, and obviously Mercedes was the car to have here. But it was really more CP Racing was the team to have here. So just so honored to drive for these guys. Man, I love this series in Creventic. I love this racetrack. It is so much fun. It was a lot more fun with the pool, by the way. But yeah, it's just awesome, man. I'm, my 60th 24-hour race of a lot of years, and to be able to finish that one with a win is pretty special.
Well, it was special watching it, Shane. I'm glad I was there to see that. Congratulations, mate. I'll let you get your teammates. We'll see you on the podium. Shane Lewis.
genuine joy from all of those drivers.
Absolutely. They've been in this championship for so many years, not just a CP, but Pro Sport Performance before. They've been trying so hard. They've taken class victories.
Yes.
And because of the way this series works and rewards so many different classes, it's just not quite the same as an overall victory and the feeling of getting ahead of all of the other G3 cars. Turning our attention to TCR for a second, 10 out South Empirical in the Parc Ferme area, 8th overall for BBR, and a huge margin ahead of the next best TCR car. Shame they lost their teammates because they were running close, but that BBR team, in a different car to the car they won in Hockenheim, because they won in a new car in Hockenheim. This is the older one, this is the Baz Kooten one that they've recently acquired, and they've still managed to come away with a solid win. Probably the only TCR car that's not had an issue.
Massive for the championship for them. That's...
They haven't won it. They are 1 point away from winning it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So they
can win it halfway through Barcelona.
In terms of bouncing back after their disappointment at Spa as well. Let's go down to the TCE division and the winner. It was all TCR cars here. No strangers to the top step of the podium for this team, Joe.
Tarat, you guys made that look easy, but I bet it wasn't.
Nah, it for sure is super hard. Also off the track and on the track. I would like to first to thank my team because like they are absolute beasts this weekend. Like everything was spot on. Also my teammate, everything, every stint, and it's my turn to just bring the car home.
When you have such a large lead, does that add pressure? I mean, at that point you can only lose.
Well, a little bit because we just try to survive, you know. Because like when the morning come, we have a little bit problem with the overheating and stuff. So we try our best just to survive, and that's what we did.
Congratulations, well done.
Oh, breathe it in, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic stuff. Well, that's a couple of races that I've called recently where we've had a couple of dozen cars and the racing has been superb.
Didn't expect that at all. I really thought we'd come back this morning and have big gaps between all the cars, not too many Code 60s. In the end, we were thinking in the middle of the night that we wouldn't have that many at all, but in the end I think we had something like 14 or 15 Code 60s. Because we had 2 late ones. How many of those were Vortex Code 60s? I think 4 or 5?
No, yeah.
But not all of them.
No, we had 13 Code 60s.
Okay.
For just on 2 hours and 20 minutes. So we had 22 hours of racing.
Yeah.
Of green flag racing.
That's good. And you know, that's what the guys who come here to Creventic pay for. They don't want to pay doing 60 kilometers an hour. They pay for the green flag racing, and we've had a lot of it. Obviously, the less amount of cars on the circuit makes it a little bit easier for traffic and things like that, makes it less frenetic. But most of these cars have also come back to the pits with all their bodywork and all their suspension settings facing in the same way as they started. Yes. Very few cars are really missing bits.
Yeah, even cars that have had problems. So, yes, you're absolutely right. Quick opportunity for me to say thank you to all of our team up in London, Tim, Rob, and Curry, who've made sure we've been able to talk to the world, and also to Nullsweis, our TV partners here, particularly to our camera operators who've been out in the very, very extreme heat.
The little drone doing a dance.
Drone's been mega. Drone pilot, I had a quick chat with him earlier in the weekend, and he's loving it. It is a whole new dimension, literally as well as metaphorically. Also the Das Pit Machine, Seb, down in the pit lane, who's been working with Joe and Di. Thanks to Ben alongside me. We move on to Barcelona, of course, and we'll have full coverage of that for you as well. And make sure you tune in to 24hseries.com for all the details. And if you've missed any of it, it'll be on YouTube. The archive of the audio already going up at radio-show.co.uk. a busy motorsport weekend. Thank you for having joined us. We've got the formalities coming up for those of you on the TV screen. Let's quickly wrap the results of the 24 hours for you. Confirming the top three then. AMG Mercedes, 85, CP Racing, the two Charleses with Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. Phoenix Racing, Michael Doppelmayr on the podium again with Pierre Caffer, Sven Herberger, and the injured Elia Earhart cut his hand very badly overnight in a slammed door incident. WTM put Ferrari on the third step of the podium for Georg and Leonard Weiss and Jochen Krumbach, Daniel Kalvitz and Indy Donchi at the end there. The two Red Ant Racing cars, this is all in the GT category, take first and second in the Porsche 992 Cup class. The two Lamborghinis battled it out, and that changed towards the end as well. Heartbreak for RD Sainz, who had led for such a long time and then had that electrical problem. They did get that car going again, but it was Leipert who came through their early issues with punctures to take that one. GT4 brought home by Katerina Kevlova, along with Ian Loggy, Phil Keane and John Minshaw. It is Ram Racing who take that for AMG, and that was a solid finish for those guys inside the top 10 of the overall. Santalock had problems. Lion Speed will be kicking themselves. Surely they could have done a better job this weekend and made the Ram guys look over their shoulder a wee bit more. It was the first time out for the GT4 concept for BMW. Well done to the junior team of Dan Harper, Max Esser, Neil Verhagen and Jorg Weidinger. Herbeth Motorsport, an uncharacteristic race for them. Left in the middle of the night with the car, having had problems throughout the early parts of the race. Vortex carried on as they always do. Red Camels, they quit the racetrack as well after a damaged exhaust caused a problem on the left-hand drive shaft. JD Racing finished in 16th position, and ahead of them, Team ACP, our Spirit of the Race winners. Well done to Jim Norman, Ken Goldberg, Vim Spinoy and Kate B. Jones. Hopefully Gunnar Jeanette will come back with their team. And in TCE, BBR making another victory. They've only not stood on the top step of Podium at Spa when they had a brake failure and the car didn't finish to 159, just a single point away from the TCE and TCR championships this year for their Cupra. Two Audis in second and third. 188 AC Motorsport and Wolf Power Racing, Jasmin Preissig with the Swiss flagged team on the third step of the podium. The French team 700 miles, 700 miles with their VW ahead of Lestrup Racing, who fought back from early problems. Vietnamese, I thought they were going to get a top 5 finish, but they struggled again at the end for the the Thai-based team. And in BB, Malaysian-based team, I'll get it right in a moment. BBR with problems as well, took them out of the fight in their Cupra. And that's how they finished the 24 hours of Portimao. The Hankook Championship continues. We'll be at Barcelona next. What a great race here in Portugal.
wow. Just wow. Portimao, fabulous track, and what a 24-hour race. Who would have thought, after 24 hours of racing, that battle to the checkered flag would have gone right to the checkered flag day? Incredible.
It's just been non-stop the whole race, hasn't it? And it was so exciting as well, because we were running from one end of the pit lane to the other, well, more or less halfway up there, to see the other team, to see who was competing, and so many things that could have happened, and so many factors to contend with. As we talked earlier, you know, this is an endurance race. It's not over till they hit that flag, but so much to contend with: the heat, the tyres, you know, hydration, dehydration, you name it. And everybody put on such a great race this weekend. They all must have really enjoyed it.
I mean, yesterday we saw highs of 40 degrees. It's not just the drivers that you have to consider. You know, the crews are working. Some of them are working in fire overalls and stuff. And it's just, you know, it really is. Hashtag this is endurance is a saying we have. And this race was the epitome of it. And to think going towards the final stages of this race, it basically came down to a fist fight, metaphorically, between the Phoenix Audi and the CP Mercedes. It's not very often you see a fight all the way to a flag in such a long race.
No, and it was all going to come down to, they seemed to be matching each other, didn't they, in the strategy that they were running. And I guess potentially they were waiting on another Code 60 to happen to make a different call to the strategy at the end. That didn't come. That then sort of set the field, didn't it, for the end.
Yeah, and even in the other classes, the Touring Car Endurance Series, the BBR car was miles ahead, but you can never discount anything happening. It's all just metal, isn't it? It's nuts and bolts, and there's always an element of what's going to happen next.
You can never predict it. As we've just said, you know, never predict it. I mean, look at the GTX class. You know, that was a battle between the 710 and the 720 Lamborghini. And then, of course, the 720 ran into issues where the power dropped and they had no power and they lost the lead. And I think that was it about an hour before the end? Because I think the sun's gone to my head. An hour before the end. So Leipert Motorsport took that victory in that GTX class. And again, they were matching each other and it was chopping and changing.
And, you know, I wouldn't have thought, I mean, I was talking about this race coming here this week, and the 91 Porsche team, you know, the Herbert Motorsport team, you can never discount them in any kind of endurance race. However, very early on for them, they were discounted. They ended up with a puncture. They ended up recovering the car from out on track. That put them miles behind. But Joe Foster reminded me, within a very short space of time, they had claimed back 5 laps. And if they then didn't go on to encounter any further problems, they would have been in contention again. And it's incredible to think. That's why I love these long distance races, because really, it is all about everything.
You said about the Herbert Motorsport team, I mean, what impressed me was, yes, they were faced with challenges, but when they knew they had to bring the car back in and get the car back into the pit lane to repair it, the team had already taken the spare parts off the other car that was in the garage. They had it laid out on the floor, ready, and they knew which bit was going to go in what order to do the necessary stuff.
And he'd gotten that information, whoops, careful Dave, he'd got that information back to the team before he wasn't even on the recovery truck, was he?
I feel like I need to be in a recovery truck. This is a bit wobbly up here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, and they worked really hard, but we've seen it with them before. Every time, any issue. And that's the great thing. I mean, this endurance racing is all about teamwork. It's all about working with every member of that team to get the best from everyone so you get the end result that you want.
Well, we're going to go, everybody, before Di falls off this podium. We're ready to go ahead with the podium presentations. Mr. Fry there is there with the results, so we'll come back to you with our trophy presentations, everybody. Welcome to the podium. We're about to get on with our podium presentations, and first of all, the GT winners of the 2022 24 Hours of Portimao. Please welcome to the grid. In third place, it's the number 22. That's the Wochenspiel team, Monschau Racing Ferrari. Please welcome to the podium Georg Weiss, Leonard Weiss, Jochen Krumbach, Daniel Kilvitz, and Edi Donji. A very hard-fought race. And let's invite to the podium for second place, the number 18, Phoenix Racing Audi of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Sven Herberger. And the winners of the 2022 24 Hours of Portimao, it's the number 85 CB Racing Mercedes of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster, and Shane Lewis. Congratulations, our overall podium. And now the national anthem of the winning team. A big round of applause for our winners, everybody. CP Racing. And now to present our trophies, please welcome Mr. Gary Willems from the Creventic organisation and also Mr. Julio Rizzo from the Hankook Tyre Company. Trophy presentations for our overall winners. Overall winners CP Racing, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis, and also class winners, GT3 AM class for those drivers. The second place, Phoenix Racing Audi of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart and Sven Herberger also take a class win in GT3 Pro-Am. And the third place Ferrari Vockelspiel team, Monschau Racing's Car 22, Georg Weiss, I should say, Leonard Weiss, Jochen Krumbach, Daniel Kilvitz and Indy Jonty, and they are also the GT3 class winners. We've got more trophies for you, gentlemen. So overall trophies and class winning trophies being presented at the moment. And I think that is it. So hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. And a big round of applause once again for CP Racing, Phoenix Racing, and Vockelspiel Team Monschau. And after the photographs, it's the champagne! So as our overall winners enjoy the spoils of victory, our next trophy presentation will be for our Touring Car Endurance Series and TCR class trophies to be presented next. Well done, gentlemen. Our next trophy presentation will be for the Touring Car Endurance Series and also the TCR class, which is a combined trophy presentation. So please welcome to the podium in third place in the Touring Car Endurance Series. It's car 116, the Wolf Power Racing Audi of Yasmin Preissig, Ivers Valles, Kalle Bergman and Charles Dawson. And in second place, it's the number 188 AC Motorsport Audi of David Lau, Tommy Seu Lam, Kui Sean Thong and Andy Yan. And the winners of the Touring Car Endurance Series, please welcome to the podium, car 159, the BBR Cupra of Kandahi Kasiri, Kandasak Kasiri, Anusorn Azalert Siri, Tanat Sathian Thirakul, and Pazarat Prom. The winners, everybody, of our Touring Car Endurance Series. And now, the national anthem of the winning team. Big round of applause, everybody, for our Touring Car Endurance Series winners and also our TCR class winners. Once again, trophies to be presented. Third place, the Wolf Power Audi of Yasmin Preissig, Ivers Valles, Kalle Bergman and Charles Dawson. In second place trophies to AC Motorsport, car 188 of David Lau, Tommy Sai Lam Luku, Sean Thong and Andy Yan. And our overall winners, the number 159, the BBR Cupra of Kantadi Kusiri, Kandasak Kusiri, Anusorn Asalurat Siri. Also, trophies for the TCR class winners, who are, of course, our overall Touring Car Endurance Series winners. So the last of our trophies being presented. Gentlemen, please raise your trophies high in the air for the photographs and a big round of applause for our Touring Car Endurance Series of the 2022 24 Hours of Portimao. And now, gentlemen, it's the champagne! A big congratulations then as we come to the conclusion of our Touring Car Endurance Series podium. A big congratulations to BBR, the BBR Cupra team, the AC Motorsport team, all the way from Hong Kong, It's so great to have these drivers here at last, and the Wolf Power Racing for third place, the Wolf Power Racing Audi. Congratulations, everybody. Our next trophy presentation, ladies and gentlemen, will be for our GT3 Pro-Am class. And we're just replenishing the all-important bottles of champagne. So we're about ready, everybody, for our GT3 Pro-Am. In third place was the Herbert Motorsport team, who haven't stayed at the circuit. So please invite to the podium. In second place in GT3 Pro-Am, Car 26, the Sonderlock Racing Audi of Christian Kelders, Olivier Estevez, Nicolas Bert, Simon Gachet, and Lucas Legray. And in first place for the GT3 Pro-Am class, it's Car 18, the Phoenix Racing Audi of Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, and Sven Herberger. So GT3 Pro-Am trophies to be presented by Mr. Julio Rizzo of Hankook Tires and Mr. Gary Willems from the Creventic Series organization. So congratulations to a second place in the GT3 Pro-Am class for Sonderlock Racing Audi and the Phoenix Audi team number 18. So it seems the heat is setting off the champagne. Please hold your trophies high in the air, gentlemen. Hold your trophies high for the photograph. And now the champagne! Thank you, gentlemen, our drivers for our GT3 Pro-Am class for their podium. Our next trophy presentation will be for a very hard-fought category in the 24 Hours of Portimao, and that's the 992 Porsche Cup class. So we're just preparing for the trophy presentation for that. We're ready to get things going then. This is the class, the 992 Porsche class for the 2022 24 Hours of Portimao. Please welcome in third place, car 909, the Red Camels Jordan's team of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers, and Fabian Dance. In second place, and also the winners of the 992 AM category, car 904, the Red Ant Racing, Philippe Wills, Jimmy De Broeke, Kobe De Broeke, and Gavin Pickering. And the overall winners for the 992 class, car 903, Red Ant Racing of Ayrton Redon, Bert Redon, Yannick Redon, and Sam de Jonge. Congratulations, our 992 class winners. And once again, please welcome to present the trophies, Mr. Julio Rizzo of Hankook Tires, Gary Willems from the Creventic Race Organization. So trophies being presented for third place to the Red Camel Jordan's team of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers, and Fabian Dance. And in second place, the 904 Red Ant Racing. Also a class win in the 992 AM class for this car. That's the 904 Red Ant Racing of Philippe Vils, Jimmy De Broeker, Kobe De Broeker and Gavin Pickering. And the winners of 992, of course, the 903 numbered Red Ant Racing Porsche of Ayrton Redon, Bert Redon, Yannick Redon and Sam de Jonge. Steady, boys, not until I say so. A little bit premature with the champagne, story of our lives, Peter. Congratulations on 992 Porsche class. It will be the GTX Special GT cars. That's the class that we'll be presenting trophies to next. That one's coming up very shortly. You did that the wrong way around, Evo. It was trophies first, then the champagne. Oh my word, I'm in charge. We're doing the trophies now, everybody. Everybody wanted a spray champagne. Congratulations on 992 Porsche class winners. Thank you. Well done, guys. So next trophy presentation for our GTX Special GT cars. Coming up next. Well done, Jimmy. Well done, the Renaults. So we're about ready to get on with the GTX trophy presentation. In third place was the number 482 BMW M Motorsport team. But please welcome to the podium in second place, that's car 720. Really bad luck at the end of this race for this team. That's the RD Science Lamborghini of Adrius Betukavicius, Nicola Michelon, Paulius Pascavicius, and Artus Batrax. And our winning team in GTX, it's the number 710 Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini of Keron Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, Glenn McGee, Anthony McIntosh, and Tyler Cook. Mr. Risso from Hankook Tyres and Mr. Willems from Creventic will present the trophies. RD signs the Lamborghini. It was a hard-fought race between these two Lamborghinis, pretty much the whole race coming right down to the final hour. And the Liebert Motorsport Lamborghini of Keron Lee, Jean-Francois Bruno, Glenn McGee, Anthony McIntosh and Tyler Cook will take the GTX first place trophy home with them. Congratulations, gentlemen. Hold your trophies high in the air, please, for the photograph. Congratulations. And now, gentlemen, the champagne. Congratulations, our GTX Special GT Cars category. Trophy presentation coming up next will be for our GT4 class. And we have two cars in the category. Look, you've got to bother, Dan. This is what it's all about. The whole point of this is this moment now. Right, so we are about to get ahead. We just need one more batch of champagne, which is now being replenished. So please welcome, third in GT4, that's the number 421, the Team ACP Tangerine Associates, BMW, M4 of Casey Jones, Vims Benoy, Ken Goldberg and Jim Norman, and also recipients of our Spirit of the Race Award. In second place, it's car 499, that's the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi. Andreas Baccarud, Jose Garcia, Patrick Kolb and Daniel Miller. And the winners of GT4, it's car 405, the Ram Racing Mercedes of John Minshaw, Katerina Kivalova, John Loggy, or should that be Ian Loggy, and Phil Kane. So once again, please welcome Mr. Rizzo from Hankook Tyres and Mr. Willems from Creventic, the race organisation. Third place, the Team ACP BMW that had a lot of problems in the race, but still they kept going and were awarded our Spirit of the Race Award. In second place, the Lion Speed Car Collection Audi, and the winner, the winning trophies to be presented to the Ram Racing team, car 405. It's John Minshaw, Katarina Kivalova, Ian Loggy, and Phil Kane. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your trophies in the air, please. Well, that concludes our 2022 24 Hours of Portimao coverage. Please come back to us for the 24 Hours of Barcelona coming next.